right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Town of Cromwell Board of Finance to order. It is 6 o'clock on the dot. Seating alternates, can I have a motion to seat Jamie in for Mr. Maley this evening?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kelly, seconded by the Vice Chair. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good. Can I have a motion to have Mr. Quigliano sit in for Mr. Blanchett?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we've got our 6. We are set. Can I have a motion? We're starting with number 36, correct? Police Department? Where is my, okay. Can I have a motion to appropriate $4,585,676 for line item 36, Police Department?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto.
It's a 9.
The last digit?
No, the third digit, sorry, it's so small, 4589676.
Yeah, that's what I,
Oh, you said 5 for the first 5.
okay, well, to make it clear, it's $4,589,676. Yes? Good? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Chief, please give us a brief overview, and then we'll dive into questions.
Sure. So the police budget is in front of you. Wages are contractual, so that is the wages for this coming year. Part-time wages is the same. OT wages, I did increase it by $10,000. As many of you know, we are outfitting the officers with Red Dot. And the Red Dot training is a 2-day training course. And I want to make sure I have enough money to pay for the overtime that will take for the officers to go for 2-day training, as well as increase some training for our officers. Holiday, no change. Vehicle maintenance, I went down 2,000. Our fleet is getting newer, so we don't need as much replacement parts as we did before. Equipment, no change. Departmental, no change. Telephone, no change. Communications, I did ask for $7,000 more. Contracts are going up. I can't stop that. Every time we try to negotiate a contract with Axon or NextGen or Utility, they're all going up 5-6%. So I gotta make sure I have enough money to cover our contracts. Training, there's no change. Investigations, no change. Uniforms, I am asking for $3,000 more as uniforms go up, and we're adding 3 more officers. As you know, with town manager and town council approved me to go to 30 this year to add another SRO, so I gotta make sure that we have the fundings for outfitting everybody. And that's not just uniforms, that's another camera, another gun belt, another radio. It's all the equipment that I have to make sure I have enough money for. Gas went down a little bit. Make sure I say that right.
Yeah.
No, gas went down a little bit because of gas prices. They may go up in July or January, but I'm trying to average it out. And then capital items, there's 2 items in there. One is $4,800 for new gun lockers. With our new red dots, our gun lockers that we have now outside our cell block and also inside our sally port are too small. Our guns will not fit in there to secure them safely. So we're looking to replace the entire gun locker and put new ones in there. And also asking for $11,000 for ammunition. As we do this training with red dots, it takes a lot of ammunition to make sure everybody qualifies and gets trained. So that's a quick rundown of my items for this year.
Any other highlights? Anything else to kind of go over?
As far as highlights,
Yeah, just anything else to kind of add or anything like that? No?
you know, we've been, as you know, if you follow social media, the police department's been very active in social media,
Yep.
Being involved with the community. As of yesterday, we had a great Easter event over at the public library. Trying to do more things with the community. We had over 120 kids come, so it was a great event. But just trying to do more community events with kids and with the community.
Okay. We'll start spinning on the room. Mr. Fidelli.
Thank you. So for under wages, you mentioned that it was contractually increased. How much of that increase is related to new officers for the year?
So the wages are already set for even when they're new officers. So I guess the best way to try to answer your question, when we hire an officer, depending on if they're a lateral transfer, we usually start them off higher than step 1. So sitting down with the town manager and the finance director, we discussed where we want to make sure that we have enough money to pay for those officers as they come along. The one officer we're gonna be hiring soon, for next year's budget, is already figured to be a step 4, because he's a lateral, come from another agency, which means we don't have to pay for them to go to post, which is police academy, which is another $3,000 to $4,000 expense. It saves us a little bit of money by having someone come from another department. So, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
I guess what I was trying to understand is out of the increase, it's about 200,000. If I compare the 3.7 to the estimated expenditure of 3.5, it's about 200,000.
He's
So,
got 100,000 for a new officer roughly.
Okay.
And the rest of it is contractual.
Is
with
contractual.
the other officers.
okay, thank you. That's what I was just trying to understand, was how much was related to new hires versus existing. Thank you. That's all the questions.
So, thanks for coming tonight. Maybe I missed it, red dot, is that,
So the red dots are something we put on our firearms.
so that's the dot that,
So that's a dot when you're training, you have a sight on your gun.
yep,
When you're pointed downrange.
Okay.
You see a dot through so instead of looking at your typical, sights.
Yeah.
We'll call them iron sights.
right.
There's now a red dot you see in front of you, and that's whatever that red dot is what you shoot.
So all the guns now are gonna
They
be,
will, yes,
all have red dot
correct,
capabilities
Correct.
associated with them.
correct.
Okay, I'm good, thanks.
Hey, Chief, how are you?
Good, Steve, how are
Captain,
you?
how are you? Good to see you guys, good to see you guys. So I remember, right, we did go up one position, so in this budget year, even though there's like 30, like, listed, there were a couple were for 6 months, so we weren't really at 30, even though the count sort of looks like 30, but it was really 29, right? And we're going from 29
We're going from
to
29 to 30.
Right, okay,
We absorbed the 30th officer in this year's budget
okay.
because we were short-staffed, so for salaries, I didn't spend all the money to be able to absorb it
Sure.
in this year's budget.
Okay, all right, okay. And then, I know you mentioned the vehicle maintenance, and I realize it's a little bit of a, but last year, or 23-24 was about 11,000, and this year so far, it says we've spent 2,900. And so maybe just walk us through maybe the thinking for the 30,000 this year, as opposed to something lower, I guess, like 20 or something.
So for me, or for us, even though the cars are newer, I talked to Mario today. He's gonna be requesting 10 sets of tires, because he said at a certain time period, you need all new tires, and our cars being anywhere from 3 to 7 years old now, he said they're all getting new tires. So right there off the bats, 60 tires. You know, so I just gotta make sure I have enough money for those type of things, where Mario's telling me, you know, because they're new 2 or 3 years ago, they're now coming up on that time period where I need new tires, new brake pads, new a lot of things.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion. Okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on to number 37. You want to do the CNR?
CNR.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to do,
He has a
Okay.
police vehicle and
no, that's fine. Okay. To make the motion right, we still doing the put it on a separate list thing, or is that only for the Board of Ed? Okay.
we put them all on the list
And then vote it all at one time?
all at one time.
What happened to my? Oh, I put it here. Okay. Can I then have a motion to appropriate $75,000 to be put on a separate list for CNR for a police vehicle?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Just
So-
time?
So as you recall, when I came to you a few months ago, when we had a detective car get into an accident, I said I wouldn't be putting in for 2 cars this year because we're gonna be replacing that car and so forth. So this year, unfortunately, we had a car that was on the older side, a 2011 Ford Expedition, that started getting a hole in the floor, and Mario decided that it's not safe to drive, and we had to take it offline. So instead of coming then and there asking for more money, I said I'll wait till this year's budget to ask for replacement for that car. So that's why I'm here asking for replacement for that cruiser that we had to take offline because it was unsafe to drive.
We'll go this way this time, Mr. Cugliano. Jamin?
All good.
Mr. Blanchett?
This one is specific with the vehicle, right?
Just the vehicle, correct?
No questions on chief then.
We ask it all the time, so the equipment that's in the vehicle that's going offline,
Everything.
that gets,
So I'll put in
gets transferred to the new, where it can get transferred?
where it can, because there's some equipment, as you know, like, I know that the town manager said before, we have cages, I call them cages, that's where we put a prisoner in a back seat. And unfortunately, sometimes Ford makes these slight changes with a different year, and the cage doesn't fit anymore, so I have to buy a new cage. That happens every few years.
By example, this one, we don't know that yet until we get further along and the vehicle gets spec'd and built.
I won't know that until Ford comes out with their new dimensions for the 2026, 27 Explorer.
I'm sorry, do we build that into this cost then, or we assume we can fit it and we don't build it in?
No, we build into the cost,
Okay.
because unfortunately, other things go up in price too. So we have to make sure that we have enough there.
So, we added an officer, does that, at some point, do we add a vehicle with an officer,
No.
or?
Yeah, no. No,
How many vehicles do we have in the fleet?
we have currently, is there 11 cruisers? Marked cruisers? So we should have 12 marked cruisers once we replace this.
Gotcha, okay. And that's supporting the 30,
That was 4 to 30.
got it. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I asked this, and I don't mean it from any sort of real big political standpoint, but considering what is going on right now, 75,000, we still feel comfortable, even though there may be some tariff type increase or anything that may be coming down the pike.
Luckily, Ford has said that they will keep their pricing till
They
July.
did say that, okay. Until when?
July.
Is that,
That will give me time. That
yeah,
will-
okay. I just,
I'm not worried about this price going up. We already talked to the vendor, so we'll be good.
got it, okay. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion for an appropriation of $75,000 to be put on a separate list for an ACO vehicle?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DePorto.
So as you see in my request, the ACO vehicle is gonna be 11 years old. It's gonna have 100,000 miles on it. It's used every day, just like a police car. And she also has animals, and there are times where she has to go and take them to the pound and so forth. So I'm looking to replace her vehicle, to make sure it doesn't fall apart on us. Last year, we had to put a little bit money into it because it started falling apart. But I noticed as years go on, more and more things are gonna be found wrong with it. It's on the older side.
So, same price, is the ACO vehicle,
The ACO vehicle will be a van,
will be a van?
Yes.
Okay,
but we're able to use more for equipment that's inside it.
okay,
So I don't have to purchase. The van is more money, the actual vehicle
Right.
itself, but
Right.
the equipment isn't, because I'm able to reuse some of the equipment that's inside.
gotcha, okay, I'm good, thanks.
I guess maybe a basic question is, does this also include the price of like putting the new
All the new
decals and all the stuff on the side?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right, thank you.
My mic's not on. Discussion? That mic is on, right? We know that's good. Yeah.
Testing?
Okay, that's what I make sure. Now that we're 20 minutes in. Yeah. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $19,000 to be put on a separate list for M4 Colt rifles?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DePorto.
So I'm requesting to replace the 12 current rifles that we have within the police department. Those rifles are 17, 18 years old. 10 years ago, they were refurbished. Our last training, we had 2 fail, meaning we had issues with them. And they're all the same age. And based on my research, they say you should replace rifles every 10 to 12 years. So we're beyond that point of its life expectancy. So I'm requesting to replace those rifles. Those are a very important tool that we carry on our patrol cars. Those are the tools that we would use, God forbid, worst case scenario of an active shooter. The officers would grab their rifles and go into the scene.
Yep. A lot of words there I never want to hear together in the same sentence. All right, let's just go around real quick then. Mr. Gugliano? Good. Jamie?
I guess, what do you think is wearing out on them? It's not like just replacing a barrel or some kind of thing like that. It's just,
It's all I'm not a gun expert. so,
neither am I. All right, okay.
You know, if I pull the trigger and goes bang, it works. If it doesn't, then there's a problem with it.
All right, thanks.
But they're utilized to the extent that they're used in training shooting.
They're taken out on training whenever we train firearms, but they're taken out on patrol cars every day. An officer doesn't leave the station without their rifle.
Right. It's there. I mean, it's not discharged in active duty quite frequently.
I hope not.
Right. Right. But I mean, it's also not just collecting dust in the patrol car. You're using it in target practice.
So that gun is
yeah.
removed every day out of the cruiser. The officer assigned to that next cruiser has to take another gun out, check it to make sure it's in proper working order, put it
Yeah.
back in the car. At the end of the shift, take the gun out, put it back in the PD. Just the way it's always being checked every tour of duty. And yes, every time we have training, we utilize rifles as well.
Okay. And you're saying the expected life is based on just the manufacturer's expected life, or just?
Correct. And my hope is, and I told this to the town manager, my hope is when the time comes, I can't get a number yet, I can trade them in for something. I just don't know what I'll get until I actually have them look at them and say, this is what they're worth. I don't
Yeah.
expect to get
Yeah.
thousands of dollars,
No.
but something.
Okay. Well, they were refurbished ones, so, yeah. And it's probably better to do them all at once than 2 every year. You probably get a better.
And this price is for the entire, not just the rifle, but the sights and all that, stuff that comes with the rifle.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we can go to animal control? Yes? I got all three? We're good?
Animal control.
Okay. Let me go back here. What's that number, 37? Let's get back to the right page here. Okay, can I have a motion for an appropriation of $102,672 for line item 37, animal control?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DePardo.
Just the salary.
Correct. So the only increase for the 2,600 and odd change is for salaries for the increase in wage adjustments. Besides that, everything else has stayed status quo. And I'll be coming forward, I guess, at another time for our lovely dog fund that we do separately.
Mr. Fidelli?
So when our officer, say, is on vacation or something else, do we like leverage another town's resources?
Yeah, so
or-
when Cheryl's on vacation, we do have two part-time ACOs, but when they're not available, or when Cheryl does, she makes arrangements with Middletown, Berlin, other agencies, because she does the same thing when they go on vacation. Like right now, Berlin's ACO is out, so she will help out Berlin when he comes.
These are the part-time folks we have.
Correct.
Okay.
All good?
Apparently I'm gonna throw my pen at you. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
No, I was gonna say, just curiosity more than anything else, like after COVID, and a lot of people got animals and the like and all, has there been anything there where there's just been a much higher activity of issues or challenges and all, or is that leveled off, or?
Trying to think how I can say this, but Cheryl is a busy animal control officer. I mean, she's taking calls daily, dealing with different dogs and cats and so forth. As far as what I think what you're asking is during COVID, a lot of people went out and got a puppy. Now that puppy's 2 or 3, 4 years old, I don't want that puppy anymore. That has quieted down. She has had a couple where someone will say, I just can't afford or can't deal with the dog. She will help them find another home for it.
Further discussion?
One more question. Yeah, we utilize or we leverage another pound, is that correct? We don't,
We actually use a veterinarian.
we use a veterinarian, is that what the contribution is?
We have a contract with them.
That's what that,
part of it.
that's what that cost is for, right? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Good to know. It's a good question. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
They're done.
we're good? Hey, 6:20 on the dot. Come on. Thank you, guys, and hey, thank you for what you do. We appreciate it very much. You too. Thank you, Chief.
Hey, the captain bought it.
Before he gets going, I'm just gonna grab a water. Anybody?
What's going on?
Water? Good.
I'm good, thank you.
Flavored Ruffles, you said?
I think I'd be up here till at least summer. I was relaxing. Did you do a few little departments before PD? Sharon, do you have anything with town council approved? Do you have town council approved? They only cut highway?
Okay, so we're going to jump then to line item 27. Public Works. Mr. Spina, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, how are you guys doing?
Oh, we're ready to have some fun. All right.
Hopefully not too much.
Fun?
All right. Now, I always forget every year, and I'll ask, am I doing one appropriation number, and then we just dive in each category?
Correct.
Okay? All right, can I then have a motion for an appropriation of $5,315,647 for line item 27, Public Works Administration?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. All right, Lou, if you just kind of want to go line by line, we'll start with Public Works Administration, then we'll just kind of go section from there. We'll do questions for each number, that way we don't get all.
Yep.
So, go ahead.
So this is a really relatively small and straightforward piece of Public Works, if you will. It's made up of 3 salaries, and then the next biggest line in this division is uniforms, which provides the uniform rental service for all of the field forces. You see a little bit of an increase in that line, as the vendor told us to expect a 5 to 6% increase. And other than that, there really isn't anything that, they were all controlled costs, so to speak. There's really nothing unavoidable. Contractual obligations and then the uniform increase.
I'm just gonna ask this real quick, because you've got it as fiscal year 25 accomplishments, which obviously is greatly appreciated. You talk about the Little League softball and baseball swaps. How is Lindquist going? Is there a timeline to get that to softball?
Yeah, so I put that in because we're still in the fiscal year.
Yeah.
The lights were put in.
Yeah, lights look great.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we have a contract issued to a vendor. We actually had to switch vendors at the last minute a couple weeks ago. We had
Oh, really?
We had a PO issued last fall, and a commitment for the previous company to be here no later than April 1st. And when we were reaching out to them the last few weeks to make sure we were still on schedule, I guess the company has some financial issues and is kind of falling apart. So we were able to reach out to a couple other vendors, get some prices, and we got a commitment. And in fact, the companies from we're not from Weathersfield, Weathersfield, yeah. They were here today looking at other work, but they're planning on starting this Friday or next Monday, and they're aware of the opening day commitment, and they're very comfortable that the softball field where the lights are will be playable well before that. The baseball field will be close, but not as sensitive because of the lights and all that. So
You're talking the WIS.
yeah,
I always
the
get the
swap.
north and south.
So
WIS south.
currently, the softball field's at West, it's going across the street to Lindquist, and then
Right.
baseball. So the softball field at Lindquist will be ready prior to April 26th.
Right.
And the baseball field, it takes a little more time because they have to wait for the sod to cure and take, and you should mow it a couple times before you start playing on it. So it'll be close, but maybe a week or 2 behind.
Oh, so you think they could actually play baseball on it middle of May? Oh, really? Oh, great.
Second, third week, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that'd be good. I would say just being involved in the little
Did you say middle of the night?
middle of May.
May.
Oh, middle of May.
Well, those lights. Hey, listen, we paying for them. We better use them. Better.
The neighbors won't mind, don't worry about it.
No, I just being a little bit involved in Little League. I know it sounds like communication was, they didn't know if they were gonna really have anything at WIS for the season. So if they know they can have the WIS baseball field by middle of May, they'll take advantage of that, that'd be great. So, okay,
John Harriman has done outstanding yeoman's work on this.
Yeah.
And along with Lou and his crew, this was kind of thrown at us bit by bit. It wasn't a big total picture until we actually got into it. And we're very fortunate, and as Lou stated, the lights in that field will be ready for opening day. And a couple weeks later, hopefully the Wiz side will be all set to be played on.
well, again, just real quick as a side note, as someone who's got a daughter who plays and a son who plays, to have my daughter get to play under the lights and stuff this year, that's
It is
really cool.
exciting.
So it is greatly appreciated, so. Any other, again, I've talked too long. All right, let's go this way for 27. Chris, Jamin.
I'm good.
Hey, Lou, a question on the uniforms, and I don't remember when we started. I know there's a lot of, and it's great to have the uniforms. I guess maybe just talk to, like, do we replace them all every year? There's like a cycle, like a third get replaced every year or something like that, or?
So they're rentals, and if a garment or two, or pair of pants or something wears out, over time, the company will replace. We're year 2 into a 5-year commitment with, and I don't know how to say this, but I think of late, the people, the employees are more partial to the jeans and less partial to some of the other garments, because we have bought some nice high visibility hoodies and stuff for them. So we have 3 years remaining on the contract, so there's not much we can do then, but maybe at that point, this is something that we're taking a look at, and it's also in the CBA, so we'd have to, negotiate it with the union. We may get away from, I'd like to see us get away from renting 11 pairs, because I think it's overkill. I think we're paying them more than we should, and maybe we can work on that. But to answer your question, yeah, if the garments wear out because of use, each employee has 11 pairs. And the intent on that is there's 5 working days a week, and a 6th pair in case you get soiled in the middle of any given workday, and then 5 pairs are out being laundered, so they swap them every week. But I do see, and I think it's consistent with other public works departments that I network with, people kind of getting away from that, and we provide them with safety shoes, so they all have safety shoes on every day. And I think the jeans get used, but I don't know that we need 11 pairs, and the rest of it, again, they're kind of sits there, and we're paying for it. We're paying per garment, so this is something, when the contract's up, we can kind of coordinate it with the negotiations of a contract, I'd like to see us maybe try to realize some savings there. Yeah.
Okay, there's no other questions for 27. Let's move on to 28 then. The engineering division.
Again, a relatively small piece of the department, 2 salaries, the town engineer and the assistant engineer, and, some other little small lines that, I think the overall increase there is negligible. If you have any
Yeah,
questions, I'll
yeah, I mean, just the one thing that I think a few of us noticed is that, just looking at the salaries for 28 for John and Michael, it's just they're flat numbers.
They're in negotiations.
So, yeah, their union, go ahead.
Their contract expires June 30th, so we don't know what their rate is gonna be for fiscal year 26 until the contract's signed.
Should we put,
I
Just-
have in employee benefits, there's a line to take care of this.
okay,
Covered,
what's that?
covered.
I budget for this.
Okay. There we go. All right. I'm gonna get confused which way I start each one, so I'm just gonna randomly go this way. Dan?
I'm good.
Steve?
Just curious about the capital items, increase, what that relates to? Am I on the wrong line? No, I'm not.
Let me see what we got here. Oh, he's got.
You talking 3,500 to 10,000?
Yeah.
So he's got $10,000 in, 2 site assessments that he wants to do for $5,000 apiece, get an environmental engineering firm to come in. One is the Pearson Park, we just redid the team room, and so to speak there's potential for a phase 2, which would include more amenities for the park and the public to use. So that's one of the sites that he wants to have assessed, and the other is on River Road, a town-owned parcel on River Road.
Do those just fall into this instead of seeing just because the size are just small? Is that why they just kind of get
Small.
blended into here? Yeah.
They're small, they're under 12,500 goes into the operating.
Okay, so I know we use that threshold for the Board of Ed. That's just what we use across the board. 12.5. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Good question. Anybody else? Good. All right. Moving on to item 29, solid waste removal and the recycling center division. I know the town manager kind of highlighted some of the challenges with this that we're still kind of going through, but why don't you, I had his presentation on Thursday, but Mr. Spina, why don't you go ahead with an overview?
So, this covers a bunch of different services that we provide to the town. First and foremost is the transfer station itself, so for all the residents that have a pass and take their debris up there, and we actually accept recycle materials from residents that do not have a pass. But, so the tip and fees for all that are associated with this budget. We do household hazardous waste collections with the River Cog, and that's paid for out of here. And then we also supplement, if you will, or pay the tip and fees for curbside trash collection. So any homeowner in town that hires the hauler of their choice pays strictly for the hauling of that material, and the town does pay the tipping fee at the scale. And we also reimburse, you see the reimbursement line, that's all your condominiums and large apartment complexes in town. We reimburse them, and that's a flat rate, like 3/4, for whatever 3/4 of a ton per unit per year. We reimbursed each property management association based on the number of units that they manage. And, I think that's about it. If you have any more questions, this budget is always hard to predict, because I submit our budget sometime in January, and obviously we come to the town council in February, March, and then here first week of April. The company that disposes of our waste, they don't set their fees until closer to the end of the fiscal year. So, I'll reach out to them in January, not that I want them to think that I'm expecting an increase, but I know how volatile the solid waste industry has become, and he'll kind of say, hey, Lou, I can't give you an exact number, but could it be 4, 5, 6, 7% expected? And if knowing this business as well as I do, it's gotten really, really, really tough to navigate the last few years. I mean, Mira closing down in Hartford, and they're putting a lot of stuff on rails and shipping it out to Western PA, West Virginia, Ohio, wherever they're going with it. So it's just getting really complex and really regulated, and quite honestly very expensive over the last few years.
That estimate that you try to do the past couple of years, you've come to find they haven't really messed with it too bad. Whatever their estimate kind of is, you come in close.
They're pretty close.
Yeah.
They're pretty close. As much as he won't commit to anything, he's pretty close. He doesn't shoot it from the hip, like I'll call him and he'll say, give me a day or two, let me, he checks with his higher up. So he tries to give us an informed guesstimate, if you will, and he's been pretty close every year.
And this is probably just a real quick logistical thing, and taking a look at the tipping fees. When you take a look at the first 6 months, it's at 120, but the expected is the full 309. Is that just because springtime it's more active?
Yeah, it's two things. So great question, though. December 31st, we hadn't paid December's bills yet, so that's really 5 of 12 months. It's not quite 6. And yes, you'll see a spike in weight December, January because of the holiday. Kind of gets quiet in February, March, and then now April, May, June.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
People start getting out, spring cleanup, cleaning up yards, basements, attics. Let's get rid of this stuff, and so But primarily, you're looking at 5 of 12 months, not 6, not half, so,
Gotcha. No, it just,
yep. That's a great question.
this way.
So just on the town dump, how many, do you know how many people generally take advantage of the pass and purchase a pass?
I think, I wanna say, we issue close to 2,000 permits a year.
2,000.
There's about 4,000 dwellings or homes in town, and a couple of years, 1,900 and something, 1,800 and something, so it's close to half. And again, I can say confidently that there's more families that take advantage of it because, if they get a trash service at home, but if something is recyclable, mattresses, electronics, stuff that the curbside collection wouldn't normally pick up, we take it without a pass. So, you could guess that 2,500 plus families or dwellings a year take advantage of the service there. So you're probably at 65%.
Okay, and it's $25? 30?
50.
Oh, 50.
Yeah.
Thank
I think they do a half pass for seniors, 25, but the general pass is 50.
50, okay.
Yeah, that must be, I don't remember, anyway, doesn't matter. Right, cause the curbside, that's relatively new, right? You guys just did it the last year or two, right? That's been successful, that's been good?
That's new, that started in the last fiscal year, or earlier this fiscal year.
Yeah,
And I forget the number, I think we pulled in $3,000 worth of revenue the first few months, and it's taken off. I mean, again, springtime, we had one guy call that was selling his house a couple weeks ago, and I can't tell you how many items that he needed picked up, but I know he gladly wrote a check for $200 and something because he placed all his bulky items that he wasn't taking with him and didn't want to sell or whatever, and so the guys, we went out there with a truck and a trailer and made a couple trips, and so it's a great service for the residents that don't have access to a pickup truck or don't want to go rent something from Home Depot or just much more convenient.
I was just curious, is there more current performance data, or do you know of any particular trends that are?
I have a tab on that to correct that, thank you.
Okay.
Town council.
All right, well, thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, the solid waste disposal and the tipping fees, I mean, that's something that's burdened all Connecticut towns, just out of information, is there, no, it's not burdening all of the towns?
For us paying,
The fact that we, have to ship our solid waste out because of the closure of the Hartford landfill to ship
everybody,
out.
yeah.
I'm saying everyone's feeling that
I
pain.
thought you were asking about us paying tipping fees.
Yeah, the tipping fees at 309, I thought that was what we pay to send our stuff out of state,
It is.
right? And then, yeah, is there anything just being done, either looked at the state level for a solution? Because it's, I don't
It's
know.
ongoing.
I know, I probably asked this last year, yeah.
It's ongoing. The state, Mirror, before they went out of business, and again, they asked the state for, I don't know how many hundreds of millions to help refurbish that plant and get it up, and the state, for whatever reason, declined, and that's was a quasi-public venture there, so,
That was the Hartford one?
yeah.
Now, is that the useful life expired, or it had life,
Yeah.
it just needed to continue to be?
Hartford wanted the spot.
Is that what happened?
For other use, or just to keep it? Oh.
Yeah, they didn't want the plant there anymore.
Oh, they just didn't want it anymore, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a not in my backyard type of
This
thing,
has been,
yeah.
an issue as long as, I've been town manager, I've been here, so that's at least 10 years, and, in my opinion, and Lou can correct me, the state's no closer to
Yeah.
a solution today than it was 10 years ago, unfortunately. And that's a shame, that we're in, 2025, and we don't have, an answer on our solid waste. We're shipping, now, we're back to shipping, out to Pennsylvania, I believe.
Okay, well, we won't solve that here, but, and then I guess we're keeping that expenditure flat year over year, was that just Because those things go up in couple year increments, or do we just think we're gonna luck out and,
Yeah, we've been getting, we started different programs to increase recycling, whether it's, organics recycling and. so
oh, okay,
a little-
so you're
saving-
taking it down on volume.
Saving a few percent here and a few percent there, and, we've been lucky. And, quite honestly, the vendor takes good care of Cromwell, so I hate to say this in public, but, I think we're paying,
Yeah, don't say it.
a little less than others, maybe.
Okay, great, thank you, thanks.
Hey Lou, the transfer station, I think is well-run, well-organized, it's clean. I would say it's a joy to go there, but it's just nice because you can put stuff and all, and the guys there really, and gals, whoever's there, are just great. They really do a nice job.
I agree. We actually get a lot of positive compliments, and they do a great job out there. And again, it's the little things. So we'll put a swap shop and, reuse stuff that you're not paying to get rid of. There's companies that reached out that try to provide bicycles for underprivileged kids, so we pull them out of the waste stream and they come pick them up and maybe refurbish them. So it's a lot of little things. Certainly, staff plays a major role in that, and it's just a lot of little things that are helping us keep it, clean, aesthetically pleasing, and help control the bottom line as well. So kudos, and I'll certainly share that with staff. Thank you.
And I was taking a few notes on a couple different things, so I may just have missed it. The reimbursement program. Normally when I see reimbursements, normally it's a positive thing. This is where we're giving money back to people who do their own, have their own private hauler?
No,
or is that-
this is the condominiums, all the apartment complexes, the ones that pay, so we pay the tipping fees for the one-family homes. You people as residents, as house owners, just pays the hauling. We pay the tipping fee at the scale, so you homeowners see a reduced quarterly bill or however often you pay the hauling. But for the larger complexes, the apartments, the condominiums, what have you, since it's different vendors that pick up their trash, we don't pay their scale because it gets mixed in with and it's just, they'll pay it, and we reimburse them per unit. And it's, again, 10 years ago, maybe sometime in late 14 or 15 when I first got here, we had a solid waste company come in and help study the whole collection, and we found a couple things. And I think this is where Tony was going a little while ago with the question. We're one of 2 municipalities in the state that do this, that reimburse the tipping fees. But they found that the average apartment complex that has, 2 people, so to speak, living in them, goes through about 3/4 of a ton per year. It used to be a ton we paid, so we dropped it down at that point, and we reimbursed the complexes 3/4 ton per unit. So if a housing complex or condominium complex has 100 units, we're paying them for 75 tons a year over 12 monthly payments.
Yep. Yeah, thanks, Lou. And I'll echo the comments on the transfer station. Contract services. So the tipping fees is to pay for the trash that's going out of the town. What's the contract services?
There's a lot that comes out of that. The hauling of them, so the tipping fee is one line item, and then we do pay, when the cans at the transfer station get full,
Okay,
they charge us like $180 some odd every time they come. So busy months, they may come, pull 4 or 5 cans a week, and
Yep.
quieter months, maybe just a couple, but that comes out of there.
because all the commercial businesses, all the townspeople,
No
they pay their
commercial,
own.
No commercial.
But everybody pays their own hauling fees, right? This is only for the town
This is for the trucks that pull the cans out of the transfer station.
transfer station.
We actually get revenue for our solid waste. We have a can of scrap metal in there, so we have to pay them for the hauling,
Right.
and then they'll give us whatever it is per pull, and then when the can gets to the metal yard, they weigh it, and they give us X amount of dollars per ton for scrap metal. So we pay them the hauling and then we'll get a little reimbursement.
Does that
back.
get netted back against this expense line item, or is that going
I'm not
into
sure
a
of that.
revenue?
Goes back to general fund,
General
It's a
funds,
transfer
revenue.
station revenue line item.
Gotcha, okay.
but it goes to the general fund.
But there's a lot of other
Yeah.
little used oil recycling, get rid of our tires, propane tanks. There's a lot of, all the other little things,
So it has a lot to do with the transfer,
it's all transfer station
transfer
operations.
station, okay.
Yep.
I'm good, thanks.
Thanks. Question on the wages, are those, is that contractual, is that increase contractual, or how is that determined?
Yes,
Negotiations
yeah.
by contract.
Cause that's about 17% average per
They were on-
person.
If you notice, they were not on top step, so they're gonna be getting their step increase and their,
Wage adjustment.
wage adjustment increase. So that's why this one, so both of them were not on top step,
What's top step?
step 5.
Just step 5?
That's for the public works contract, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
once they both eventually get to top step, then you'll just see your 2.5%, 3%, whatever negotiated cost of living adjustment is for that.
And it's usually 5% wage adjustment.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, the wage
The step
adjustment.
adjustments are about 5%.
Right, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I was just curious about the replacement for the backhoe. What's going on there? Is it something?
So we pushed that off a year, right, yeah, the machine there is older, it's in halfway decent shape, I think a bigger concern with it is it's a Volvo, and they discontinued that line of equipment, so, there's few of them around, they're stocking less parts, sometimes if we need a part, they ship it from Europe, now we gotta talk about tariffs and everything else. So, we're getting close, we gave it some consideration, this year, but, as we all know, there's so many needs out there, it was just kind of given a little bit less of a priority at this time.
We'll probably see it come back around.
Yeah,
All right.
if not next year, you'll see it relatively soon, next
Lou?
year or two, probably, yeah.
To fix the transmission, the machine was out of service, I think, 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
To get the parts. And it's a Volvo, and they should have stuck with what we normally purchase. I don't know why they purchased this.
Okay, yeah, that was just gonna be my question, so it's more of a, hey, proactive, it's getting towards the end of its useful life, it's starting to kinda cost
Yeah,
us more, it's
It is.
downtime,
It is.
it's too long.
It's got hours on it, it was bought before I came here in 14, I think it's a 12 or 13. It's got some hours on it, but again, I think the bigger part now is the inconvenience of parts, since they discontinued the line a couple years ago, they are, a lot of people are getting rid of them, I don't know where they're going, but, so where we buy our parts, they're just stocking less things, the stuff that used to be on the shelf or can get delivered within a day is
Yeah.
weeks, sometimes months. So again, when we had problems with the transmission, it was out of service for 2.5, 3 months, and fortunately, the highway department had one they could use a couple days a week, but it was an inconvenience. The days that the transfer station was open, it kind of puts a strain on the other operations, so.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, it's not an ideal, if the thing is down, there's a
not ideal, no.
partial workaround, but not a long-term, yeah.
And it's
Okay.
important because he compacts the cans with it.
Yeah, otherwise
So
you're,
the more we can get in there, the
Yeah.
less trips.
The
Yep.
less $180 hauling fees you pay, so
Yeah.
if you can stuff it down and get 5 or 6 ton in there versus paying for 2.5, you're saving on the hauling for sure.
okay, thank you.
Okay, move on to, Highway Division.
So, probably the biggest part of Public Works, I think a big part of the salary, a big part of the increase is contractual obligations, the raise and some step adjustments. We have, had quite a bit of retirements in the last few years, so to the point with the question that was asked about the raises in the solid waste, you got a lot of staff that are on, you know, step 1, 2, 3, so until they hit step 5, you're gonna see a little bit of a jump for a few years until it levels off. Hopefully, they all stick around and number one, because we're certainly investing a lot of time in training, and then hopefully it gets to that point where it levels off and you just see the, cost of living adjustments again. So you see that salary where it was 714 is now 778. It's a big piece of the jump. Tree work is another area where I've been increasing this a little bit steadily over the years, and here it is, we're at April 1st, and you know, we probably expended that line item. There's a lot of tree work out there. We do have staff capable, and in the winter, we get out there and handle what we can handle. We have a bucket truck, but there's certainly a lot of older, bigger trees that are beyond our means, and second to that, if there's anything near power lines, our staff stays away. I'd rather call in the trained experts that got more skill and quite honestly, better equipment that do this every day, because I think as we all know, one accident is too many. And so we're proactive with the smaller stuff, but salary, I think, and the tree line item is something that you may see a steady increase on the next few years.
Two things real quick. The supplies and materials, again, is that just a timing thing? I mean, just looking at 6 months in, 55K, but you're still expecting to get to $250,000?
Yeah, so this again is 5 months and not 6. And what happened in late December, January, we had all the winter storms, so I bought probably $140,000 worth of salt to get through the winter. Now, the good news is it's still 2/3 full, so whatever you see there from December 31st isn't what we have there today. And the rest of it, now we're getting into, you know, road repair and asphalt, so we'll go through the majority, if not all, of what's in that line item.
And then just to save the question too, you know, under highway, there were 2 CNR requests that are coming through at 0, the drum roller and the dump truck. You just wanna walk through real quick what the decisions were there?
Drum truck's a 1.
None of the crew cab, stake, body, dump
no,
truck,
no.
75K? That was, looks like that was taken off of your recommendation, Tony.
Yeah.
Yep. And then 26,000 for a drum roller?
Actually, I think the drum roller was kiboshed by the council.
Yes, it was. That was, that was taken care of by the council, yeah.
Yeah, I added.
Is that, they just think it's still good for another year? What was the story there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a want / small need. I wouldn't give it a priority 1, so we can survive without both of those pieces if we have to.
The Mason dump, I'd like to see it eventually. I just, again, we had so many requests. I think we were at, what, $1.2 million, so made some cuts.
Okay. We'll get to the road improvement fund after. All right, we'll go to Jamie. You good? Dan? Steve?
Hey Lou, the number of roads, or the miles of roads in town, not the number of roads, the miles of roads in town. And I know like the development off a field road, I haven't measured it, it's probably not even a mile for all I know, maybe it is or isn't at all. But that number is so flat, I mean, is there, like, we haven't added any miles at all in the town, like in a number of years, or?
Minimal. I think since I've been here, Bucks Hill got accepted, which is a couple streets that are probably 0.6 of a mile, and then, was that Shady
Shady Lane.
Shady Lane,
And,
about a third of a mile maybe.
one over on,
The new one, Cortland.
excuse me?
Cortland.
Cortland, yeah.
So, yeah, it's,
You gotta understand, some are private carrier, those are private roads.
The Arbor Meadow, right, that's probably private?
yeah, it's private.
Yeah, cause that's probably a good, like, 2 miles when you zigzag. Yeah,
So, yeah, there's been some, public developments, but there's a lot of, private developments.
So like the Arbor Meadow, I guess, like, so they're gonna have to, they'll pave their own road then?
Uh-huh.
That,
And
that
plow
will,
it,
that will
maintain it.
add to our tipping fees eventually, and I think for some of the, it's funny, cause these new subdivisions, and that's one of them, you get a call and they'll say, hey, you know, we got 20 people living there out of a potential 75. So we kind of phase them in, and maybe this time next year we hear from them again, so eventually that'll impact the solid waste too.
Thing is probably for another day, you know, I can see small roads, but that place is so big and all, I imagine like they're gonna do their own plowing, own road repair. We run obviously sewer and water in there, right? I mean, they're not doing their own sewer and water, right? Interesting, okay, thank you.
Well,
They'll have,
I don't know how the fire district handles it, but that's all private property. It's not public.
Well, that's where I was gonna go, so just from your, and again, now's not the time, but like, making sure that they've got the right procedures in place to plow, because God forbid, fire district's gotta get in there for an emergency, like, you gotta know that they're getting their stuff taken care of.
That's all taken care of at planning and zoning level,
Yeah,
but,
so they're the ones that double check and make sure they have the contracts in place and the plowing is taken care of and everything else.
no, we don't care about the plowing.
I'm just looking at it again from an emergency standpoint, that's all.
Well, if we had to, we might send our trucks in if it did get down to that though, but usually, these places have homeowners associations. But the bottom line is, at the time they're proposed and go before planning and zoning, they're selling it to planning and zoning as, private development. And, you know,
Yeah. No, again, I'm just thinking about it from a resident, like emergency, that's the only reason I was thinking of it. And from just fixing like a pothole and that kind of thing, that comes out of this, that's a separate deal?
for who?
Just
not
if there's a
for our-
pothole in town on
Yeah.
one of the streets, that would come out of this.
For all of our 59 miles of road, yeah, any potholes, any driveway aprons, street sweeping comes out of here, catch basin cleaning, you name it, related to the roads, any improvements that comes out of this budget.
Well, selfishly, I'd thank you for doing the drain on Hicksville. That was something where it's like every 2 years, that road just got torn to hell, and it was nice.
Yeah, typically when we're gonna pave, if we know of any, water over the road or icing issues, we try to remediate that before, that we will get the longevity, out of the road that we're supposed to. We like to make sure we're getting a good return on our investment.
Plus Lou was waiting for the developer to finish
Yeah.
making them.
We were actually eyeing Hicksville for a year and a half or two
right.
prior to, but
Cause they were doing one
we
home
knew they
every
were
5
developing
months.
those homes one at a time and gonna
Yep.
cut and make connections. Again, before I schedule a road to be paved, if I know of development, I'll hold up. We'll coordinate with the water department, Yankee Gas, if, we'll ask them, you have any plans of doing any expansions in these areas or, you know, updating, cause if so, you know, we'll wait. Case in point, all the dead ends across the street from here, we wanted to do those 3-4 years ago, and we knew the water department was gonna be taking out the old lead pipes and replacing them, so we waited on them, because the last thing you wanna do is pave them, and 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, you're coming in and ripping them up, and, you know, you're not getting the longevity. They do hold up better until you start cutting into them, because sooner or later, the water will penetrate it quicker, and you'll have heaving and thawing and ice, and that's what kinda blows them apart.
I was just wondering about like snow management and like road salt and pre-treatment and all that. Is that like, is the best management and practices, is that something you learn from the state? Or is that, where does the directive come on all that?
So just 38 years in the field, you know, so, you know, we do, change and add things from time to time, like when I came here 11 years ago, I was pleased to know that they were running straight salt, because a lot of towns, seems that much more expensive to run straight salt than a salt and sand mix. You know, I came from a municipality that ran a 3-part sand to 1-part salt mixture, so yes, what you're loading into the trucks is cheaper, but you're throwing so much more of it out there. You know, if you do it right, we started pre-treating with liquid brine after I got here, so you get a good barrier down before the frozen precipitation. You're gonna throw a lot less material out during the storm.
And the cleanup.
So it's networking, it's, you know, attending a seminar here and there, it's just, you know, I don't wanna say trial and error, because, you know, but it's just keeping current on what's going on and best practices, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Real quick on the overtime, just to kind of piggyback off of John's comment earlier, it's 23K to date, 110 for the year, is
Yeah.
that?
So again, that was a few months back before the winter, and I think we're probably in the 75, 80,000 now, after a few storms, and we do a little road work out of that same line item in the spring, so, we'll be much closer to the 110 or whatever it's there.
Well, Tony, I think you said in your public hearing last week that every storm this year was like on a weekend or or whatever, so
Yes,
I
and
don't
there's
know.
never a good time for, usually, you know, you get them during the week when the guys are here for 8 hours, you know, straight time, and this year, it seemed everything came in on a Saturday night through a double time Sunday, and then we have a few,
Quite a few holidays.
Martin Luther King and President's Day, they were Monday so Sundays, holidays, double time, and so, good timing for the guys, maybe not so much for the budget, but, yeah.
Anything more on, this line? All right, number 31, Vehicle Maintenance Division.
Again, this is, how the town's fleets are maintained. I think one of the, couple of drivers that are a little increase here is the contractual obligations. Again, we were fortunate, a year and a half and 2 years ago to get 2 really good qualified technicians, but they're progressing their way through the, salary range. And I did, include and part-time wages. Years ago, we had a partnership with Vinyl Tech, and we had, some interns that were in the second half of their senior year. It kind of worked well. We got away from it for a while. We did kind of reconnect with Vinyl the last couple of years. We had some major truck repairs that they were actually, saved us tens of thousands of dollars by taking it in their shop. So the downside to that is you give them it, they hold it up for a good portion of their semester, which is either the fall semester from September to December, or January to, if you're lucky, you get it back this time of year, April, May. So if you got a repair that you don't need right away, they save you a lot of money. So we kind of rekindled the relationship, and the instructor asked us if, you know, we had any interest in an intern, and, you know, if we can rekindle that relationship, I'd like to. We actually, and again, we got 2 really good technicians now, but the ones we had in years past were actually more, I hate to say it, tech savvy than some of the old school mechanics we had, so there was a big benefit to it, and, you know, I think it's, kind of community oriented. We'll to partner up with the schools and, see if we can help develop and, you know, maybe land some prospective new employees beyond that, but, so the salaries and that, internship were really the 2, biggest, increases. Other than that, you know, we've been less reliant on contracted service, which if, again, at the 6th month, you'll see that was down. We did send quite a few trucks out since then, some, you know, $11,000, $12,000 repairs, so we'll be close to that 40 grand. And, you know, as the contracted service number goes down, then the, equipment maintenance line will go up, because parts are going up every year. So we've been able to keep the aggregate of those two numbers pretty consistent over the years, which again is hard to do. I think most municipalities probably seen an increase in both. We're lucky because the technicians are more capable, so the contracted services is leveling off, even though the pricing is going up. And again, eventually we'll be buying more parts if we're doing more work. So.
Okay. Good. Jamie?
I think I might go back.
Yeah, Matt?
Sorry, not specific to this division, but just, can you just explain the salary stuff again? I think what you're saying is as they move up steps, that involves a merit increase as well as the traditional, negotiated COLA. So that's where you're getting kind of a bigger.
That's correct.
Okay.
So they'll each get a 5% approximately 5% step adjustment, and then the COLA, I think this year's 3. So, you know, you look at, salaries from last year where it was 143.5.
Yeah.
And this year it's 166. That's a combination of a couple big step adjustments and, bigger step adjustments and,
Yeah, cause that's
3%.
well over 10, yeah, I mean, that's
And
over
they
10%.
also negotiated some, fiscal adjustments in, some of the, grades.
Okay, and then what you said is at step 5, that's kind of where they kind of hit their, this is
Step
where
five
you're,
is-
Contractual after that.
okay, the contractual after that. But I'm just saying, how do the levels come into play?
Five is the top.
Well, there's steps and then the levels, that's why I was wondering.
Oh, so the levels will stay the same, the chief mechanic's an 8 and the
Oh, that has to do
assistant
with,
mechanic is a 7, so
the
the
title,
8 and the
okay.
7 won't change, but,
Gotcha.
one-
Unless someone gets a
yeah,
promotion, but,
8-1,
yeah.
8-2, 8 to, up to 8-5,
Okay.
7-1, up to 7-5 as well.
Which is according to their job description.
Okay.
The level will stay the same for the two positions, the step will go up until they both hit 5.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe I was looking at the highway division, just as an example, because I was looking to find someone that stayed at the same step. Again, just picking someone at
Well,
random.
nobody will stay at the same step because they get a wage adjustment.
Until they hit 5. At 5, they'll stay
No,
at the
no,
same,
they'll stay
they'll stay at the same
yeah,
step,
Step,
but
But
there's,
they'll get a wage adjustment.
yeah, so, like,
Probably not their department to do with.
Yeah, Pete Sturgis is, senior.
They had a lot of changeover last year.
No,
Sturgis,
yeah.
I was just picking like,
if you go to Pete Sturgis, he was an H5, step 5, he's an H5, step 5.
yeah. Yeah, so that person got like a 15% increase, oh, maybe like 12% increase.
They also got, a wage, so they negotiated, I don't know how to say it.
yeah, a year ago, when we settled this, the CBA, we negotiated a new contract. There was retro back to the year before, there was,
A one-time.
a one-time salary adjustment, and then, you know, so some of them did get some, it was a one-time deal, I guess we found we were a little underscaled compared, we were losing, we had a problem retaining staff based on what the state and other towns were paying, so there was a one-time, salary adjustment through,
And that, and you're saying that's kind of reflected in here as well, okay.
And that one time takes place in the next fiscal year?
No, it took place
it
last
took
year.
place last year, so.
Well, cause on the proposed here, just using that example you talked about, that's where we're seeing the bump from 66 to 74, am I seeing that right? So you're saying that the one-time bump, it was 266, up to the number, and the year before that must have been way down then?
Yeah.
So the 66 to the 74, that's strictly just,
A
Cost
step-
of living?
A step and a cost of living.
well, no, that's same step, that's step 5.
No, we negotiated the contract last year.
Say that on Pete Sturgis.
So,
Yeah, if you go,
when you look at last year's budget, negotiations weren't settled, so you're probably looking, the jump probably looks at like,
Right.
because it's two cost of living adjustments, one was retro, it's that one-time bump we gave them,
gosh,
and then,
And that increase, so I don't change the prior fiscal year because I need to match the budget that was approved by you guys. So the, if they got a one-time hit, I would have hit the wage adjustment line, I wouldn't have hit their salary line in the employee benefit. So when their contract settled, I had to transfer money to cover.
so all these employees were increased last year, but we don't go back and increase
I'll
them.
go back and adjust them.
But you had a provision for them within the, what'd you call it, the wage adjustment
Yeah,
line
the
or something?
employee benefit
Oh,
line.
employee benefits. Just like the couple people you're saying, like Harriman, who's in flux now. You're saying you have a plug for him, but
So-
next year
so-
it'll look like he had a huge jump up, but that's just because
when
what we
we-
budgeted for was,
so when we set this current fiscal year, again, they were in limbo, and then it all came to fruition before the end of the last fiscal year. So you're seeing really,
Yeah.
multiple raises and that one-time bump in there.
So, let me ask then, and I don't wanna jump around, but if I'm looking at the employee benefits piece of it, right, there's the wage adjustment line, right? It's still showing as blank as used in the current fiscal year. Right, it's saying actual expenditure of December 1, 2024 is 0, estimated 75K, so does that all get trued up at the end, Sharon?
Yes, I do a journal entry.
Okay. But, so the 75 that was originally budgeted, you anticipate that's still gonna remain around 75? All right, so I guess just for everyone's benefit here, with some of these individual salary adjustments that we're seeing, that's really that 75 that's in here, just kinda spread around some of the staff. Any idea how many staff members that is?
amount is hard to budget because
Sure.
I never know, like highway just never wanted to settle.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah,
But any idea, like,
That was for 2 years, they went
they were open for
2 years.
well, the 75 from last year or the 80 from this year, one way or the other, any idea how many employees that is supposed to try to encompass?
Well, it depends on the bargaining unit.
Right. I'm just trying, is it
So
10?
hypothetically, if we did public works and police.
Yeah.
You're, okay, 60 people.
So 75 grand for 60 people, I mean, that just doesn't seem like that much per.
It depends on what the wage adjustment is.
I took the bargaining unit salary and I multiplied it times, I'm not gonna say the percentage.
Yeah.
I multiplied it what I thought the contract could potentially settle at.
Okay. Well, I think from our standpoint, that just answers a larger question of just seeing some of the individual jumps that were in there. How was it happening that these certain individuals were getting 17, 18% or whatever, and it turns out it's just because the base number that we're using.
Again, because 12 months ago, or
Yep.
14 months ago, when we submitted the 24-25 budget, we didn't know what that number
Yep.
was. And it had to go retro to the July before, there was a little bump, and then last July's raise.
Yes and no. That's partly correct, looking at the book, but again, because they did receive it,
Mhm.
this does not reflect it,
Right.
because we don't go back and add it all in.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to just express to everybody here, is that with some of these individuals, it looks like it's just a big jump. It's actually not, because the base never adjusted.
Well, and I'm also gonna add to that, and this is gonna probably confuse you more, so
Sweet.
we do the salaries by day. So some years there's 260 days, some year there's 261. So say a person went from step 3 to 4 after a month, they're getting that bigger salary for,
The extra day.
11 months versus, you see what I'm saying, cause we do it by day. So that's why it seems like it depends on their anniversary date. So if their anniversary date is towards the end of the year, they're not gonna have such a big jump. But if their anniversary date is more towards the beginning of the fiscal year, it's gonna look like a bigger jump.
Got it. And listen, after what we kind of went through last Thursday, as far as confusing bits, trying to get the number, don't sweat it. Like you're not going to win that battle. So don't worry about that, Sharon. Okay, but at least that kind of fills in some gaps. I think that some of us had questions on just seeing the jumps, because just the base never changed from what it
So
truly
if you
is.
wanna get a handle on it, go back to the police, not now,
Yeah.
and take a look at their salaries, and they're more in line, because, their amounts are what they got last year.
Sure.
And what's being proposed for this year.
Okay, but at least we know now that category under the employee benefits is more of the, I don't want to say wiggle room, but more of the adjustment that may be needed for the current year with contracts and things like that. Got it.
Correct.
Steve?
Good, I think.
Dan?
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to memorialize this. Is it just, when you put these together, if it, like for 30 highway division, if it would just, somewhere in fiscal year 25, they were under contract negotiations? I don't know. It's just, that way we know for next time.
Write that on the salary table, but like you picked up on the town engineer's budget, that they did not get an increase, so.
Yeah,
But that was easier because they were at top.
right, but, and then, oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying next year it'll look weird. But, oh, he's at the top step.
Yeah, I just think to Matt's point, I mean, I don't know, it just, for clarity's sake, just instead of trying to make it not a guessing game, but just trying to figure out, I guess we just have to know if we're really seeing something that's either flat or something that's a big jump, that there is something contract-wise going on. Is that just a safe way to kind of think of it?
All their salaries are contractual. so
Yeah. No, but Matt, it's the
Yeah.
notes,
I don't know if we know.
you know, the point's taken.
Well, you said, cause you're saying the police, they weren't in salary negotiations, this year, or,
They resol,
They're
they,
getting a one-time adjustment for,
Yeah, but if you
they're
look at,
getting a COLA and a one-time adjustment for
but
2
if,
years.
but if you look at a sergeant,
Wow.
for instance, and the amount, and then you follow me,
public safety.
at any rate,
Yeah.
it's all by CBA.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a way to present it where we see a summary of what's contractual, you know, what's part is increased, what part is a stipend or something else, so that way it's just easier to see in total instead of trying to go through like line by line, person by person, trying to understand. Cause overall, from the whole town perspective, it's hard to really gauge from the whole town how much our salaries and benefits are going up versus like in total, what's stipends, what's actually new employees being hired, like, I feel like there's maybe another way to slice and dice it to just see those components that
Yeah,
might
it's
explain the
just,
story.
it's just trying to figure out which pieces are up in the air,
Yeah, yeah,
and if there's a way to try to identify those somehow.
right.
But that's a discussion for another day, I don't wanna keep belaboring the point. All right, any other questions on the vehicle maintenance division? Moving on to building maintenance. Did I ruin your shirt?
no, it's Bergen.
Lou, anything to highlight for, building maintenance?
no, I think we asked for a little bit of a bump in, contracted services and, one of the reasons was, we have a lot of, contracts there, our mechanicals, Otis Elevator, there's a bunch of them, or Hartford Elevator, we're anticipating increases, and, also one of the things I think that the staff was trying to accomplish is being a little bit more proactive. From speaking with him when we sat down this year, he's unfortunately, I don't wanna say always reactionary, but the budgets have been so tight that it doesn't give him the ability to be proactive and go out and, you know, maybe change to some LED more efficient light balances and so to speak. And we've done a great job throughout the town. This is the only building that we haven't, so some of that's reflected in here in the small capital, and he's kinda looking to do the same, but, we had an OSHA inspection 2 years ago, and we found that we had too many strips and extension cords in the building, so he'd like to get more sockets installed, so, you know, we don't run into that again. If nowadays, I think all the staff in the building were so much more reliant on electronics that this building was rehabilitated in '85. Obviously, there wasn't as many electronics and devices back then, so, I think, that you see a little bit of an increase, just trying to be a little bit more proactive.
Well, just for clarity's sake, anything OSHA related, you're saying has been resolved?
It's all resolved.
Yeah, okay.
It's all resolved, yeah. We went through that.
That's not a
process.
department we wanna mess
Yeah,
with.
yeah, that was 2 years ago. That was, April of '23, and by the, fall of '23, we were compliant and everything was, up to snuff. But again, we made people unplug a lot of devices that they didn't wanna unplug. So, if we can get to the point where, and some of it is beyond our capabilities, you know, if we wanted to start running more circuits and putting more outlets in, we just rely on some outside services.
Well, I got two questions. One, I mean, you mentioned before about the budget being tight and not being able to kind of go after as much LED, you know, type stuff, which at the end of the day, from an operations standpoint, could save, right? I mean, have you thought about just identifying some major spots to do and put in like a one-time ask for LED stuff? Because I mean, like I said, I'm all for investing in something if it means we're gonna see the benefit of it, so.
You'll see in small capital on this, we did ask.
Well, I mean, looking at this, what, 10 grand?
10,000 for LED.
Is that all LED?
Yeah, that's that's for the whole upstairs, just upstairs, it's not the whole building, so. We were hoping to get grants, we partnered up with a company that's, unfortunately, there's nothing, no real fruit there yet. We reached out to Eversource to see what type of grant opportunities or funding, where a few years ago, they were a little bit more available, they're not so much now, so.
I don't know, is it crazy, like, we can do a floor for 10 grand here, but the Board of Ed, this like one bulb is like 90 grand.
I was
So-
very ready to talk.
So, I was surprised too, because last time we went out and got prices, I remember it being just, I remember certain things, and I don't remember what I had for lunch today, but, I remember swapping out some of these fixtures, it was $250 to $300 per, and I was like, geez, that's a lot of money. And when he did this one, we went to Lighthouse Electrical that's here in town, and they said although a lot of those energy bank policies driven up, they were able to take advantage of some stock that was in a warehouse where they're like $110 or $15 per fixture now, so, which is why we wanna do what we can do now, because that price, we haven't seen that price per fixture in years. Figure we get a piece of it done this year and, piece it off little by little.
And then, real quick, this is for the town manager. You mentioned the possibility of another CNR item that may need to go into this. Would that be under this division?
Yes.
Okay, do we wanna,
Public Works. You can't do it.
I thought it was going for the next, it's going for this fiscal year?
I have to put it on the agenda.
Got it, okay, never mind. Be a surprise for everybody at a later date. Okay, going on, Chris?
Just in the write-up here, you mentioned, oh, never mind, I see it here. Never mind.
I'm not necessarily sure who this is a question for. It's kind of for all of us. A few meetings ago, we approved and appropriated money to replace tracks and pivots in this building. I don't know if he talks about is that something, is that what we appropriated for? Is this like something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to replace the tracks and hardware.
Yep. I just wasn't sure if that, because that seemed to happen really fast. Good job, I guess.
Yeah, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but you'll probably be seeing something later this month for another, just discovered deficiency that we have, so I just sent it to Tony late this afternoon for, some structural reinforcements we need in the basement, so. Again, the building was rehabbed in '85, and it's, probably, I don't know how many years old, 100 years old, right? How old's the building itself?
1905.
So,
So, and on top of what you see here, the sliding doors, you gotta remember, the foreman submitted to the director, January-ish, when they sit down, then they submitted to me in February, and then we made the decision to go forward. And, that's why he had it on a goals list rather than a to-do list.
I'm all set, thanks.
Yeah, in your write-up budgetary summary, you mentioned, I'm only requesting one additional employee. So-
that got cut.
Oh, okay.
So that's not reflected in what's before you tonight.
That got cut as part of the town council, town manager review, or that you decided to change your
Town
mind?
manager.
Okay, okay, all right. I guess I gotta keep in mind, these write-ups are as of your initial, as all the department's initial submittal versus what we see on the paper. Okay. And then, yeah, we don't have to get into the big discussion, but I assume we will hit the CNR tonight for Board of Ed, or maybe not. Are we not hitting the
Did
CNR
the
for?
Board of Ed.
No, we didn't finish. We tabled two items and.
Yeah, there's two items for us to get information on, if that come through.
Typically, we go back after we go through all my
No.
operations.
Oh, this is for the CNR for the Board of Ed, sorry, that's all.
Yeah, that's a different,
We
but
did the Board of Ed.
there were two items that got tabled that we were asking for additional information for.
I received nothing.
We don't have any.
I don't have anything from.
Okay,
It's
That's a separate issue.
It was a question, but since Lou was here, since he mentioned replacing more LED with energy efficient, since he mentioned plugging in 10 grand for that cost, I just wanted to, there were some questions we were trying to grapple with from this Gordian study. You may have seen it. It identified opportunities or make improvements for the school buildings, and there was several large ticket item LED replacement expenses, and there were some questions just about, whether, can you just replace the bulbs in kind? Should you replace the entire fixture? Do we also need to replace switches? And some of those answers, some of those questions, rather, there weren't answers to. So it didn't give us the warm and fuzzy about necessarily the need or the priority, or that a lot of due diligence had been done. So, long-winded way of saying, what would your plan be in terms of replacing LEDs in here? Is it entirety of the fixtures? Is it also the switches? Do you know what's involved with that, just so we have some background?
So, again, we figured we'd go after a portion of it this year, and he's doing the balances upstairs, and, from our suite this way. Maybe next year we go downstairs. I'm not aware of
Now,
any
he wants to know, are you gonna replace the fixtures?
Have you looked at replacement of LED bulbs in kind to the extent there's compatibility versus actually replacing the entirety of the fixture?
Is it just a
seemed
bulb,
like-
or is there some
No,
hardwire
it's
work
the
too?
fixture. It's the fixture. He wanted the fixtures to make
The
it
whole-
more
the whole
efficient,
bit.
yeah.
And was that, again, just perceived to be a better direction versus just a straight bulb replacement?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, and then as far as the switches to go with that, was there any necessary need to?
The price that the building maintenance superintendent submitted to me was to get it done. He didn't mention switches, so I don't wanna give you bad information, but I just assumed it was the bells.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll look at that separate. Okay. All right, I'm good then, thanks.
John, one question to piggyback off Matt here. You said that one employee got cut for the additional employee?
He's not
Yeah.
in the salary table, if that's what you're asking.
The 541 up at the top doesn't agree to the 488. I assume that was the one extra person. Am I-
Yes, it was 53,000.
So are we approving?
No, we're approving the townhouse work of that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, the original request is what the individual town, leads originally requested.
No, you got it.
So Lou, sorry to go back on it, and obviously, you're not living and breathing the LED stuff. There's reasons why we keep asking some of these questions, so sorry if you're getting the brunt of it. I'm just gonna apologize right in advance. Is it, when we do this, we do third parties do the work, or does your team do the work, or?
This would be an electrician, electrical service coming in, yeah.
And then and I understand town manager's point of view about, the contract services, and I'm just going off the write-up and and I'm kind of seeing where we are so far, and, I don't know, obviously, town manager may feel that, that kind of an anomaly, we're really not gonna go too far above. And I don't wanna put Lou, you in a bad spot either now, but I'm just surprised, it seems like we're trending, like we should be higher than the 150 for contract services. It should be like around 180 or something like that, at least that's kind of what the trend would look like, and then it got kind of spoken to here as well. And then a mention of the, like the duct work and the like, so I just wanna talk about it for a second and kind of see, I still wanna stick with that 150. For me, I feel like I'd wanna raise it up a little bit, but maybe you guys know more because you're obviously a lot closer to it, than I am.
So, based on my building maintenance superintendent recommendation, I asked for more and it got cut. And I understand, listen, when you look at what we spent in 23, 24, it was 124. We did spend 151 the year before that, so, again, I understand what John, the building maintenance superintendent, was trying to accomplish, and I also respect the process that Tony's got a lot of departments submitting, and you gotta hold the line, and I think we all try to do our part to make that tax increase as soft as possible, so, I understand the department was, the building maintenance division was trying to be a little bit more proactive, and, maybe there's some opportunity at the end of the year to check off one small project here or there if we could find a couple dollars, and if not, we'll look at it again a year or two from now.
Plus, this is a $5 million budget. I can move money.
Yeah. So, to that point, when we get to middle May, if we look, there's a couple dollars there, we try to fix something that maybe we, didn't anticipate 12 or 15 months ago, and then we don't have to burden, asking for it somewhere else.
At least from my chair, I just appreciate at least making the effort to put it together, being thoughtful about it, and I appreciate your commentary and the like, and hopefully if you're giving that feedback and all, I think, at least I appreciate it that someone's thinking about that, trying to do
Listen,
something,
I-
but if it doesn't work, then I get it,
Yeah, listen, I respect the process. I've been doing capital budgets and submitting budgets since 2001, in another municipality to here, and I understand that we can't always get what we'd like to get, and again, as you go further up the line, Tony has more to look at than I do, and you have more to look at than I do, so if you can, give me something I need here and there, that's great, and I don't take it personal if I don't, so I just know how the process works.
So just on that, Lou, the contract services, the way it's written up here, I'm not quite understanding. Departments are having requests to have work done that has to do with the building, but that's all working back through the building maintenance organization. You're not just, it says we have to pay for it, we have to budget and we have to pay for it, but you actually manage it as well, right? Any
Right.
contractor comes on site, you guys are managing that,
Correct.
not some other department.
Yeah, correct.
Somewhere.
Any job that we seek assistance of a third party to do, we bid it, we make sure we're getting the
Got
best price, has to meet our procurement. Certainly there's oversight when they come in. It's not like it's willy-nilly with no oversight, so. And then any big project, we're, whether it's in building maintenance or any other division, there's all kinds of oversight when the contractors are.
Right, okay, so, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm good, thanks.
Thanks for including the Lighthouse Enterprise write-up and pointing that out to me, sure, thanks.
Okay, moving on then, we'll get to, Parks and Grounds.
So again, this is the division that by percentage probably definitely had the largest increase. If you go back and look at my request, I asked for more staff, both in seasonal and full-time. Both were cut out, and then the town council did increase the part-time and add one seasonal in. This, John, you mentioned you're involved in Little League. Obviously, we try to do the best we can in every division. This seems to be the one division the last few years that's been just got more sets of eyes on it. We've done 6, 7 baseball diamonds over the last few years. I think we're just kind of looking to continue along and enhance the athletic fields and facilities throughout. We know we have challenges at WIS, but the demand of fields and the demand for improvement has just increased over the years. I think years ago, we all remember when baseball was a spring sport. Now you play baseball in the spring, in the summer, and in the fall. Soccer was primarily a fall sport. You got spring, summer, and fall. So, hearing the public and hearing what's important to them and knowing that the demand is there, I was looking to put ourselves in a favorable position to be able to respond to. I can't tell you, staff will look at my rec and will think we have it all accounted for, and then we'll get an email on a Thursday afternoon or a Friday morning, hey, we added a few more games on this field, and where we weren't planning on painting it, now we're kind of moving our assets around. So the increases here were twofold. I was looking for more staff, which right now, what you're voting on tonight does include one more seasonal. We can survive with that. And in contracted services, I also put in, part of that increase is we've taken on more responsibility with the irrigation from the Board of Ed, but there's also $18,000 in there for a robotic field painter. So I think that'll help us accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish.
Will that encompass multiple sports? You just kinda put in the spec?
Any
Yeah.
field we have, you load it the first time.
Yep.
And you're good to go. So you can say Pearson Park football field. Right now, on game days, or on a Friday before, football game, we were sending 4 to 5 staff there for 5 hours. Once that's loaded in there, 21 minutes, one guy.
Well, again, I can only go from my own experience. When we've got games over at Barrow or McCrossin or whatever, and we're just looking to get lines painted down, first base line, third base line,
This
so,
is-
but
this is
that's not gonna go towards something like that.
It will, because, even with baseball field where, baseball season where, maybe football field's a little more complex to do. But we can put in McCrossin, any field you want, and it's gonna know where the lines are, where the, batting box
Yeah,
is.
well, I guess my question is, who's gonna have access to the machine, and who's, is that gotta get done every night? Because obviously, starting in the middle of April until
I don't think it'll be
June,
every night, but if they're painting them once a week now, we should be able to hit them multiple times. So, the weekends, they get an awful lot of play. So we don't have
Well,
staff.
We're not talking about the first and third.
you're not talking the
You're
dirt.
talking grass.
Yeah, you're just talking grass, you're not talking dirt. Or you're talking both?
I'm talking painting the foul lines and the batter's boxes.
From home plate to
Yeah.
first, I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
doing the batter's box.
Lacrosse, soccer, football, whatever sport it is.
So if I show up before my son's game an hour to prep the field, is there someone that I'm gonna be able to utilize that, or it's just gonna get done in the middle of the
No,
afternoon?
So if it's getting, and I don't know how often, those fields lines are probably getting done a couple times a week now.
Yeah.
Hopefully early in the week and later in the week. So we can do them more often. Is it every day? I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have staff here on the weekend that's gonna be able to do it, or at 5:30 in the evening.
Yeah.
If that's what you're asking.
Right.
But, there are times, especially in the fall, when, it's not really baseball season, but we're dropping what we're doing, or we're trying to accommodate everyone's requests, and, we're finishing up the football field and scrambling down to the boys, high school varsity field to refreshing the lines and.
Yeah, no, listen.
So again, taking what was 25 man-hours on the football field.
Right.
Making it one guy for a half hour, let's say a half hour.
Right.
Now he can go over to the varsity baseball field if there's a request in, and it takes 17 minutes to do that field.
Well, one, I'm always for, if it's an investment in something that's gonna end up saving man hours and time later on, all for it. Secondly, just don't be shocked if you get 19 requests from all different departments going, what time and days are my fields gonna get?
So
You
to
know.
answer your question, we're saving, I guess we'll see how many man hours we save at the end of the year, but it should be significant. So in a perfect world, you're grooming the field before you paint it, so that you don't rake the lines away, right? So I'm hoping, between the one extra seasonal that's still on the board here, and saving a few hours here and there with painting, that we're grooming those fields more often, and then painting on top of it. So I think, what you see here is an attempt to just kind of improve the product out there across the board. Certainly, that seasonal body, I guess 120 days a year, because it's not the full 7 months now, but, will give us an extra set of hands and free up some man hours with the painting machine. It also saves on paint, because they did a demo in Berlin a couple weeks ago, and we did one here a week and a half or so ago. And I'm told what we would historically spend 5.5 to 6 gallons of paint on, with this robot, it's 2.5 gallons. So it's gonna make us, it'll offset a little bit of the painting budget as well.
No, all for efficiency, absolutely.
So,
I don't mean to silo this, but let me ask one quick question, and I'll open it up to everybody. Just taking a look, and again, this is where my brain is hardwired, I'm taking a look at the fiscal year 2025 accomplishments, stuff about, surveillance cameras and improvement in communication and all that kind of stuff. Just out of curiosity, does Kerma care about any of that kind of stuff? Like, do they look at that
About
kind of stuff
the-
from an insurance standpoint?
Cameras?
Yeah, like, you get more cameras, you get more communication, you get, you know what I mean? Like, you think about stuff like that, and again, that's where my brain is hardwired, but if Kerma's aware that there's just more, stuff out there like that, I'm just thinking,
If we have an accident, we use the cameras.
That's right.
to submit, stuff, but they don't-
accidents or vandalism, we're able to.
Yeah.
yeah. And that should, I would think that would help improve our
we-
pricing and stuff, that's all.
Yeah, I don't.
Just
do
something to
that
think
number,
about.
But we have over the years, really, people drive on fields and do donuts. we'll get a license plate on the surveillance system. PD gets them 99% of the time. The first thing they say is, all right, I'll take care of little Louie when we get home. How much do I owe to repair the field? Because, so it works for us. It does save us money. It does. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I know I've monopolized a lot of this. Mr. Fidelli?
Sure, just a couple questions on the performance data. You know, it lists like soccer fields and lacrosse fields, like, is that like crossover, like, do we really have 4 lacrosse fields, separate fields, or are we multi-purpose, like, fields?
So some of them are multi-purpose, you know, the high school is used for soccer, is used for lacrosse, but he's constantly painting over them, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yep.
And then the bathroom facilities at parks, is that excluding the new high school bathroom? Is that covered by Board of Ed?
So it'll probably be reflected in next year's budget, because it's not online yet, but we do maintain all the bathrooms that I'm aware of, and I'm expecting that we'll be maintaining those when they go online too.
Okay, thank you.
So all the cost of field maintenance, including the Board of Ed fields, that all comes out of this budget here. Is any of that paid for by the Board of Ed, or is that?
Some of it does. So labor-wise, no, we pay for it all, and we do an in-kind service. We provide them an in-kind service at the end of the fiscal year, which helps the town get more money, you know, in the education budget. As far as the materials, the Board of Ed does help. They pay for a portion of the seed, grass seed every year, a portion of the paint, and I guess the premise behind that is, you know, they have Board of Ed teams play X amount of games, but more play is actually, you know, the youth associations in town actually get more play out of the fields than them. Board of Ed has a priority, you know, to scheduling because it's on their campuses, but once they're done, you know, the high school plays, you know, 15 or 20 baseball games, and hundreds of them get played on that field if you go RCP and Little League, and so.
Right.
But they do contribute towards materials. They have, it's getting smaller since we took on the irrigation, but they would contribute to some of the irrigation prior to, and I think that's gonna phase out, and we're gonna end up with 100% of it. But in years past, if we needed a couple of irrigation heads replaced, and they had money, they would pay for it. And so
Pretty much we were taking care of the irrigation
Yeah.
anyways, and so
yeah.
I agreed to take it over as long as they paid the water bill, because the fire district, they put meters on everything we own. You name it, we got a
Years ago,
water
yeah.
meter on it.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, good, I'm good, yeah.
Hey, Lou, in the part-time wages line, it looks like the department request was the $89,250, town manager $89,250, which I think ties to the page that shows a seasonal increase. But then the town council has it at $119,250,
Yeah.
which is,
Added 30,000.
So I had originally asked for the 120-ish for the Fort staff. They got cut at the town manager, and the council restored that portion of it.
okay, so
They
the,
restored seasonal for one extra seasonal and not the full-time guy. And again, I think we can certainly survive with that.
Sharon, so on that page, it has a part-time summer, the $75,840 to $89,250. Should that be $119,250, or is the other?
No, it should be the 89, and it wasn't updated, so it should be the 89.
No,
I'm
it
sorry.
was, it was the 119 after the town council meeting.
No, but I don't update them for the town council members.
Oh.
I don't go back and update them for the town council members.
Okay, but like in theory then, it's really it's really
Next year
119.
it will be 119.
Got it. Okay, all right, okay. The robotic field painter, which is awesome, was that part of the contract services, or would that be a capital item then? Or do we already own it? We already own it.
That we put in contracted services because it's a lease. So there were two options, 17 to 18,000 a year. Included in that price is service, some of the major components that may go, a couple trainings a year, and some of the paint. To buy it, you'd have to shell out like 50,000. And then once the warranty's up, you own it. So I think the comfort level is, and it's year to year, so it's a 3-year contract with opt-outs every 12 months. So we can try it for 12 months. If it does what we hope it does, then we make a decision 12 months from now. You know, honestly, if it's, there's really, I mean, I don't know if you spend 50 some odd thousand, how long is it gonna last? Technology's evolving so quickly. Is there gonna be, in 3 years from now, is there gonna be a better widget out there? Who knows, right? But if it's a lease, it's always under warranty, it's theirs. And any of the pumps or the parts that are more prone to going, are gonna be warranted perpetually. So I almost favor the lease, but let's take it for 12 months and let's hope and let's see if it does for us what we hope it's gonna do with making us a little bit more efficient and better at what we do.
Yep.
Just real quick, just because when you actually gave me that number, I thought that was incredibly low for what that, I think I've seen that machinery at, so that's all I'm thinking in my head, it has to be a lease, yeah.
It's 45 to 50,000 to purchase one.
Yeah,
And quite honestly, that's what I was leaning towards, and then we found out about the lease option, which I kinda like better, again, initially for the first year or two, just to make sure. And then we can make a decision if we're comfortable with it, if it seems like it's something relatively easy to maintain, you know, can we fix it if we had to? But, yeah, I guess the first hurdle is let's make sure that it does what we believe it's gonna do for us, but, and hope that it does what it's supposed to do for us.
Thank you. And then the capital items went from 18 and, you know, town manager thought it should be 11, that's fine. Was that, did the stand on the leaf blower the thing that got clipped, or what got dropped out of that request?
What did we cut out of there?
The utility, so we're getting the leaf blower, and we're not getting a trailer. He put in
Yeah,
for a trailer.
put in for another trailer.
Yeah.
Okay, we have enough other trailers then, so it's like a nice,
far as
not a
I'm
nice to
concerned.
have, but, okay, fine, okay, very good, okay. Last question, then, to let John's not gonna hear it. So, and I don't know exactly, because I don't go around watching the schools or whatever they do, but I know there was like this thing with the shed at the new school, gas-powered equipment and all this stuff. I was gonna say, is there any reason, why can't the town just do all of that? Like, why does the school need to own any of that kind of equipment? Like for taking care of lawns and grass and everything else? I mean, is it possible in the future to foresee, like, just have the town do all of that and get the school out of that business entirely?
So again, we may be trending that way. It seems that we are asked to do more and more all the time. So right now, we cut the athletic fields on 3 of the schools. We don't, do outside the fence lines, and there's, you know, certain other areas like the islands and ECFs we don't do. So I believe the Board of Ed has 1 outdoor maintenance staff and a lawnmower or whatever he has. You know, were there talks about, you know, us working together at some point? I guess, you know, that's, I mean, I'm open to it if it works, and,
We discussed at one
Yeah.
time, during the summer months, that person be assigned to us, but that didn't go over too well.
I think the concern was where they liked it if we would be responsible for all the mowing. They also need, if something comes up on their campuses in the morning and they need to, you know, extinguish a fire, so to speak, real quick, they wanna have control. So if they were to assign them over, you know, would that ability be there or not?
No, that's okay.
Seems like that was a good question.
And they also do, you know, their sidewalks. We don't do their sidewalks.
But I do wonder, when we have the lawn equipment, so if we do the 3 schools, athletic fields, we have a central location for the mower?
We don't know.
I don't know.
No, for the, you
Yeah,
guys mow the
all of
athletic
our-
fields.
All
Yeah,
of our equipment's stored at Watchers Park, and we trailer it to.
right, and you trail it around.
Yeah.
I'm supposing, my guess is, the Board of Ed does not have a hauling trailer to move their mower equipment for each of the schools.
I'm not so sure about that, because he's gotta move, I don't think he's got separate mowers at every location.
I'm only asking because I know for the new middle school, he's asking for a shed to house things such as a mower. Maybe that's the only place that would have it, and then it would be used for the CHS and it would be used for WIS. but I'm not aware that they own a truck and a trailer hitch and
They
storage and all
certainly
that.
have a Mason dump, I don't know if they have trailers or not, but.
Yeah,
It's a good question.
Yeah.
We don't know.
that's fine, I'm just
But I do
thinking,
think
th-
he-
that's where
I think
the
he
town would
knows
have the
it, Ron.
advantage.
I'm quite certain he has a Pendle hitch hanging off the truck that probably looks a little beat up, so
Okay.
occasionally it hooks up to something.
I think he
Yeah.
hauls the machines around, but
Okay.
don't hold me to that.
No, no, I mean, it's worth asking the question,
Because then
because,
he'd have to have, a facility at
Each
each
site.
location.
yeah. I didn't know that the middle school had one, only because I think it's integrated in the building, and now we need it to be a separate shed, so I don't know that one exists at CHS or West, but we may not know, it might be in one of the attached, okay, we don't have to speculate.
That's a Claudio question.
Did you,
Yep.
keep going, yeah.
50,000.
Nope. I'm good as well. Yep, I'm good as well.
Yeah, I guess I just sort of want to echo the interest in reducing the duplication of services. But it's not really, anyway, good job.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask another question on this robot painter thing.
Yep.
Is it already in place, or it's coming?
It's coming.
They can't do it until July first because they don't
Yeah.
have the money.
Ah, gotcha. Thank you.
This is a very selfish line of questioning for both of us, yeah, 100%.
Which field do you need painting? Come on.
Barrow pretty much every other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll ask this real quick. I know we had an incident last year where there was a soccer tournament and there was a question about the restroom porta potty kind of deal. And I know we're putting the restroom in over at over at ECS high school area, right? Is this, as far as if the soccer tells you, hey, we're holding a tournament this weekend, we're gonna need X number of toilets or whatever, does that go through this group here?
It goes through Scott Recreation.
Oh, it goes through recreation? Gotcha,
The porta potties are in his budget.
got it, okay. Anything else on this one, guys? Okay, lastly, utilities. Not a hot button topic at all in this state. Go ahead.
So again, this one, I have a website that I look at every year. I looked at existing, I look at, what we're spending every year, and based on, they're saying you could see a 6 or 7% increase. I tried to look at the lines that were good and the lines that looked to be right or short, and I just put the appropriate estimated increase in there, and so it's up about 50,000 from 484 to 534.
Oh, and it's all electric.
Yeah, and some of it, most of it is electric, street lighting, electric expenses. Water and sewer, we kept the same. Yep.
Chris?
Actually, it is, I assume, is street lighting the electric to run the street lights, or is that a fund to replace and maintain the structures?
Both.
Oh,
Both,
that's everything.
yeah. There's about 70 grand a year goes, towards,
The street light fund.
street light fund, so that when we purchased these back in 17, we were told that they'll last at least 10 years. So we're getting closer to that 10-year. We were told that they wouldn't necessarily go dark, but they would dim out. So we anticipate when we get there, and if it starts happening, that each year we'll have to go, maybe do 20% of the town. So that 70,000 of that is in that fund for maintenance and eventual replacement, and the rest is the actual streetlights.
Okay. So then the electrical expense line above it is indoor structures, well, indoor and outdoor
Yeah, all the-
floodlights and stuff.
everything else.
Okay, no, thank you.
Like all the poles for the lights though, those have much more than longer than
We
10 years.
don't own them.
Oh,
We own a few, we own a small percentage of them. If a pole, if you drive around and a pole has only a light fixture on it, we own it. and I think that's less than 10% of them.
The decorative ones, but the telephone poles are
Yeah,
owned by
in-
Frontier
in the
or
newer
Eversource.
Yeah, in the newer subdivisions where there's underground utilities and lamp posts, we own those.
Okay.
And yeah, it's the lights, yeah, yeah. And again, they said they'll last at least 10 years. We don't know, at 10 years, is it gonna be 85% as bright as it used to be? We don't know. When we did the conversion, we know the electric bill went down about 70%. So we're saving a lot of money on the monthly electric bill as opposed to what it used to be or what it would be at this point. But we're also, getting ready to do some replacements when needed at some point in the next few years.
Thank you.
So the increase in electrical expense is a combination of usage and cost for electrical?
There's a website I've been looking at for years, actually, Sharon's predecessor, Mary Ann, gave it to me, and, we get in the budget and every year, you're just kinda taking a look at where you may, it goes over all the utilities, mostly electric, and, where do you think you're gonna see an increase?
It's just that it's a 20-some-odd plus % increase on that line item. That's a large, it's significant.
Yeah, from 185 to 235, yeah.
Yeah, so what drives that? Why are we spending so much more money on electrical? I don't think my rates are going up
Yeah, I'm looking.
20-some-odd %.
If I could
So we
maybe,
had 185, you can see last year we spent 204.
Okay,
So we'd already be about 20 grand short with everything staying the same, and again, they said could go up 5, 6, 7%, so I'd rather put it in there and not have to come here before the end of the next fiscal year and ask for an appropriation for utilities.
just to follow up on that question, up in the write-up, it says there's a new 38,000 square foot facility that's driving. What facility is that?
The Public Works facility, it's a few years old now.
But it says that's what's driving the increase in
Yeah.
utilities. So if that's an existing building,
right.
like, to Dan's point, how is that?
Yeah, I assumed that was
Yeah.
just the
No, no,
Public Works and that's not
That-
what's
that was in
driving it.
there. That I just kind of repeated.
I think that comment's
Yeah.
gotta be old.
Yeah, it's a little old now.
That comment's gotta be old. I was just assuming
is.
it's,
But it's,
I
and it's
thi- I
not
think
the
if you
school.
look-
it's not that
not the new
building,
school.
no.
Well, it's not the new spot up here, so.
So we're probably gonna be short.
Right. Oh, the field
Finance
room.
director just
Yeah, yeah, okay.
informed me, we're at 155,000 already.
Yeah, and you look at the 6 months, which again, was probably a reflection of 5 bills, and we were at 109,000, 5 months in out of 12. So the 185, I'm pretty confident isn't gonna cut it. So if we spent 109 at 5 months, you're looking at about 22,000 a month. I think we're closer to the 240 or plus than the 185.
Well, those new LED lights are gonna.
Hopefully cut into that a little bit, right?
All right, so the 185 is short.
Yeah, the 185 I think is gonna be short, and again, if she said we're at 155 now,
165.
165, and we got 3 months left to go in the year, it doesn't look like 185 is gonna get us there.
That's through March, Sharon? Or is that through February?
It is through March 12th.
Oh, so neither.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna pay a bill in April, May, June, and then a bill's gonna come in July for June, so.
Well, so to that point, if it does go over,
We just cover it within the Public Works division.
you can do that, yeah, you don't have to, yeah, okay.
Or we come back and ask to move
Yeah,
money.
but knowing
Yeah.
knowing it's gonna be that short, I wanted to put in a number that I thought was more reflective of what we're gonna need next fiscal year.
No, it's, as we've come to see after what happened last Thursday and tonight, just some of the stuff that we don't know where direction it's going, up, down, how bad. So you take a best swag at it.
So you can do.
Any other questions on the utilities?
Yeah, just to that comment though, the water usage, we didn't increase, but we know that they just threw water meters on everything. So we're just comfortable that it's gonna stay the same. We don't have any,
So it's,
I mean, it just seems like we're probably gonna have to cover a lot in this budget.
And no, that is a great question, but if you look, it's at 40,000, And in 22-23 we spent 33, and 23-24 we spent 29. You know, halfway through, or 5 months through, we were at.
So did you already bake it in, I guess, is
So,
that, did you already bake that in last
I
year?
guess the 40,000, we've never hit that yet, so even though there's a couple more things that are metered, I'm hoping there's enough of a buffer there that I didn't feel the need to increase that at this point.
Well, no, well, just to make everyone feel better, I mean, the water rates are going up 5%, just so you know.
So, but I think, you know, good, based on the last few years, we should be able to absorb that 5% and an extra meter here or there.
And then these are the utilities inclusive of the town hall. I assume the town hall is the biggest?
It's
Biggest
everything.
building?
Town hall,
Right.
the public works facility.
So what's amazing to me is heating fuel. I mean, is this building oil or natural gas?
So most of it is, natural gas, the heating fuel, there's still a few, something in Watrous takes propane and, the trailer at the transfer, did we hook that up to gas?
No, that's propane.
We still got propane in a couple little facilities, so. that's
What about
that-
the new Pearson, what's that, is that gas?
That's gas.
Is that, yeah, that's what I assumed.
So that's in the bottom line, gasoline and other fuels? Or,
Gasoline and other fuels is,
Yeah, that's your natural gas.
yeah,
okay.
It should say natural gas and other fuels, I guess.
How hard is it to separate that out between gasoline and natural gas? Only because the two like really are very different. Is that like a big thing to separate out at some point?
it's not gasoline,
It's natural gas.
natural gas.
It's natural gas.
So just the
It's
term,
just
the
been
terminology gasoline
It's been
should.
labeled that forever, yeah, we could change it to natural.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whereas
No, no,
gasoline,
okay, Steve, it's,
whereas
yep.
gasoline to run the mowers and
Yeah.
and
You'll
stuff
see
is
in the-
is
in
somewhere
the-
else?
In the other,
Yeah, in each
in the
individual
operating
budget.
individuals, you'll see gasoline,
Oh,
fuels, and
okay.
lubricants.
Yep.
This should say natural gas or heating. heating
Sharon,
gas.
to change the heading on this, is that a big to do?
We'll get right on it. We'll get-
Hey, listen, if you don't laugh.
You'll cry.
Okay, that's right. That's 100% right. Any other questions on gasoline, natural gas, one and the same?
I guess I'm just, could you elaborate what the telephone expense is again?
It's gotta be all the telephone services in here, maybe the internet, is it based in that?
Cell phones.
No, cell phones is in each division.
So when you say telephone expense, that is strictly landline?
Landline, all the office phones and extensions in here, and the internet is in that.
Okay. Well, I mean, just to Jamin's point, it's $2,000 a month? Okay. That's,
Yeah, do we lease like the phone units? Are they part of just like a third-party vendor that brings in, you know, the phone units and has that connectivity?
I
or
think
no?
we purchased them, cause we upgraded them a few years ago, we did an upgrade throughout all they got swapped out here, so we own them.
Thanks again.
Yep.
okay, that's all the sections, right? Do we want to talk the CNR items, or do we want to discuss
First, you should vote on.
on this piece? Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, there is a motion on the floor, just to reiterate for, oh crud, what number was it? 5,315,647, right? Yeah. So, discussion on, that overall figure for all of the line items we just went through.
Second the motion?
Oh, it's already seconded, it's
Oh,
just,
all right.
if anyone wants to comment, if anyone wants to comment on it, make an amendment to it, yeah, if not, we'll vote on it and move on.
So I guess, I know we talked about the sort of the competitiveness with the towns, and the like, and Lou, it's not just it's any, you just happen to be here. And, I hear it, not to keep hearing it at the fire district, I hear it there too, when Meriden does this, blah, blah, it's like always like this constant reacting kind of thing, and it feels like an endless circle, that's just, everyone's gonna be a loser at some point in that, it's just can't handle that. So I guess what's the sense? Do you feel like we've kind of like gotten there now, and there's be less pressure to do that, or And I know it's hard to predict that, right? Because you could walk out of here and all of a sudden it'll be back out there, but like, is this just gonna be an endless thing? Like, when does that kind of like normalize a little bit, or can it normalize, or?
For what are you asking?
Ask for, you know,
You talking,
huge amounts of increases,
yeah.
because they're sort of like, they, you know,
Talking wages?
yeah, wages, basically. Like, everyone always holds the chips, and the towns are like, just
I've seen
like,
it throughout
at the
my
mercy.
career. It happens every so often where you gotta do an adjustment.
so that was a result when we went into negotiations last time. You know, we knew we had a slight retention problem. The union came in asking for more. We did some comps, you know, we compared ourselves to similar municipalities, and we found in certain positions, there was a little gap, so to speak, and we tried to close that gap, and quite honestly, you know, other than 3 or 4 retirements, since then, you know, people are settling in.
So it might be good for the next 5, 6 years, and
yeah,
then you may see it again. Because what'll happen is other towns, they'll start raising theirs so that they can poach, and you start all over
You
again.
know, if you pay attention to the news, I guess we're all probably more in tune with the state and what Governor Lamont did, but for years, you know, what's the public works wing of the state is the DOT. You know, they're out there maintaining the roads and the state's infrastructure. Most towns paid, more than the state, and so they were, you know, you was time a couple winters ago, they're short 100 and some odd plow drivers, or 180, 200 plow drivers. So what he did, and I know firsthand because I have a relative that went to the DOT, as a driver like 3 years ago in December, and he started out at like $21 an hour. Well, he within a year with the new contract went to 31 an hour, and when he hits top step, now we talked about steps tonight, he's not there yet, it's like $38, $39 an hour. So Lamont, it went from people were leaving the state and filling municipal vacancies, and when he did that, it kind of went the other way. So, again, when we got in negotiations and the union was asking for even more than we ended up settling for, but we did take an objective look at similar towns, and we saw that especially in the lower ends, you know, entry-level maintainer, and, you know, that there was a little bit of a wider gap. So what we did was we gave them a fair cost of living adjustment, and then that one-time bump, it was a little bit bigger on the entry level, and, you know, moderate in the middle and smaller up top, because we found that we were closer to right in the foreman and assistant foreman positions, and just a little bit short on the bottom end. But it has, I mean, we had people coming in, we were getting good, talented individuals, especially in the truck driving, and they would come in, and now the state went up, so boom, they'd be here 3 months, 6 months a year, get a little experience, and, you know, wow, the state's gonna say, hey, you work for a public works department, we wanna talk to you. And, but it's quieted it down for sure, and with the, you know, except for 4 retirements, you know, 30, 35, 38, 32-year veterans, which is to be expected, we haven't lost anybody. Hopefully it stays that way.
Thanks for the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further discussion on the overall public works? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we're gonna jump into the CNR.
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct in the first one that I'm seeing on the list here is for the WIS athletic field?
Correct.
Okay. Can I have a motion to appropriate $100,000 to put on a separate list for WIS athletic fields?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. So this is for the study.
Yes.
Okay. Timeline?
To do the study?
Yeah, I guess, you know, if all the stars aligned, beginning of the study, results, and then when we think we'd be back
So we
before
put it out
us.
to bid after July 1st,
Yeah.
assuming it stays.
Probably spring, end of fall or
We
so.
could probably award it to someone early, mid-fall, and then, you know, I'm sure they're gonna go out and study the composition of material there, and tell us some things that we already know, and maybe hopefully some things that we don't, and then and come up with some recommendations as to how.
Cause there was that very small soil study thing, right, that we did,
We did the analysis.
right?
Showed us we had 3 feet of clay material.
And so this then versus that, this is a much more in-depth where we're going further
It's gonna tell you
down.
how to do it.
It's basically gonna tell us how to get,
They're gonna take a look at those results, they may do a couple more core
Sure.
samples just to validate and not, and then, you know, we're hoping that they're gonna tell us, you know, yeah, you gotta strip it out, or no, there may be some other, more than likely strip out what
3 or
shouldn't
4
be there.
feet.
3 or 4 feet
Put
and
it
put
back,
some,
bank run gravel.
yeah, put some bank run gravel back that they took out initially because it was a nursery, right?
so the heart, I guess I'll ask of the question, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask this or put it out there yet, but from a timeline perspective, if we're able to get results back from this in a little less than under a year, then I know currently we're into the state asking for a track at the high school. Maybe this could be a possibility for us to be asking about for next year.
Possible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because-
with any good luck and if timing works out, you know, before we get into budget season next year, hopefully we have.
But the only way we can do that.
Correct.
Is to have this.
yeah, we gotta be shovel ready. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
And so,
Yeah, so we'll, you know, we'll know exactly what we're looking at and hopefully before next January when we submit.
and I always go back to, you tell me we gotta spend $100,000 to possibly ask for X plus from somewhere else?
About $1.5 million.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So, we'll start this way. Chris? Jamie?
We're still talking about the fields, the West Fields?
Study.
Yeah. So this is just the study?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I don't know, is there, what would be the alternative to doing the study? Just not doing a study and just winging it?
Winging.
Yeah.
I think the building committee winged it.
Yeah.
Back when they, allowed this.
All right, let's.
Well,
Let's
It's
keep
a
the
study.
swords away for right
I'm,
now.
I'm sorry, Tony, that's just not the facts. That's not the facts.
Well-
That was the mayor at or the head of the Board of Selectmen at the time, when they went after that property, said they would remediate that property when they were gonna put a school on it, Tony. That was, I joined the building committee, and that
All right,
deal
I'll
was
I'll
already
take that
sealed.
back. Somebody back then.
Understood. Somebody made a decision, but when they told the townspeople they were gonna use this field, this property, they said they would remediate because it was used as a farm. They
Yeah,
said they
they
would
did
remediate it.
remediate it though, and they took all the good material
I-
off.
That wasn't me.
I'm just saying, all the material that was there went off, and they brought this material in. Excuse me?
I think it was a study done back then.
Hey, none of this pertains to my question, really. I mean, I'm glad you corrected it, but I'm just saying, what is the alternative to
So
doing this
they're-
study?
They're gonna study, they're gonna analyze, and they're gonna make recommendations and potentially, you know, lay out a plan, design, whatever we need to do to
Which would be probably scrape up what's there and put something over it, or?
potentially, I mean, I think that's the most obvious, I think that's what staff is thinking, but who knows, maybe they'll,
Basically, from my understanding, if we are looking to try to put some sort of problem-solving procedure in place for this,
yeah, and
this
and
has
if-
to be the
And
starting
if
point.
you go after grants, you know, you hear the term shovel-ready, so if we have the plan in front of us, and money comes up and they say, you know, are you ready to go? Once we have a plan in front of us, if we all agreed or whatever recommendation they make, we could apply for those grants and say, yeah, we're ready. You know, you give us the money, we'll mobilize relatively quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I'd like to apologize if it wasn't the building committee, I should have said that. Someone authorized, at any rate.
We're heading in a positive direction here. I just don't want to get us sidetracked.
I was
We're
trying
good.
to beat the police department's 20-minute record. We're well
And this, this encompasses the entirety of that athletic, so I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like 3 or 4 soccer fields as well as the 2
I
baseball
think there's
fields.
5
It's-
fields there, if I'm not mistaken. There's a couple baseball diamonds and
Okay,
multiple soccer
so it's
fields.
the entire athletic.
Yes, yes.
use.
And we believe if we were to do it all at once, it's 1.5, 1.8. I've heard different numbers, 1.5, 1.8 million dollars.
Okay.
So
Yep.
It's a significant project. It impacts multiple youth organizations, and I think we just wanna do our due diligence and know that we're looking at it from, you know,
Well, this is only one part of the problem. The other part of the problem is what do we do,
yeah.
for fields?
While it's going on.
Do
Yeah.
you wanna do it over a couple fields at a time to you know, so,
You know, if we do half of it, the elevation's gotta come up, in my opinion, but I don't know, that's part of what the study will tell us, this design.
It'll
may
tell
say-
us they
it
can
may
get done in a
say
weekend,
strip
it'll be fine.
It may say strip the 3 feet out that doesn't drain and add 4 feet, cause it is low there. You know, when you get a heavy rainstorm, it's like, you know, it's gravity, right? So the roads are higher than the fields. So even if the material that was there drained better, you're still collecting water from above.
Well, I've got pictures from the major storms from last summer. That shed that's out in the middle there, it's, you know, the
Yeah.
first bottom 2 feet are
And-
underwater.
and, you know, you get a rainstorm, like, you know, you get one of these big rainstorms where you're getting an inch and a half or 2 over a day. You know, a day or 2 later, all the rest of the fields in town are ready to go, and unfortunately, you can't get a mower on that for, multiple days, because even something as light as a mower sinks in.
It doesn't absorb, it evaporates.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Discussion. See none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Could I have a motion for an appropriation of $75,000 to be put on a separate list for South Street at Cromwell Creek and Nooks Hill barrier gates?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. So this again is water related.
Yeah, so these 2 areas, again, multiple times a year, when you get large rain events, they'll go underwater and they need to be temporarily closed. What happens at that point, PD usually dispatches Public Works to put barriers out. So we're looking to, more importantly, just enhance public safety. The one on Nooks Hill, a couple times last year, people tried to drive through it, and they got stuck, and we had to tow them out, or they had to call a tow truck. I think one time we were able to pull them out with our truck, and just a public safety standpoint, as soon as it starts and they start to go under, these gates can be closed, and once the water recedes, opened up. So it'll save us labor and call-ins to do that multiple times a year, and more importantly, it'll get the roads closed sooner and just enhance public safety.
So again, it sounds like another bit where we're trying to save
Yeah.
money with this.
Both of the solutions to both of those problems are millions apiece, you know, you're
Yeah,
a couple million here on South Street and probably 3
Oh,
plus.
South
mil-
Street's gotta be at least 4 million.
Yeah, millions, so, I don't see us re-engineering and rebuilding those things right now. I think the gates will still be inconvenienced that the roads will be closed half a dozen times a year, but, it'll give us a more efficient response and keep the public safer. in the
and, I mean, the gates still last us. Yeah,
decades.
yeah, right, okay. We'll start this way. Mr. Fidelli?
So, the 75,000, this is just based on our estimates, or is that based on a quote from a contractor?
I believe he got quotes, and last year they were like 30,000 apiece, and for some reason he went from 30 to more like 37.5. So I think he's spoken to other communities and he's spoken to contractors, and they have a really good idea what we're looking for, and this should accomplish that for us.
Okay.
We didn't actually put it out to bid.
Right.
If it gets approved, he'll put a spec together and maybe bid it July 1.
Okay.
So these gates get put in, that somebody has to go out, they make a determination that these need to be closed, somebody goes out and just,
The police
I'm
will
assuming
do
it'll
it.
be PD, because.
PD will just go out and close those.
24/7, 365, yeah.
Instead of going out, seeing the water rise, call Public Works.
Right.
In the meantime, we have somebody drive in there.
got it, okay.
Just from an emergency well, if the police have the keys, they have the key, but, I mean, if ambulance or fire, you know, it has to, you know, think they're gonna go Route 9 South on South Street, and then, they don't know, and then they gotta go around.
I'm sure when police makes the road closures, they'll let other emergency services know that, so if they'll take the alternative route.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion for 350? Is it on something we already voted on?
No.
Okay.
You'll see, you'll see. Lou, maybe you would know, so like, over the winter, we came up with a list of all the projects, and one of them in the engineering was the culvert on Gear Street for 82,000, but it's not in this list, and maybe you know, Tony, do we decide to push that out, or is there something else happen to that, or are you guys not recalling this, but it was on the list, originally it was on the list of one of the items that was gonna be in the CNR for this year.
Was that 860K, Steve?
I have it as 82,000 is what I had. It was another study was needed, kind of thing, or some kind of work was needed before the actual work could happen.
He has replaced both culverts.
Was that the list of the 10 drainage spots we did in
Yeah,
town?
it's the 10 drainage
So
things
that-
from John Harriman.
We got it at 810,
60, but it says
60,000.
2 culverts over there.
On Gear
So when
Street?
we have the next time, meeting, Steve, why don't you just ask?
Okay, thank you.
Total project estimate though, 1.10 million.
Sounds like the 80-something could have been designed, could have been a
One,
piece.
and I guess we're not doing it then, so we're just deferring it a year, I guess. And maybe things have changed, or John looked at it differently,
Put
or,
them in the priority order, and that was numbered down. That one is number 7.
right, okay.
All right, can I have a motion to appropriate $350,000 on a separate list for road improvements?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Standard operating procedure?
Yeah, this is the number that we seem to be comfortable with the last 10 years. Again, I'll remind you, we have a pavement management study and software program that we use to help us enhance our roads. The recommendation, just so you know, to keep the PCI where it is now was 500,000 and 650,000 to improve it. We've been very successful with less than that, and I think the reason why is, it's a couple-fold. Number one, we've been getting a lot of grants to do, Willowbrook Road, Raymond Place project a few years back, the end of, the top end of Coles Road. So we've been fortunate to get a lot of grants to help us, add to that. And then also, operationally, if we have a good year, we get a couple, that's why I do 2 paving mobilizations a year. I try to do a couple in the spring if we have favorable budget conditions. So we've been able to not only maintain the PCI, but raise it continually every year to the point that the town's in, relatively good shape. So I think this 350 will help keep us there. In addition to that, I got a grant a few years back with the town of Portland where we bought a crack sealing machine, which we maintain some of the better roads already, for a fraction of the cost that we used to rely on contracted services for. So the 350 is short of what, consultants thought we needed, but we've been able to make it work and keep that PCI at a very high level.
That's what I'd like to hear. Chris? Jamie?
Maybe,
Good?
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $290,000 on a separate list for a 2025 dump truck?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. 290.
Yes, in climbing. So, our fleet's currently in halfway decent shape. We do have 2 2002s that are frontline pieces. I think the state looks to replace it 10 years. I think if you get over 15 years, you've done a great job at preserving and keeping them. So these 2 trucks are 23, and if in fact, if this gets approved, will be 24 years old. Parts are getting harder to come by, and we are, spending money on repairing them. We just, well, let me back up. We actually in 16 put 65,000 into each one of them to get hopefully another 5, 6, 7 years out. So we accomplished that. But last year, staff welded and put all new floors in it. The floors rotted out, so 24 years is kind of excessive. We did get 2 new trucks the last few years with ARPA money. So what I hope to do is ask for one of these every other year for the next 8 to 10 years and get the fleet up to being within that 10 or 12-year window. And then, one every few years after that will be easier to take than maybe the 3 we bought, if this is approved, 3 in the last couple of years, but.
I'll ask the same question I asked the police chief. Considering some of the changes going on in our universe with the economy, do we believe that 290 will hold if purchased after July? Will they honor that price?
I hope so. So we did get this estimate in January, and I did explain to them if it got approved, it would be a July 1st purchase order. And, if you're asking because of tariffs and everything, these are American,
Produced.
yeah, American produced, they're domestic, so let's hope that they're not really impacted by that, and let's hope that most of the components on it are manufactured here, so.
Well, that's what we don't know.
Yeah,
Right,
that's what we don't know. I guess on its face, it's built in the USA, and let's hope that most of the pieces of it, so could there be a little impact? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, the 290 that's in here, if your gut, is it actually 270? We got a little wiggle room, or is 290 kind of the number?
We just paid $278 without a plow, and the plow for that's about 11 grand, so 290 is a real number.
So there's no wiggle here.
I guess, if we had to, if we run into some problems, would they give us a trade-in number on the old 2002? If, let's say there was an increase, we could probably offset it with a trade-in. We typically, I asked them for a trade-in if we're taking something out of service, knowing that they're gonna lowball us a little, and then we're more successful selling it ourselves on public, like an auction, a public surplus auction.
You raise a good point. You wanna raise it to 300?
Look, what I don't want to see happen is
Yeah.
we get caught behind the 8 ball, and then it's up, and
Yeah,
then
I
we
mean,
delay
if-
more
if-
time, and it gets more expensive,
If
and,
it wasn't for recent events.
Yeah.
But I tend to agree with you.
If you wanna raise it to 300,000, it probably gives us peace of mind. Let's hope that in worst case scenario, we purchased it, it stays where it's supposed to be, and the money will go back for next year's CNR, right?
Yep.
yeah, it's, obviously, I don't think you guys are gonna go and,
Yeah. I did explain to him when I got the price that it was for July 1, and he was comfortable, but that was before what's happening right now, so.
Yeah, that's fine. I think if we have CNR balance right now, we could think that gives cushion as well, but if you'd rather. Put some-
listen, what I
buffer
wanna
in
make
the
sure of is
expense.
that if we do this, we give them the ability to make sure that we don't delay it, and we don't possibly make it even more expensive, because if we gotta go through and this whole rigmarole, it might be 2 months, and then they're that much further behind.
Because, yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because they're short.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'd rather,
Equip them with
probably
that.
look at it, give them the extra 10, make sure they can get it done, versus now the truck instead of 300 is 320 because we had to drag our feet. So, if someone wants to make a motion to amend the figure to 300, I would entertain it.
I'll make a motion to change the CNR request for a 2025 dump truck to be $300,000.
Motion made by the vice chair. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Second, Mr. Kelly. Discussion on the amendment figure. Go ahead.
Maybe this is appropriate, but you mentioned going out to auction. Is there an opportunity for us to be buying or going to auction and buying something for 2/3 the price?
Not worth
No.
it.
No, because you're buying stuff that the state and other municipalities,
I'm sure they beat it up,
yeah.
but,
Yeah,
Right, but-
quite honestly, I'd rather, we know, even though they're old and they're starting to break down and parts are harder to get, at least we know the history of it from day one, rather than buy someone else's, hand-me-down or used equipment, yeah.
okay.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended figure to 300,000, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, the motion is now for $300,000 for the dump truck. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $85,000 on a separate list to replace 3 old rooftop heating AC units at the police department?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Sounds like what it is.
It is what it is. The
24 years old.
24
25
years
now.
old, constant problems, spending money on repairs, get calls all the time in the summer from the PD that the temperature isn't being regulated down there, so I think, and those units are 20-year units and they've exceeded that, so.
Hate to keep asking it, but do we have any concerns here with the same thing? Do we think 85 is gonna,
We replaced a couple up there, 16, 17? Oh, 80, I think 85.
85, I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
this tariff stuff is on everything, right? So, I don't know, if you guys are thinking I'm going overboard with it, fine, but I don't wanna get this, 80% of the way there, and then we're scrambling, so that's the only reason I toss it out, so.
The only thing, I mean, last week when we looked at the Gordian study, I mean, there was one on there for 25,000. Maybe it's not apples to apples, but 85 for 3 is close to 28,000, so it's like, we're close. But
Listen,
if
that's
it's
why we have the
over-
discussion.
I feel like if it's over, then maybe we're over on the Board of Ed side too, and maybe we reconsider that versus just reconsidering this one
Sure.
individually.
Sure. Further discussion?
So Lou, maybe just is there a estimate or a quote that's recent or so from this, or what's
No,
the
but
latest?
it's so, the building maintenance superintendent got this quote, and again, they're very cognizant when we put the budget together in January to tell the vendor, this is for next fiscal year, so if
Yeah, but they're
approved.
worried about the tariffs.
I understand,
That are
so,
all
yeah,
recent.
I don't, I,
If we need more, we'll
But you're saying there's normally a process to understand that this is a quote, 6+ months out, so there's
yeah.
normally some
it's-
concession.
It's standard, all the foremen are cognizant when they get these quotes for their divisions to tell the vendor, if this gets approved, it's July 1. So sometimes then the vendor will say, we'll add 2 or 3% to it. But again, I don't know that anyone in January saw what we had coming, so I hope it's enough, but I can't with the, straight face say, I don't know.
I think Train does their building in US and Mexico. So I'm not sure this would,
Yeah, I was thinking like Carrier too, they got stuff, I don't know where, whether it's commercial, industrial, residential, I don't know. But there might be manufacturers that are more already
I do know when we
in-house.
replaced one on this unit from Carrier, it did come domestically. I forget where he told me. I don't know if it was in the Midwest somewhere he told me that it was coming from. So whether or not it was 100% assembled and built there, I don't know.
Tony, what do you want us to do? You want us to keep it 85?
I want to think positive, and this entire situation, including the stock market, will be resolved
By July 1st.
by July 1st, if not sooner.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, we're up 12%, yeah?
I hope so. I would say let it ride, and if we need more, and if we, depending on what the difference is, if we can't, we'll be back. Yeah, I am.
Further
The
dis-
other thing, which is, we think the process for this isn't, you got a couple things in the hopper here, like, on July 1, you make all these kind of RFIs and go out and try to get quotes, or you kind of spread out over?
Yeah, so some things will
State bid and,
state
we
bid,
put our RFPs.
and some will be RFPs that will actually develop a spec and bid it, and some, if we know, state bid or easy IQC that we're part of a bidding consortium, so it'll be 6 or 1, half a dozen.
It just may be just being extra sensitive to, if there's extreme overruns, 25, 30% on these, then trying to figure out, hey, which of these do they prioritize? Or if it's, hey, these are all priorities and, we gotta get them done, then they come back in front of us and we try to find extra funding at that point.
The
maybe.
money they get, the money they get. They gotta make it work
Yeah.
within that
Yeah.
figure whenever the timing happens, so.
And Lou, the bids, we cannot, start the bid before July 1st?
No.
once we vote, I guess, the town approves it.
So,
You gotta get past the
appropriation
referendum.
has to be out there for them to do a purchase order.
And so, I mean, in theory, if the referendum passes, you can't even start it in mid-May.
We put the budget in that first week in July, and they put their purchasing orders in July first.
Is that a state thing or is that a charter thing?
Well, we can't appropriate the money until.
No, technically, since this is a capital not reoccurring, if that's your question,
Oh, that's-
if the because it's CNR and not the operations budget for fiscal year, it could
It
be
goes to-
started.
after the referendum,
It goes to general expense, which is in the general fund,
It's CNR,
but we transfer it from line item 16 into CNR.
but they can transfer that anytime.
All right, yeah, I don't wanna get into a logistical bit here. Okay, so motion on the floor for 85,000. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $40,000 on a separate list for new heating and AC at the Watrous Park office?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Again, as it sounds.
yeah, so there's a heating unit in the office that quite honestly is inadequate, and the bathrooms out there have never been heated, which they're closed to the public, in the winter, but the park staff is there and using them, and, so
Ooh.
we're just looking to, you know,
When they built the facilities, they only built with public bathrooms.
yeah. So, it's long overdue. The heater in the office itself is so inadequate that it's constantly running and, breaking down, and again, the bathrooms aren't heated, so pretty straightforward, in my opinion, long overdue.
Discussion?
So you're calling, this is discussions or
Yeah,
questions?
good, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
So you're calling these two public / staff restrooms, so there would be accessibility after hours for the public to, is this more by where the rollers, the skating park area and the tennis
Yeah,
courts?
the office in there.
Oh.
But again, staff reports there every day in the winter, and if they're back there for lunch, and they're back there at the end of the day, if they have to relieve even if we chose not to open it to the public, you know, the staff is going in, freezing water conditions, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Would the hope be to get that in place before this winter, before winter
Yeah,
25?
again, right after July
26.
first.
Yeah.
The good news there is even though there's a lot in public works, it's broken up over division, so each division only has one or two things to put in motion, so we usually get on these, shortly after July 1 when the funds are available.
I was saying, this is quite a low cost. I mean, I don't know, do you remember how much the bathrooms are costing that we're getting for free at the CHS?
This is just a heating system.
Yeah,
and,
this is just a heat and cool.
Oh, I thought someone said the staff had to use the public that's if the pipes were frozen. Oh,
So it's to
never mind,
upgrade
okay.
the heating system.
Oh, okay. I
in the
thought you were
office
actually
and
adding,
add
okay.
heating to the bathrooms.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Discussion?
I guess one thing I don't, is just a personal opinion here, is just, that's a strange spot for all of these things. Like, you've got this giant, it almost looks like a town garage in the middle of a park. I'm just wondering, considering how, you've got this temporary shed next to it and sort of a fenced-in parking lot next to the tennis courts and bathrooms that are public but also I'm just wondering, how long do you think this facility will continue to be useful as is, and if you want to continue to invest money in it like this, or do you think at some point you're going to say, well, we really need to build something new or move it or whatever?
There's no plans to build anything new at this point. For the most part, it works. I mean, in the winter, sometimes he moves some of his equipment to different spots just to get everything indoors, but I think for the most part it works, and certainly there's no discussion of building anything new for park maintenance, so I'm gonna assume it's gonna be there for a while, unless somebody else has any different suggestions.
I'm just thinking, we're just talking about kind of overlapping services with the schools and that, you know, the new middle school, they wanna build a new shed over there, but the shed that's over here, right across the street's not big enough to accommodate. So I'm just wondering, like, at what point do we just say, look, we need to do, I don't know, it's just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thought, I don't know.
There's no temporary shed out there. There's a built-in and there's a
Cold storage facility.
but there's nothing.
Okay, well, I don't know what it, I'm not a specialty, but thanks for the correction. I'm just, you know, it's that big metal one next to the skate park, you know?
That's the cold storage.
Okay, yeah.
Nobody else? Right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $80,000 on a separate list for a 4x4 Mason dump truck?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto.
So again, this is for the park department. It would replace a 2008 dump truck. Rockers are rotted, the floorboards are starting to be rotted out again. You know, the truck is going on, about 17, it is 17 years old. Be closer to 18 if this is approved. Guys have done a good job maintaining it, which is why you got 17 years out of it, but it's to the point now where we would have to, do some significant body work and, you know, it's starting to break down a little more often, than we'd like. I think 17 years for a construction type, vehicle, we certainly got our money, certainly exceeded the life expectancy.
80's good.
80's good.
Okay.
It came to, I talked to the dealer, he was confident, it's a Chevy, it's an American-made truck, and I think it came in at like 78.3, I rounded it up to 80, so there's a little buffer there if certain components get imported, I guess.
Discussion.
Can I just ask, why 80 and the other one's 290? What's the,
One's, so the Mason dump, the 80,000 is a pickup chassis with a dump body on it. The 290 is a large six-wheel dump, much bigger, much more, yeah.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Sharon, I believe I hit all the CNR projects, yes? Yep. Okay. Mr. Spina, we good?
All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your time. We're gonna adjourn until 5 to 9. And then we're gonna fly through 'em.
Yeah, it's posted.
Can I have a motion to appropriate $22,050 for line item 35 emergency management? And my microphone is on now, so I'm gonna do that again. Can I have a motion to appropriate $22,050 for line item 35 emergency management?
So moved.
Moved by the vice chair, seconded by Mr. Blanchett. Seems pretty status quo.
Yeah, the only increase here is a, increase in both the, directors and assistant directors stipend.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have, where's my list? I gotta get this in front of me. Okay, we're gonna jump to 38, the Health Department. Can I have a motion to appropriate $221,120 for line item 38, the Health Department?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto.
There is no change here other than contractual.
Well, I believe this is a position that we're,
Huh?
this
No,
is,
they're in the town hall contract, so yes, they got no raise here, but,
well, the public health coordinator, though, we're still,
he
No.
hired someone.
oh, I didn't know.
Yes,
Okay,
hired,
okay, and so the number that's in here is solid?
yes.
Perfect, okay, that answers that then. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $154,911 for line item 39, Human Services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Jump to 39. Again, contractual.
Contractual only.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. We're gonna do the vehicle now for CNR, yes?
If you would like.
Okay. Can I have a motion to appropriate $85,013 to be put on a separate list for a senior/disabled transportation vehicle?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. This is 80%, you said?
80% grant funded.
Okay, so that really what net cost to us is gonna be, 17K?
But we need the whole thing up.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, discussion.
Yeah, so this is, we had a senior bus, I don't remember, it was, it must have been it must have been the fall before, I don't know, I thought we did a senior bus, two of them? Okay, so this is our third
We have
rodeo
four.
at least. Okay, so it's just like a cycle here, they're coming up to their end of the useful life. My question though is on the timing, cause we said, yeah, we budget the whole thing, paid for out of CNR, and then the grant reimbursement comes back in through CNR?
The grant reimbursement comes in through general fund. General fund.
Just for general fund, okay,
You might be thinking of, there was one thing we overinflated, so we got some money into CNR.
yeah.
That might be what you're thinking of, because we were running low.
Okay, yeah, I thought we said, oh, we're gonna put this in CNR, and the problem is the reimbursement's gonna go into CNR. No?
I don't think
I
reimbursement.
don't recall that, but you gotta keep in mind, general fund, fund balance, fund CNR,
Yeah,
okay? Okay,
yeah, so it's, it's
Yeah.
kind of a sub-pocket of
yes.
the bigger pocket anyways. No, I just wondered, when would we have gotten the reimbursement of it from the last time? When would our last reimbursement have been from it? Like,
I
did we?
would have to look, I don't have that information
Alright.
available.
Cause I'm looking at the fund balance report and I'm not seeing any
'Cause it goes back to the
grants
fund balance.
received. Yeah, cause it goes back to the July 1 fund balance of July 1 of
I'm not
'24,
gonna
so.
put it on the fund balance report, it's gonna be in an object code, so you're not gonna see it as a separate line item.
Okay, alright, then that's a conversation for another
Yeah,
Yes,
time.
yes.
Okay, alright. No, it's just making sure and understand the timing of this, I assume we can count on the grant, it's just a matter of what,
Well-
how does it come through and all that.
Let's make this simple. Typically with these things, if we go for a July 1, try to bid date, and we put the 85 grand in, we normally see the money come from the state, what, 6 months later?
At
Four.
least, yeah,
6 months, okay. So that's typical?
typically, yeah.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, my mouth was full, sorry. All those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Can I have a motion to appropriate $161,487 for line item 40, senior services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto.
She's adding,
Line item 40.
an
Oh,
hour
40, yeah.
yoga and, a part-time nutrition instructor.
Everything contractual, guys?
One more hour of yoga and a part-time nutrition instructor.
That, is gonna work, she had 19.75, but we agreed on 15 hours. On that
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $165,681 for line item 41, transportation services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Is this one where things look flat, so are we in discussion on the contract kind of thing?
That's correct.
And all that's taken into account in the employee benefits?
That's correct.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say, oh,
I was just gonna talk about like how many miles per. I was just gonna ask I don't know, just a comment about how many miles per trip they have, and then under the one-way passenger trips, it looks like about, I don't know, on average between 6 and 7 miles per trip. That seems like a lot per. I mean, this town's not that big, so are these trips generally around town, or are they taking people to, I don't know, visit the doctor over in Glastonbury, or I guess you know.
Both.
Okay. Okay, that's all. I was just wondering about that.
so the transportation, it does encompass going outside the town?
It does go outside the
Yeah,
town.
that's right, yeah,
Correct.
okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify.
I mean, sorry, so, I mean, if someone has a doctor's appointment in Glastonbury, is it really like just one person getting on the bus and being, in that instance, it would just,
They keep a schedule downstairs and they coordinate.
okay.
That's what, Amy's assistant at the front desk does. She coordinates all the appointments. People call in, they say what they need, and she coordinates everything.
Yes, ma'am, it could be one.
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering if there'd be instances where it's more of a, you know, single vehicle transport than using the entire bus, but,
They have a smaller vehicle also that they use.
okay.
I just want to say, I'm glad that they offer this to the people that can make use of it. It's, you know, probably
We have-
difficult to give up your license and not drive anymore, you know, so. just
I
wanna-
appreciate that, and we have a transportation system that basically, is head and shoulders above other municipalities who don't even offer anything of this nature. They rely on, what's the name of it now? The, transportation company, excuse, no,
Well, even the city of Bristol, you have to pay for dial-a-ride.
yeah. But we've been offering this here in Cromwell for years, and we've been, enhancing it, and the seniors really appreciate it. It's a needed item.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $134,553 for line item 42, youth services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Okay, we have the changes in salaries here. Things look status quo. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $307,110 for line item 43, recreation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Okay, this one, contracts are in negotiation.
That's correct.
Okay, And this is the one that would have the porta potties?
Yes.
The porta potties are in here, yes.
Discussion. Seeing
Amazing-
none,
I was gonna say, it's amazing how many, games they have in here. It's pretty impressive.
yeah, well, and that's just where, hopefully we're gonna be all good from not having to, the situation that just happened back in the spring or whatever, so. Yeah, it's a lot of activity and hopefully we'll be all good. But yeah, no, they do a lot.
Yeah, I'd say my kids get excited when they get the flyer in the mail and see all
Yeah.
the stuff that, we could sign up for. And I think it's great too that we offer it to non-residents to help maybe make some money there as well.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $781,465 for the 944 library?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Library program has gotten to be good size and a lot of stuff going on with it. There's always a ton. My kids are over there once a week.
2 of the chicks hatched today.
Yeah, yeah?
Yeah.
Very cool.
All the departments, I can't say enough, whether it's recreation
Yeah.
or library, seniors, they're all out there, pumping programs out
Yeah.
left and right.
Well, again, I just speak to what I know, and I guess the library stuff, like I said, my kids are over there
I agree.
a ton, so, it's nice. Discussion,
With those chickens now, we can, have a chicken farm and subsidize the entire rest of the town with chicken
hey,
eggs?
with the price of eggs and stuff, yeah, we can really make some headway here.
Excellent.
We're gonna start raising,
Any further discussion?
back to the old days.
Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're flying back to item 1. Okay. Can I have a motion to appropriate $453,322 for line item 1, Town Manager's Office?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Go ahead, Tony.
Basically, this one has most of the wages since, they're, non-union, with the exception of, one position, and, the generalist, remained, part-time position. And I think that's it.
Discussion.
Under the fiscal year 2026 goals, it talks about continue to develop riverfront. What kind of projects do you have in mind?
Well, we're trying to continue with the parks, the park that's there, and, 6061, we've been trying to entice, we worked with one developer to, open, a, restaurant or something on that location. Unfortunately, it didn't materialize. Like to find something, we're looking for somebody, that wall that's there, if you don't if you're not familiar, that used to be a Navy base. The building across the street that was taken down by the owners, who were the Marino brothers, used to be the facility where they would have drills and stuff, and then across the street, they actually had, some boats moored up there. That's deep water there. So much so, that's how we moved, half a dozen times these huge, generators, that were brought in. So that area is ripe for, some type of, development with maybe a restaurant or marina or something that we could co-sponsor with, but so far we haven't been successful.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I just had one question here. The admin one you had there, I also noticed is under the finance, same person? Is
She transferred to my office.
That's what I was asking, okay.
Yes, she transferred to my office.
Gotcha, so, is that reflected
She
then?
didn't transfer until after these were done.
Got it.
Like I said, we can't go back. If you knew how many, employee changes we had.
Anybody else? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, can I have a motion to appropriate $230,793 for line item 2, the town clerk?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto.
This is contractual also.
Oh, Joanne does a great job. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $107,272 for line item 3, Elections Department?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Yeah, everything here looks status quo, right, Tony?
Let me tell you, with the stuff coming out of Hartford, I don't know how these two women keep on top of it the way they do, but they both do an outstanding job
Yeah.
in their respective parties. With the voting the way it is now, it's very costly now, though. And that was one of the major increases last year, but I can't say enough again about these two women. They do an outstanding job with this office.
The early voting, will that apply to this November's municipal election, or is that only for federal elections?
It
Yes.
will apply, but not as many days as the federal.
Oh, really?
That's why we changed some of the dollars in here.
Okay. All right. Discussion.
Gotta reflect Tony's opinion. I mean, after every election, you hear about other states and municipalities where they don't have their results for days. And yet we get it like the same night. They do a great
Yeah,
job.
no, get it in an hour and a half. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $122,009 for line item 4, economic development?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Okay, so this is the one again where we're trying to put something in here for grants, correct?
Can I give you a little
Yeah,
update on
please.
that? Okay, so 2 years ago, you approved the 100,000 for the matching grants. We applied for a grant, a steep grant, and we are going to use that 100,000 that you appropriated 2 years ago for our 20%. It's the Cedar Drive project that we applied for the grant, but like I said, it's an 80-20 grant. So we're gonna use the 100,000 that you appropriated way back in '24 to pay for our 20%.
The advantage of putting the money in here versus doing it as a one-off just shows that we have something readily available in case we need to act quickly, is that it?
Yes,
Okay, so it's more of a,
it's kinda
An
like the
advantageous kind of thing.
shovel-ready
Yeah.
theory, yeah.
yeah. I just wanted to make sure it was clear to everybody, like, we're not just putting money into a hole and,
No,
praying.
you know, in case they apply for the grants, we have money to.
And I mean, it's whatever grant, I mean, who ends up deciding what grant to apply it for? Is that through just your office?
And staff, and then we did take it to we notified the council.
Yeah, okay. All right. Good, Dan.
I'm sorry, I missed, what are we gonna apply? So what's the project that we're gonna apply it against? I'm sorry.
This 100,000, it's
Right.
just, no, I'm only applying the '24 money you approved. for a steep grant, which is for the Cedar Drive project.
Oh, Cedar Drive, okay.
Cedar
that's-
Drive, sorry.
Yeah.
Got a
got it,
drainage
got it,
thing,
got it.
or-
Okay, thanks.
Huh?
Cedar Drive, what are they doing?
Drainage.
Drainage, yeah.
We have a major, we have a situation there.
Okay, well, listen, if this, and I'll ask this, I'm not exactly always, wanting to look to try to spend more money, but does it do us any good to look at that dollar amount? Or you guys feel 100 puts us at a good spot for stuff as it comes through?
Stuart thought it was a good spot.
Yeah, we're in a
It
good
just-
spot.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, can I have a motion to appropriate $900, line item 4A, redevelopment agency?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Again, something for grants?
No,
No, the 900
is, for,
their clerk.
Yeah, for the clerk, in order to go after grants and that kind of thing.
no.
Right, am I reading this right?
clerk-
Agency-supported efforts to
Clerk
redevelop
is
sites.
Sarah.
Wait, it's for Sarah?
No, it's their clerk that does their minutes.
I was gonna say, if it's for Sarah, I'm saying no.
No,
No, I get it. It's for them to be able to function and have the minute taker. I got it. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. All right, can I have a motion to appropriate $150,111, line item 5, town planner?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Is this one in some sort of contract negotiation? Oh, no, this is because Stewart, got it. Never mind. I only looked at the number, I didn't look at the left. Okay. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $118,584, line item 6, development compliance?
So moved. Is it 118 or 115?
I had 118,584.
Wait a minute, we got a problem.
no, it's 118.
Okay, how did it go up?
The wages are 115, and then there's 3,000 department.
118,584, right here.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, you're right, John, sorry.
I'm looking at the table at the bottom.
Yeah,
You gotta turn the page.
Yeah,
No, there is no page to turn.
that's why. We're used
No,
to
it's-
seeing them on the second.
Yeah, that's,
Yep, never
that
mind.
is only the wages, and then there is a departmental expense of
Yep,
3,000.
Yeah, it's right here,
Second.
it's above the wages.
Okay, who made the motion? Motion made by by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Okay, now that we know what the $3,000 is for, any question about the wages? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $302,100 for line item 7, building inspection?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Okay, we're seeing frozen wages on here, am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion. Well, do we need to get into, this goes back into the
It
permitting
has
software?
the digitalization in it.
So if you look behind you, I did include all the backup of the program, and this is a CNR, object for you.
So what expenses within here would we have to
The
impact and
annual
affect?
maintenance, and there's two different pieces to it. There's one
The
piece,
contracted services? Yeah, 62, yep.
so the annual subscription to coordinate with our Patriot system, which is the assessor system, is $3,000.
Okay,
The annual subscription fee for the permitting system is $57,525. And that does all the, it's in building inspection, but it does all our permitting departments.
okay. So again, not to talk about it yet, because we haven't put a motion on here, but the 47.8 for the permitting software is the one-time bid to get it going.
Yes,
And then on top of that, every year now,
so that 47.8 includes, the 45 for the permitting program and 2,800 for the software to, connect with Patriot. So there, like I said, there's two different pieces in here.
yep, okay, but for right now, we're only looking at the operating,
Right.
line item 7. Okay, well, let's talk this thing out, guys.
So I'm sorry, are we gonna just talk about the CNR first, or? how do
No,
we-
there's a motion on the table for line item 7.
Department revenue to support.
So, I mean, I think within there, you debate and you discuss the contracted services piece, and if that's a yay or a nay, then that'll probably pretty much quickly determine if the CNR is a yay or a nay. So,
I mean, I kinda wish we knew how many permits would be processed through here and what it does.
He's got his,
No, all right, so I can tell you, in 23-24, we had 1,007 permits issued. In 22-23, we had 888. In 21-22, we had 900 permits issued.
give it, pass that.
So the building inspector, is gonna go to the town council with a proposal to add on to the building permit fee, of $75, and he did a calculation of the revenue he could got for that to support his permit.
Are the permit fee, you said 70, are the permit fees a flat dollar, or is
Yeah,
it percentage of the
yes,
work, right?
On the work, yes.
Oh, okay.
this is in line with what other municipalities kind of charge.
Yes. And we looked, this program is by Open Gov, and, is this a profit? Yeah, this is a profit.
No, wasn't this one CCM?
Yeah.
So I guess my next question would be is what does this actually do? So you go to a website, you submit some basic information, your credit card.
No, it does your plans, it does, you can stay at home and do everything,
And get your permit.
and get your permit, and they send you your permit, and then you just put your permit in your window.
Yeah, so I mean I've used these things in other towns, you know, putting up signage or whatever. But I mean, the analysis is still done by people. So really this is just a portal to receive payment in what, PDFs?
No, this saves you the time, the contractor or the resident, the time from coming in.
And our staff from waiting on them.
And our staff, and in conjunction with this, it goes to all disciplines, and all disciplines address it at the same time.
Like zoning, health, say you have a well and you're doing a project, well, you need to get health to sign off on it too, and all the departments can see everything and take care of their piece in this one program.
I think what the question may be is that depending upon the information that gets put in, does anyone within town hall have to review it and look at it before they get the paperwork back? Or if all your answers are correct, it just gives you the permit and you're good to go in
No,
45
no,
minutes?
No, it's gotta be reviewed.
And
Okay,
there's
is
a-
that where you were kind of going with it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah, someone still has to touch it on this end.
right.
So they upload a PDF or whatever of their building design or their signage or whatever. They pay the fee. The software then accepts that for you and then sends it on to the appropriate department, so planning and zoning or whatever. That's what it does, right? I mean, I'm just trying to understand what we would be buying.
It will go to, the building inspector, it depends on the other things, zoning, health, all the different disciplines that are required. Like I put a shed up, it didn't cost $50,000, by the way. I had to go to, because I have, septic fields, I had to go to health, the building inspection, health, and zoning to have my permit processed.
And this makes it a one-stop shop.
this makes it more than a one-stop shop. It means the person doesn't even have to come into the building. The person, can be at home and apply for
I
a
did it.
permit like she did
I
for her
just did
deck
it.
in,
Plainville.
Plainville. And, they have this, the majority of the municipalities have this, this vendor.
I mean, thanks, that's basically what I was thinking that it does. I'm just wondering, do you think it's worth it?
Well, we've been trying to digitize our permit process for years and have been unsuccessful. We were trying to work with the COG and, unfortunately, we couldn't come up. This also does the Patriot, you won't know. There's another part of it where it takes the information and sends it to the assessor, for her record, so she's aware that you're adding a deck, or you're adding something that can be taxed.
And in John Egan's memo, he kind of separates the two pieces, telling you what they're doing.
Okay, and so, like, I just want to be clear, so this also includes the cost, so this will process credit cards?
Yes.
Does it take a percentage or a fee or something in addition to paying your subscription?
We haven't got that far yet.
Okay. That's all I have, but thank you very much.
And, sorry, I'd ask, but to clarify, the current permitting, fees are just solely based on a percentage of the job?
Do you know what the permit?
No,
I think he says it in this memo, doesn't he?
they're,
Well, that's why it says $20 for the first 1,000, is that the current?
they're based on, I think the cost of the project, they, so much per the amount.
Oh, so it's a progressive scale.
Yes, thousands, I don't know what it is exactly, yes, it goes up in cost, the cost of the permit goes up. I think you get like, by example, $10,000 is probably like $140.
Yeah, I might have, an example here from
Okay.
a permit that I had, so,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, there was a cost of construction, plus there was a building fee,
But
a
we
couple
have to
other
pay the state
fees.
education fee.
Yeah, there was
Yeah,
state
we have to-
education fee
yeah.
in there.
Which, we can't get around.
Yeah, I was just saying that in this memo here, it says, from you, Sharon, that you passed out, it said a proposed revision to the fee structure from $20 for the first 1,000 to $75 for the first 3,000. So is 20 for the first 1,000 what we have in place today?
No, is it?
Matt, ask it again.
On the first 1,000.
I was thinking this is just showing what we're gonna adjust
Well,
from
he's
what we
not
do today
adjusting.
to the new one, so
He
we can
has-
cover it.
He's making a, proposal, it has to go, nothing's being adjusted until it goes before the council and the legislative body approves it.
Yeah.
Number
I'm sorry, it
one.
wasn't from you, Sharon, yeah, it was from John, but,
Yeah, it
yeah,
was
you
from
you
John.
handed out, yeah, sorry, it was from John. Yeah, all I was saying is that the math here works if today we charge $0 for the first 3,000 of construction costs, I think. Because it's saying that, I think it's trying to show that, oh, under this proposed fee schedule, we will collect enough to cover the running cost of the subscription, but that only works if we're currently charging $0 for the first 3,000, otherwise you gotta.
I don't think that's it.
For $100, it's $20, up to 1,000, you
So
can get more than
if,
20, then it goes
Matt,
35,
if you
up
go
to 50.
to the building department's
Yeah, that might be what you're looking at, yeah,
thing, they have their permit schedule on there.
okay, so what's it for $3,000?
The last one,
$50.
5078.
I'd call it $50, yeah, so you're only charging an additional $25.
All he's trying to do, once we acquire the system, is to, cover the annual,
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I think he'll need to increase it by more than 75, by more than just 75, but if this is just a rough thumb in the wind, that's fine. Yeah,
is, just because we're looking at it from one source to kind of get this through, do we even really know of or kick the tires in any other type of system or any other vendor that provides this? Or is this really kind of the main one municipalities kind of go through and use?
From what we understand, at least what I understand, this is the main one that's being used by the majority of the surrounding municipalities.
And if we decided to try to put this out to bid or look at it, I'm assuming that's gonna increase cost, take time, try to find somewhere else to kind of kick this
Well,
around to.
this went out to, this was, I thought it was CCM, but is it CROG?
No, I think you're right. This is-
Well, I'm just going based off, what didn't the mayor talk about on Thursday?
Yeah, but it's in the book, but we gave you the information.
Yeah.
I believe Tony's right, it is a CCM bid.
Yeah, CCM,
I just thought I remember James talking about, if we needed to kick something around to try to look at an alternative option, if the price on this was something that we disputed, but at the same time too, what I don't wanna do,
yeah, we looked at, again, for the COG, and staff wasn't comfortable with that one. So we continued to look, and again, staff came back with this one, and, it is the CROG, I'm sorry. It's Contract Software Savings through CROG Partnership. So this went out, to bid with, CROG, which is Capital Region Council of Governments.
okay, so we've
We
already
looked at
kind of
it-
went through that,
We looked at it through our COG,
yeah.
which is Lower River Valley, and, at the end of the day, they didn't provide as much as this one provides, and this one is being utilized by, quite a few municipalities.
Okay. I'm just looking to my left here, you guys,
I think that like the $75 credit, sort of, like saying for every permit the 75, the reality is we're getting money already. It's tricky because when you get a 4,000 right now, it's $66, then 4,100 is $81. And the math's probably all over the place depending on your permits, but in simple form, you can't just say it's $75 for every permit, because you're gonna get that net. Because software's gonna cost $57,000 a year in maintenance.
In year one. It's
Every
gonna-
year.
It's gonna go up.
Oh, probably, that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
Well, yeah, that's
So,
fair.
so now
That's fair.
now we
So
tie
it's
our
gonna go up,
building
yeah.
permit fees to the software
I mean,
costs.
I love digitizing, I mean, I'm like
Yeah.
100,000% for this, it's just this math example, like, this doesn't really work as it is, unfortunately. I don't know how you do it, you'd have to have like a,
I think they'll have to,
you
yeah.
have to get the actuary over here, like, run the number, like, to really figure out, like,
Yeah,
what the.
no, I just,
well, let me ask it
Say that
this
for
manner too. Obviously, I'm hoping that part of the benefit of this thing is to save errors and mistakes and that kind of thing. So if this were to catch something like that versus something were to happen manually, I mean, what could that potentially, help save us from a town or from a standpoint that something gets processed incorrectly the way we currently do it, or whatever the case might be? Is there some real exposure there? And this will kind of help mitigate that?
Possibly, I mean, today, anything's possible when it comes to suing. But in your, budget book, there is, an overview, and it gives you a rundown on, the service areas and other things, what it does, and I think, one of the biggest things is the fact that, it does hit all the disciplines and, probably in an expedited manner.
Is the main benefit of this software the user experience, or is the main benefit on the back end for the town?
There's a little bit of, both, because, again, the contractor or the resident can do this from their office or home. And on our end, it addresses, notification to a number of the disciplines and the sign-off, as well as, again, we have what is called the Patriot system, where we're doing it all manually, which this would automatically autofill and transfer the information to the assessor's office. All that's being done by hand right now, so that becomes very time consuming.
Yeah, I think, you know, in the packet, there's a page about, you know, the ROI and customer stories, and it has a lot of success stories, and I think it would be helpful if we had some benchmarks going into this as to say, what's the time process on a handwritten or paper-driven process versus what we expect the efficiency to be using this system, just so we know that we're getting the value out of it. I mean, I know once we kind of enter into the agreement, we're stuck, but it would just, you know, just be interesting to see where do we think we're gonna get the value from it compared to like some of these users or customer stories where they had some successes.
Well, I know right away with the Patriot, I have a disagreement going on who's supposed to be doing it, who's, you know, gonna do it, and resolving that issue, number one, and doing it through digitalization would make it a lot easier. And this is the reason why in the budget, you saw a request for another full-time person. Because I signed off on this, I cut the person. But both the health department and the building inspection department share a person 50-50. They both wanted their own individual, which would have required hiring another individual, and then assigning one person to health and one person to the building inspection. Because of what this system does, I cut that from the budget.
So, I guess just,
And the 40,000 part-time wages.
so in theory then, Tony, if for some reason this went, you know, sideways, would your recommendation then be to have to look at bringing that staff back?
Then we would have to take a look at that and probably make the request to bring staff back, because right now, the woman that's co-sharing the position with health is responsible for building inspection, and she has been doing the Patriot data to send to, from the building inspector to send to the assessor. And sometimes there's just not enough time to do all that.
All right, so this is supposed to improve efficiency, and we're potentially saving on staff.
Hiring another employee.
Got it, done. All right, further discussion.
So basically what we're gonna be doing is adding $57 to the cost of whatever it costs to apply for a permit in this town.
I'm not saying that yet, it has to be approved by the council.
Okay, but in theory, all right. And the other question I would have is, you know, the processing fee. So whatever that fee ends up being that we have to add to the cost of applying for a permit, plus whatever the costs us to process that card, we should probably not eat that as well. So, you know, sort of, does that seem like a reasonable additional cost for applying for a permit?
I don't know this for sure, because when I applied for mine, there was no extra fee on it, whether it was embedded in my building permit fee, but right now, we do not pay any credit card fees. The town does not pay credit card fees. They are if you wanna pay your property taxes online, you're paying that credit card fee.
Yeah, the one that's ultimately paying for it, you're passing the 100% of the
Right,
credit
so-
card fee on. The town isn't absorbing any of that.
So
Is that
I
what you're
don't know if there's a credit card embedded in here, like a credit card fee,
Okay.
processing fee. I would have to get you that answer.
They'll probably charge the customer that instead, or the applicant, sorry. Sorry, coming from a different world.
There's been some talk that we possibly look at two different types of fees. If a person comes in person, have one fee. If they wanna utilize the system, then that one could possibly cost more.
Sure, it's definitely very handy. I mean, I definitely push for putting this stuff online myself. I just, want people to be aware of what it would cost, that's all.
This side, Dan?
Because it doesn't include.
I think it has the health. The second one has the health, Dan. In the service areas, fire permitting with
Yeah,
health.
we added more in.
So we're going with the first, the less one, or the?
No, we're going with the,
The bigger one, yeah.
The bigger one.
yeah.
But then we're asking for, software, the 57, so within operations is the 57,
Right.
725, the software, the professional services, what you have in CNR.
Right, and if you read the memo, part of that is we have to pay a separate fee for the 2,800 and 3,000 is for the Patriot, interface.
But right now, the, the fee schedule looks like they gave us through fiscal year '26, and then fiscal year '27 is a, 2%, 3% increase. After that, is it just like annually renewable? They'll let us know what the fee is? There might be an increase, there's no, they show 2 years, so is that all they
Yeah,
guarantee?
so they'll, what we would have then is the service charge, which would be tacked on every year.
Okay, well, I think it's good.
Discussion.
I mean, I love the idea, and I'm kind of okay with the additional cost. It's hard to swallow what we're paying for what we're getting. Like, it is preposterous how much municipal software costs. It's just hard to eat that, I don't know, that's my thought.
I have that same feeling when I'm paying for light bulbs. Go ahead, Steve.
For me, I do wish there was just more clarity on the numbers. I get there's some labor savings, some of the other stuff, and the soft costs and all, but I'm just having a hard time tracking how we know whether out of 1,007 permits, what if half the people come in? So now this opportunity is only 500. The math, I can't follow the math for me. That's all.
Well, I'm
You guys
assuming that if
maybe
people
can.
come in after we install the software, we gotta tell them to go back and do it online, right? I mean, is there
No.
still gonna be a walk-in?
Yeah,
Would they still be charged the same amount?
that's to be determined.
Determined, yeah. All right, further discussion.
This will be part of the revenue. This will be part of one of the revenue
Yes.
items, right? The
Once
permanent
that all
revenue
gets sorted.
item. Yeah. Okay.
One last question is, how many, if you had to guess, or if maybe how many of these people applying for permits are from Cromwell, and how many of them are like people from outside of like businesses or?
I have no idea.
Okay.
The homeowners are, even the homeowners could be, it could be a contractor doing work on their homes. And developers are from out of town and developers are from.
Rental scenario.
It's hard to say, you can guess why I'm asking, but it's, okay.
I wouldn't even think of a way to guess.
Yeah. Okay, no worries, I was just curious if you happen to know.
No.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Please note the vice chair opposes. Can I have a motion, we're gonna go to the CNR item now. Can I have a motion to appropriate $47,800 on a separate list for building inspection /health/planning and zoning permitting software?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. I think we've gone through this. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Vice chair opposes. Motion carries. Okay, can I have a motion to appropriate $476,789 for line item 8, the finance department?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Sharon, really? Really?
Sorry, I'm asking for an increase in departmental of 500 for the, Adobe program that lets you convert,
How much was that for?
500.
I move we reduce it.
I move we absolutely make this expense. Is this something that in the future then, these budget books will be in Adobe and we could search for things or?
No.
Why not?
So Adobe Acrobat, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
So yeah, wouldn't, I assume these things are prepared and, go ahead, Jim.
So, what's the, what would be used, so what they're looking for, right, is that these
So
books can be
somebody
used so that you can search in a PDF
Well,
format
no, it's
online.
more so like somebody state, I get all the PDFs from the banks and everything, I can't sign them. I cannot input on them.
Alright,
It's Adobe Professional, you can actually do work on the
Handwrite
PDF.
everything and then scan them back to them handwritten.
it's 2025, I guess we can maybe get you up to 1998 software. Alright, any, discussion?
No, that's good. All I was just saying though is the format of these, I guess to the extent they're Word documents. No, I guess to the extent these are written up in Word, they can be converted to PDF. That's all I was saying. And then we could receive them as PDF, but that's fine. That'd be great. I think you definitely need it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $173,696 for line item 9, tax collector?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. Okay,
Where are we at?
line item 9, revenue collection.
Are we still on
It's right under finance.
Boards and commission?
No, it's right under finance.
The whole general government.
General government.
Oh. You lost, okay.
So you went to
Keep
the-
going, keep going.
Okay, the assistant collectors are flat. Are those still,
They're in that negotiations.
thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor,
sorry.
yeah.
Is there a reason why we have two assistant controllers split 50% versus just one?
50% as we charge to the sewer department.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $271,568 for line item 10, the assessor's office?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. I know there was some back and forth with this on the salary amount. Is the 125 that's on there, is that the
No,
appropriate?
So Tony proposed, and I think I put it, Tony proposed an increase of it's in your, 3,757, but the, town council increased it to what Shauna wanted of 131,000.
So the amount that I just read off of
That
271,568,
includes what the town council approved.
that does?
Yes.
Okay, so what's in the book here is short. Got it.
Yeah, so I only put what is in the salary tables. She requested extra money. I don't put the extra money that she wants in there.
And what was that figure again, Sharon?
She requested 131.
131 even?
Yeah, so Tony was proposing 129,009 for her. And she proposed, it's in her memo,
Well, it says, no, that's not it. Where is it? Does anyone see the actual number?
let me,
Well, Sharon, I thought you read off the number before, 131 something?
Yeah, that's what, yeah, I'm doing the math right now.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be able to write it in the table here, just so we can see where the jump, because it's from 122 up to the figure.
So, let me go to her thing.
Can we just subtract, the two assistants from 2671,
No, I was saying to subtract this from this.
Yeah, I'll just let Sharon go.
125,252. Yeah, it's 131.
131,
009.
009, okay, thank you, I was looking for that $9. Okay, further discussion.
So is this a contractual position?
No.
So then what are the levels and the steps reference then? In
She
this-
does, so she's gonna be off table now.
Okay, so out of the,
Yeah, so we're considered exempt.
Yeah.
But we do have salary tables, but she's gonna be off table because of this, what the town council did.
okay. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $59,880 for line item 12, donations and dues?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Got this $5,000 in here.
Shall I go on the other side?
Steve, you do what you think is best for you, my friend.
So the town council added the 5,000, and they also increased the historical society by 500.
No, I did the 5,000 for the cemetery, and they did the 500.
Yeah, well, I just put it under town council because we didn't receive his memo for you, so, sorry.
Well, you're wrong.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $237,750 for line item 13, legal expense?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Okay. We feel good, staying flat?
I do.
Okay. Discussion.
Yeah, there's so many names involved. Okay, so this is, like, our town attorney is
Carrie
okay,
Olson.
Carrie Olson, oh, with Mirtha Kalina, so that's the
Which is
practice?
It's Harris Beach, Mirtha Kalina now.
Okay, so that, I mean, that's the name of the law firm.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you will. And then when we talk about bond counselor, where is that under?
The bond council is in the school's budget.
Oh, because it goes to the project?
Yes, it
And then,
goes-
like, when we bonded the public work
It
and we,
went to the project.
oh, okay.
That is
But-
in the project budget.
But is it the same person or the same
No.
firm we work with,
Our
or
bond
this?
advisor is, Glenn Rybacky, and he's from Pullman and Coleman.
Oh, that's the one we have now, you're saying?
No, we always had separate bond counsel.
Bond counsel's always been separate from this legal expense.
Yes, right, but you're saying for the bond council, we're using Pullman and Colmy.
Glenn Rybacky, yes.
It's the name of the practice?
No, that's the attorney we have,
Okay. For the bond,
yes.
from the firm of Pullman and
Pullman
Colmy.
and Coleman is the firm.
Oh, Pullman and Colmy is the firm. Okay. All right, but I guess that's the point, is like, there's no standing, expense for these
budget.
people because they're only as needed. Right? They're brought in as an advisor when we need to do a project.
Who are we talking about now? Bond counsel?
Yes.
Bond counsel is when we have a project that we're,
Yep, okay,
ultimately going out to bid.
okay. Sounds good, thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Love the enthusiasm. Keep it going. All right, can I have a motion to appropriate $283,501 for line item 14, central services?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. How's the price of paper?
I increased duplicating $1,000 for paper, and I increased postage because postage has been going up.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? You oppose? You're good? You're good? All right, it's getting late, I know. We'll, try to keep it snappy here. All right, so that passed 6-0. All right, can I have a motion to appropriate $655,200 line item 15, insurance expense?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. Looks like comp is up a bit.
I increased workers' comp 3%, and I increased the liability and property because it says in the budget, we're in the last year of a 5% maximum stabilization increase, so they can't go above 5%. I don't find out what their increase is until we're done. So
You say we're done, you mean our process,
Yeah,
not after
yeah.
July 1.
Yeah,
You'll find
not
out in
after-
May.
Right, but, so the last year of our 5%, so I did the 5% just in case.
The comp increase, is that from just increase in payrolls? Or is there some,
Yes, they do
Experience.
a payroll audit every year.
yeah, but you anticipate because of the increase in payrolls that,
Yes.
Yeah.
And we haven't had actually an increase in that in like 2 years, so.
yeah, no, comp's been the one line that's, I'm gonna nerd out on everybody, it's fine, yes, I agree with you. All right, further discussion.
Can we ban insurance?
I'm gonna go live in that shed that's going to the middle school apparently. All right, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. All right, can I have a motion to appropriate, where'd it go? $2,400, line item 17, the town council.
So moved.
Can you repeat that?
Can I have a motion to appropriate $2,400 for line item 17, town council?
We're jumping, but before we leave that, while Jamin gets there, I just wanted just a quick question on central services, when you said upgrade the financial software munis, did you just mean like update the version, or you don't mean wholesale move off of munis to something different?
In central services?
Yeah, it was the fiscal year 26 goals. It was the third bullet.
Upgrade the financial software.
Yeah.
units.
Cause some of our software's in here too.
Yeah, my question is just, are you upgrading to a new version, or are you looking to wholesale move
We
away
went to
from
the
munis
cloud
and do something?
version last year,
Okay.
and every year we have an update now because of that.
Okay, but it's still gonna be using the muni software, just
Yes,
the.
so I'm not changing from unit.
Okay, that's all. I figured that was the answer to that. Thanks. All right, sorry about that. 17.
Can I have a motion to appropriate $2,400 for the town council?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. Blanchett. Too slow. $2,400.
Sold.
And this is, the audit got moved, that was a couple years ago, so that's pretty straightforward. Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $59,980 to line item 18, the Board of Finance?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Way to get back on it. Okay, so this reflects what we believe our new audit costs are gonna be. We locked that, that's what, a 3-year?
Yes,
Sharon?
that was the proposal that I
Yeah.
brought to you guys when we were appointing the auditor.
Yep.
And we pay 75% and the board pays 25%.
Yep. The Board of Education,
Yes.
yes.
The board, the ed didn't increase their fee by like 20%. They only did like 3%.
I gave them the proposal.
Yeah, I thought it was a separate one, cause they said they didn't have the audit at the time, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together, so we'll have to find it somewhere.
So they were short, you're saying?
It was 16,000.
If it's that direction versus the other, it's
Yeah.
on them. Okay, discussion.
Wait, yeah, I know we increased by a lot. We went from 40 to 58, so 50% increase.
That's the proposal that I brought to you guys at the meeting?
Yeah, nothing, and I remember it was a big number, I remember how we said that was because it was coming off of something that had been held for so long. Yeah, that's fine, I didn't remember it was 50, but, okay. I'm sure it's consistent with the numbers we looked at, so, okay.
All those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $2,500 for line item 20, the Charter Revision Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. I don't know, didn't we just do this?
Yeah.
I don't know, it just seems like we mess with this every 2 years now. I don't know, it's not my call, but anyway, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. I'm gonna oppose. Motion carries. Moving on, can I have a motion to appropriate $600 for line item 21, the Board of Assessment Appeals?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto, discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $1 for the, community support, well, I wanna make sure I get this right. Committee to support people with disabilities?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Is this just to keep the account?
Yeah, we're looking at possibly rolling this into another committee so that we
Yeah.
don't have this.
Got it. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $4,100 for line item 23, Planning and Zoning Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. Yeah. Slight bump. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $1,250 for line item 24, Zoning Board of Appeals?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $1,900 for line item 25, Inland Wetlands?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $1,400 for line item 26, the Conservation Commission?
So moved.
Moved by the Vice Chair,
Second.
second Mr. Blanchett. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? It's whatever you feel is appropriate. You want to abstain? So please note Mr. DeProto abstained. Everyone else was a yes? Okay, that's okay. Okay. If I jump to 16, is that just for the 35,000, or do I need to approve CNR
No,
within that
that's
as well?
the CNR, so if you wanna jump to employee benefits.
I'll bump to 45.
And
Yep.
get that one out of the way?
Yep. Okay. Yep, it's under other. Can I have a motion to appropriate $5,003,246 for line item 45, employee benefits?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Man, oh man.
We had a huge increase in our pension contribution. Because, the police salaries went up, and the police salaries also for MERS, the town's contribution went up. And, we have more town people in the pension this year, so that's why and we like to keep contributing what they're telling us because our percentage is good.
No, you don't wanna get,
Right, we don't wanna get.
you don't wanna start playing that game.
And then
Yeah.
health insurance was
Health insurance.
7%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, from what I recall, though, the past couple of years on the health piece, you guys have actually done a nice job. I don't think, if I recall, like the last couple of years, the health insurance actually hasn't been that,
Well, last year it was 5 and the year before it was 0.
right. That's what I recall. I know last couple of years, so might be catching up a bit there.
So yeah, that pension includes the town pension and the MERS, the MERS contribution.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't, you know, I can't cry over spilled milk, but 3 years ago to this budget here, it's $1 million difference between the health and the pension combined.
It's a, no, it's a crazy number. But,
We started at 18.
For health.
yeah, for the health, yeah.
Can I repeat my question, can we ban insurance?
You're welcome to amend the motion all you'd like. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, which one of the two fund discussions do we want to have? The debt or the CNR should be,
I don't know if you wanna do them concurrently because of the capital fund.
well, the capital fund, the restriction the town council gave us, that can only be used for one instance anyway. Yes, they did. They made it very clear it's for interest.
It said that you could use it for interest.
Yep.
You don't have to. It was if you wanted to at this meeting. I'm gonna pull them.
Yeah. Well, no,
Right.
because it was asked during the meeting, hey, if they wanted to use it on a dump truck or something else, they said, no, you gotta come back to us. So I had interpreted to mean that if we wanted to,
I didn't think so.
That's what, I didn't take that impression either.
well, no, because that was the whole thing. They kept saying, well, no, because they didn't wanna give out the full 1.8, they only said $1.5 million for interest. And if they wanted to use something else, you gotta come back to us. That's how I took the motion.
That's not how I took it. That was me. I'm calling up the minutes.
Sorry, point of clarity, the application of the capital fund and monies for that, how does that impact what we choose to expenditure and?
So,
Yeah, yeah.
So, the capital fund that's there has got restrictions on how it can be spent. I believe there may be some items within CNR that we approved over the past 2 meetings that may qualify to be able to use towards those funds, okay? My interpretation from what the town council said was that they were limiting the $1.5 million out of the 1.8 that's in there, if we so choose to use it, to pay off the interest on the note for the middle school, and that was it, and they said if they wanted to use something else, they gotta come back to them. So the interpretation is now being looked at where
They could use it for large.
if we can use it for something else, but I had interpreted the town council's motion to mean we can strictly just use it for the interest on the note.
When did they allegedly say it?
That's what I'm trying to.
Look, I had interpreted, cause we're,
I thought I could be wrong, but I thought it could be used for that plus,
CNR.
major projects, major purchases.
well, here's the question, because if
Right.
this is the answer, then we can kick this to the mill rate meeting, but I'm scared to do it. If we left the debt service number as it is, right?
Yeah.
And at the mill rate meeting, we decide to use that capital fund number as revenue, right? That has to be towards a restriction within that fund.
It has to be towards an item.
Yeah. So if we kept the debt service number
You couldn't
as
apply
is,
that to that
What's that?
interest. You couldn't apply it to the interest,
you cannot.
no.
Why not? I'm confused. It's just debt. Why couldn't we just just say we have revenue, we have revenue to 1,500
Cause it's
from the
not
capital fund.
revenue.
It's a restricted
It's a
fund.
restricted, and I know I have given you guys the capital fund,
Mhm.
I
I know, yeah, yes, you have,
Yeah, yeah,
you have.
yeah, we-
But this is why I wanted, knowing going into this meeting tonight is, I don't think we can look at it as revenue like we would miscellaneous revenue or interest revenue or whatever. It's how we apply these funds.
And sorry, Sharon asked then. Sorry, but we're, gotta get basics then, so like, we use fund balance money, like, we're going through, we decide to use 2.4 million from fund balance, so we don't have to tax as much. I guess, why couldn't we just use 1.5 million from this capital fund, the same way we're using fund balance money?
because you're not using it for its specific items. It's for a major, capital item, infrastructure. That's how the capital fund is labeled.
Oh, but then were you guys trying to figure out whether the town council said you could use it for the interest then, or no?
My
They were
interpretation,
considering the school a project, and they were applying it to the project.
my interpretation was they said that if we so choose to use those funds, it was in that capacity only, not towards, like I said, a $300,000 dump truck.
Sure.
I was hoping that they would provide the full 1.8 that was sitting there, so that if we so choose, take 300,000, use it on a dump truck, and $1.5 million towards debt, if we so chose. But I interpreted to mean that they only allowed us to use $1.5 million, and it was for interest. If you guys want me to try to give the mayor a quick call, I'll reach out to him now.
I'm sorry, I took it the other way. I'm looking for the minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what the implications are. Are the implications still that there's plenty of things that we have in the debt service, notably the 1.5 million of payable note, which is due to interest for the middle school project. So are you thinking now is, like, we have to make a decision now to say, well, no, we don't owe that 1.5 million because we're gonna get that 1.5 million from somewhere and ignore it, or apply it to
The,
Miller?
the idea here would be, if we so chose, that $1.5 million would go away within debt service. When the bill comes due for the interest on the note to Sharon's desk, that $1.5 million then gets paid for out of the capital fund. So we are not passing along this $1.5 million to the taxpayer. We're using those funds for that specific reason. If we leave the $1.5 million in here, we then would have to apply it that way, and the interpretation is we can't recognize the $1.5 million sitting aside as capital as revenue, because it is a certain fund that has certain restrictions to it. And this is why I went to the council ahead of time to ask if we can,
John, you don't remember the date of that meeting, do you?
Would it have been the
I mean, it had to be the
meeting?
March meeting.
I
Yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to think, it would have only been,
It wasn't a budget
2
meeting,
weeks
was it?
ago.
Was it a regular meeting?
yeah, it was a regular meeting.
No. They had to cancel the regular meeting.
Right.
And they went to, we
Was
had to
it
do a
like
special
March
one the
12th
week.
then?
Yeah, it had to be the week after.
No, it would have been the 19th. Or, yeah.
Well, no, they would have met on the, they normally meet on the first Wednesday, or the second Wednesday?
Second.
So
Second.
with the 19th.
Yeah. Yeah, it was recent, it was 2 weeks ago.
It feels longer ago than that.
No.
Let me see if James picks up. Either way, I tend to agree with the finance director that this can't be recognized as revenue, right? And it's got restrictions to it. So even if we want to take the broader version of what the town council said, I mean, I guess my question would be, what CNR projects that we passed tonight would qualify within there? Just the dump truck?
Yes, sorry, I'm reading.
That's okay.
Thanks. Yes,
So we could use that and the 1.2 towards interest, but it's all gonna end up the same anyway, because we're gonna pass along 300 grand in the debt service, so it's,
it's the way they awarded the agenda item, see? They can't use it for a dump truck. Do you want me to say it, John?
Read it to him.
So the way the, item was on the agenda, it says, discuss and approve town manager's recommendation to consider using 1.5 of the capital fund to offset the interest payment on the short-term note for the Cromwell Middle School project, and that's what you guys approved. That's what they approved, sorry.
So that's our question before us then, guys, is do we want to keep that money sitting on the side and use it for something later on and pass the 1.5 million in through the mill rate? Or do we want to pull it out of the debt and, yes,
May I say my piece?
you can absolutely say your piece.
And I know John spoke with the auditor on this. The auditor felt we should keep the 1.5 in the debt service. The town has so many other projects that we could do. John Harriman brought me down. We could do 2 drainage projects with this money. We can, you can take the truck out and we could go back and put the truck into the capital fund as another appropriation. But we just have so many capital projects that we have to do. And with the 1.5 already in there, debt is decreasing by 14%. If you take that 1.5 out of there, you're going down to like 60-something%. So then when you put the debt back for the next year with the school in it, it's gonna look like you have like a, I don't know, I'm being exaggerating, but like 110% increase. It's gonna be a huge difference between 2 years. I mean, yes, they can say no, but I still am required by law to pay the debt. So it cannot pass, but we can't do anything about it. So I'm just saying that I feel that because we are still decreasing the debt by 14%, and we have so many items that have been coming to you, and we've been making separate appropriations out of fund balance for this. If you think about 1.5 on a 60-something budget, it's not gonna have a huge impact on your mill rate calculation.
I don't know if I'd go that far, because right now, what we're looking at, if I got my math right, okay, is we're going from, I'm looking at total tax to town, okay? Expiring, or the past year, 50.8 million, right now we're at 54.7. So we're talking $1.5 million, that's gonna almost bring that down by half. So, look, I guess for me, and listen, I'm open, I'm not saying one way or the other which direction to go. I guess for me, if we had $1.5 million there and it was called ARPA instead of capital fund, you telling me we wouldn't use it towards capital projects? This has got a restriction to it, and it gets rid of a restriction fund and puts it towards something, and then leaves us with funds that we can use whatever we want on it. So you mentioned those projects that John Harriman brought down. If we take it out of this fund or that fund, it's still gotta get done one way or the other. I guess from my standpoint is, why would we leave money that has to hit certain qualifications to it and use money that we can spend whatever we want on? Now, I get from the visual on what the debt service is gonna do, and I'm not saying that's not a big deal. From my standpoint, though, and for the taxpayer and for the residents, is the key the mill rate, or is the key each individual bucket? Because if the key is in each individual bucket, didn't last year we take the CNR amount and basically almost wipe it away?
We did almost 600,000 in CNR last year.
Right, what was the year before?
That was 0, but you gotta keep in mind, those 2 years you had ARPA money, so you couldn't do, so it wasn't like you weren't giving the town capital projects.
And I gotta just go back to,
You still were able to, yes, and I realize it's that the ARPA funds are gone, and we don't have that anymore.
No, you're making his point, that's why he's.
again, if this $1.5 million was called ARPA instead of capital fund, how many of us would have rushed to make sure we use that money towards all the CNR projects tonight? So, that's my question to you guys. Listen, the debt service bit, I want to flush this out because I don't know what the political ramifications are if we take it from the proposed 2.7 and bring it down to 1.2. And then what that's gonna mean when we got a little building across the way that's gonna get added onto it. So I'm all for hearing all options, but I'm just saying, when we have to sit down in a month and figure out the mill rate, we're gonna leave $1.5 million just sitting there, that someone convince me that's the way to go.
Go first, Steve. You go first.
Right, yeah, I think for me, one question, Sharon, maybe you have an opinion on how Tony to do it? Like, we would then represent to the town that our debt service is 1.2 million, even though we know we owe this 1.5 million. Like, that's okay to do that? Like, we can, because basically we're sort of, I'm not saying we're hiding it, I don't want to use it, but like, we're basically saying we don't have that debt, yet we do have that debt. Like, so how do we, and I'm out of my league to say, like, is that allowable to do or not, or?
I guess I'm kind of missing the question, and I apologize.
That's okay, so we would put the town, we're asking them to approve a debt service of $1.2 million. But we know we've got a 1.5 million, if we do that scenario, which I'm trying to go down, but we know we've got a $1.5 million debt payment to be made. Which I'm not, good or bad, I'm saying, like, can we do that? Can we sort of say to the town, you're approving 1.2, oh, by the way, we just happen to have money on the side, and we're gonna pay $1.5 million off, and I actually think it's a good idea, so I'm not questioning the idea, it's just a matter of like, can we do that? Like, are we getting in trouble, like misrepresenting our debt somehow, or not, or I just don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because it is debt.
There was one other scenario too, and I apologize, I'm gonna ask if this is a legit option. Is it also an option to take the interest from the note in October and make it a part of the bond that ultimately gets done? So you can actually look at it, if we so choose, to have the best of both. We don't touch the 1.5 in the capital fund, we reduce debt service to 1.5, and somehow the interest in October gets rolled into the bond that gets done later in the year. So that is, I wanna make sure I put that out there, I forgot that part. So, I am, the mayor texted me back. Let me text him back that we're good. We're good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, that is door number 3, so by all means, guys, kick it around. Or we can just sit in stunned silence.
I'm sure there's thinking going on, sure. Well, so back to Sharon, back to the situation I laid out. We sort of, I don't know about rolling to the bond, I guess maybe that eliminates that then, I guess. But if we don't roll into the bond, we have this 1.2 million debt service, we're telling the public, but
That
then
this is
we're gonna
all
write a
debt.
check, write a check in October for 1.5 million of debt, but like, we never told anyone we had that kind of debt. And is that okay, or is somebody gonna show up someday from Freedom of Information Act and go, you guys lied, you had 2.7 million in debt? Can anyone
Well,
actually answer that question?
I can see where you're going with that, because as somebody said, why did it go down from, that? Because last year, we did have the interest in the debt schedule, and it was 1.9. Which then I only still had to borrow 40 million. I didn't have to borrow almost 42 million. So,
So, just to understand the meeting that was had with the town council, right, and the decision that was made, that we can use this to pay the middle school, the interest that's currently on the middle school debt, or don't use it at all and just leave it on the sideline. What does that mean?
My 100%, goal in doing this was to give us options.
Right.
I wanted us to have the options, because what I didn't want to do was have us sitting here, and in the interpretation we got from the office here was, the town council had to have its blessing before we would be able to touch it. So that's why,
Okay.
knowing that we have to present these numbers in the referendum to the public,
Right, no, I understand.
I wanted to make sure the town council said, okay, guys, if you so choose, and I made it very clear, I said, this is not a definitive, I'm not saying for sure, but if you so choose, you can use these funds for the interest, and I said, that's all I'm looking to do. So that's why it's up to us.
And if you don't use the funds for the interest, what does that mean?
It means it
We
still
go
sits there, and we
back-
figure out some other
yeah, we
way
go
to use
back
it.
and do
Well, we have,
appropriations.
I guess part I'm not understanding is we currently have a CNR that's sitting there that's $3 million. Right, and so what are we waiting for?
The problem becomes that this fund has certain restrictions to it. It has to
So
be
isn't it
used,
gonna have certain restrictions to it from now on,
and
so-
that's my motivation in using it now, because we take care of funds that has a restriction on it.
so can we ever use it for capital items in the future? Because that seems to be what's being suggested over here, or we're gonna use it for some future interest payment, because that sounds like the only thing we can use it for this year.
The way the town council restricted it for us for this budget,
I don't
Is
understand
to
that
use it-
part. I don't understand the part that we have funds sitting on the side,
Mm-hmm.
yet we can't use it for this budget for CNR, but somehow, some way in the future, we can use it for capital items in the future. That makes zero sense to me.
Because the town council wants to know how those funds are being used first. They want their blessing on it first.
It's kinda like when we do a CNR item.
Well, we have a list of CNR items right now. Send it to the council.
Right, so if we went, but we would have like,
I'm
they have
getting-
to be over a certain level. The only CNR item in this budget that would qualify would be the $290,000 truck.
Because that's the only item that meets
The qualifications.
It's a large
for this
capital
restriction
item.
that's on there.
That's right. Or otherwise, Dan, to your point, like I said, if it was called ARPA,
Yeah.
we just tap into it.
Well,
But
there's
we
no-
have restrictions on it.
Yeah, there was no restriction on what size of a capital where did that come from? Where'd that restriction come from?
The capital fund was put into effect, it was approved in 2020.
And it had a restriction of what's the size amount?
I'm gonna pull it up and see.
Okay.
I think it was fiscal year 21, but you could check.
Okay. So it's by item, size by item, that can go into this, against its,
Well, and it also has to be for certain,
and for certain uses.
yeah, I know that Sharon, to her credit, has given us the definition a handful of times.
Okay.
I wish I might have it, maybe I have it in my thing here.
Sharon, are you looking it up? You're looking it up?
I am, my computer
It
locked up.
might have been from fiscal year 24.
No, the capital fund was put, Mary Ann put it in place, I did.
Oh,
Fund concept, not the actual money.
oh, before the middle school came in about, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we put the 120 million in it. Right?
I thought it was only created.
Yeah, I did.
No, it was created in 2020, but just no money was ever put in it.
Right.
I guess I had thought that it seems like form over substance here, like if we wanted to use $1.5 million to effectively fund this note, seems like the two ways to go about it, the first one, which is what sounds like how it has to be done, or is just delete this number off here, and then when the bill comes due, Sharon will know to take it out of there. I think that is less transparent. I think at the end of the day, you could say, no, it is $1.5 million, we have to fund it, and then Sharon still writes the check out from that, when the bill comes due. So,
Well, I guess my comment on the transparency piece of it is that the funds came from a previous debt service budget. And when we made that motion, if we all recall, it was
Yeah.
to say it was gonna be used for
Yeah,
expenses related to,
yeah, I'm on board, I'm saying
Yeah.
how it's used, and
Yeah.
because you're saying it can't be considered revenue, but I would consider a transfer into to fund balance for use of.
and like I said, guys, I'm not married to this idea, I just, again, I'm trying to find a way where
So,
when we sit down in a month,
right. So,
I guess
we,
the big thing is you can't use it as revenue. That seems to be the thing. That's-
I haven't
that's the-
gone,
that's the killer for me.
gone through the spreadsheet to see what's gonna happen to the mill rate but we've just approved effectively an 8% increase in budget, so our mill rate, absent doing something special, is gonna go up, right, which is gonna
just under,
be,
yep, 1.75, something.
which would be on an average household in Cromwell.
About $500 or $600.
So I'm all for funding against that $500 or $600 this year, because we're spending a lot of money this year.
Well, and that's my question and concern to this group, is that what are the political ramifications of taking the debt service down so low?
Sorry, I still wanna understand why we can't keep the $1.5 million as an expense in here, and then when October comes, Sharon can't use 1.5 from the capital fund to pay the expense.
Cause that $1.5 million will end up back in the capital fund.
The 2 mil is not gonna go up this year.
We're talking about, yeah, we're talking about an expense overrun this year and a big hole to fill.
You think it's gonna,
Good, you know, it's,
This isn't the mill rate meeting, though. I'm not joking, like, you
yeah.
guys have told me.
I
talk about expenses?
applied all the fund balance yet, but if I do, well, before I do, we're at 2667, we're at 2840. So I gotta put in another 800,000. If I use all the fund balance, shoot, I didn't wanna do that, I went backwards.
So you're saying without the school, this year alone, 2 million is 2 mils?
Oh, additional fund balance, just let me put it up here. 823. So again, if I use everything here and I use the interest income, or the miscellaneous income, we'd go from 2667 to 2805. And that's with taking out the two BOE capital items, and that's leaving in $1.5 million.
That can't be right, that can't be right, that can't be right.
Well, walk me through, So, okay, here's last year, here's this year, okay? So I took CNR, and I've taken out the two BOE projects we tabled, and I added in 10,000 from the truck. Okay? Left everything else that is, so that's the total. These are all the revenue items that are from the budget book, okay? So now it's 2185985. 9885 collection factor here, okay? Grand list, the 1.92 billion. Okay? That puts our mill rate right now at 2817. Let me go down the bottom
But
here.
what
We
are
got
you
another
using for
221
fund
and
balance?
625. Hold on.
He's using all fund balance.
Plus 221, 625. So I'm using $1 million plus out of fund balance, and I'm using
You
the
gotta use-
miscellaneous income. Okay? And you gotta remember, we now have to get to a new 60-day reserve. That's up another 900 grand or so.
So, but, all right, so you gotta take out of the, surplus, you gotta take the CNR number out, cause that's, you have that? I
So-
haven't looked at this in a while, Chuck.
So that's okay. So general expense CNR, right now, we're at 2.18 million, because I took out the BOE projects. Okay?
All those two that you
Okay.
tabled?
And then there's the buyback, 2.81 million. We
So-
still need to find another $3 million for a flat mill rate.
Oh, but we're pulling back the 2,031,031 from the appeal, cause,
That is not into account here. That has not been
I
taken
needed,
over.
we're
so,
telling you.
the auditor said I just needed to have a conversation with you, and then I'm good to make my journal entries.
Okay. But that is not, this is just from your latest reports.
Right.
Yeah,
So, yes.
you
So
and I,
if you so choose, and we put another 2 in here, right?
It'll be flat.
It'll be up 0.33. But my question is,
Then you take the 1.5, you can make it flat.
but here's my question.
we don't want a flat mill rate.
Here's my question. The 2 million, we can spend whatever we want. Why are we using money to spend whatever we want and leaving money that we have to find hurdles to jump through?
I think taking it out of debt is, I do, I agree with Joe on this one. And I don't know what your conversation was with him.
Yeah. Okay. So, but that's what we're looking at. Well, I'm gonna.
I do.
Well, we had the year though that we took it and put the 1.8 into the fund.
Apples and oranges.
Okay, guys.
It's not,
But if you use
I
the,
just wanna make sure I'm.
if you use the COVID argument,
don't help.
I'm not trying to help him, but I'm trying to go home.
This way we don't have to do Thursday.
Huh?
This way we don't have to do Thursday.
verbalize, what if, Sharon, what if we did this? And if the goal is to use the 1.5 from the capital fund effectively to pay the band interest, if we leave the 1.5 as a budgeted debt service expense, leave it in there, and then when we go into the mill rate setting meeting, we say, hey, where's the revenue to fund this expense? If we say, well, this is gonna come from general fund, like we used the general fund balance to fund other expenses, so we could say, oh, we wanna use that. And then when the debt actually comes due, when the 1.5 bill comes due, you pay it out of the capital fund, as is okay with the town council, right? They're okay with you using that money to pay that. And then at the end of the year, we're gonna finish and say, well, we don't have this $1.5 million that needs to be funded from the general account, so,
It's surplus.
yeah. Or not even surplus, it's money we didn't have to take, right? Just like other years, we had a plug to use fund balance for something, and then we find out, oh, we have, expenses are less than we thought. What does that mean? Our fund balance goes up? No, it just means it doesn't go down. It's not revenue, you don't have to have a transfer in, it's just,
I don't like that scenario, but it's ultimately up to you guys.
I guess and we don't have a motion on the table just for, but
we're an open discussion.
I guess my question is, so you're saying this $1.5 million here,
Leave it there.
leave it there,
Leave it
right?
there, cause it
It
truly is
doesn't
a
get-
debt service expense.
It doesn't get utilized, right, during the course of the year,
Right, we don't
Right.
need our own fund, we don't need fund balance to actually pay it,
okay?
yeah.
So are we saying that has the ability then to not have to go into the capital fund? It could just roll into the general fund? Is that what we're
No,
saying?
no, I'm saying Sharon will still pay the 1.5 million out of the capital fund.
Right,
You still have this 1.5 sitting in debt service that's
Right.
budgeted for
Right.
that interest payment.
Right, and
right,
then at the
and
end
then
of
what
the
would
year-
happen to that $1.5 million if you don't touch it?
It would close, but I budgeted for a certain item,
Here's where I'm going with it.
Yeah, it would close as a positive in debt service, but why leave it in there if you're just gonna
Well, I
close
guess-
it with it in there?
Well, I guess that's my question, is when we did this a few years ago, right, with the 1.8, if we just didn't, are you saying if we just didn't touch it, it would just roll into the general fund?
So it was listed as self-funded project for capital projects, so I moved it to the capital fund.
So we would have to label this $1.5 million as something,
I think I put,
note payable. Right, so we would have to change the definition of it somehow.
No, we get to the end of the fiscal year, we find out we didn't have this $1.5 million expense,
My question is then, where does it go?
it just means we didn't need to rate the fund balance by $1.5 million.
So it would end up going into the general fund.
Yeah, yes.
How is that, why didn't that happen before then? Because then we would have 1.8 in the general
'Cause-
fund, then we can spend whatever we want.
Sharon did have a transaction that moved 1.8 from the general fund pot of money into another pot of money. So that truly was a drag on the general
I know, but
account fund.
I'm just saying, why would we handcuff ourselves then?
What's
like-
the,
So if we have the option this year or this budget, then we should do whatever's gonna be best for us going forward. Maybe that time it was the smart thing to do to put it in the capital fund, this time it wouldn't be. And if we think we should try to just let it flow some out of the general fund, then we should do that. Whatever, I don't know what the mechanism is, but I don't know what the. but that's
I don't know, because obviously I was under the impression that if we have to label it as something under the debt service, so if that $1.5 million, we label it as note payable, so what are we looking to label it as?
I would just say we have $2.7 million
Well, no.
of debt
No,
service
no,
expense.
The 1.5 million, what do we call it, just interest or something like that? I mean, I don't know, whatever you call it, just interest.
Because we have it on here as a self-funded project.
Yeah, I was, on this page, what is it? It's just a number on this page, it's not going toward anything.
Oh,
But coding wise, it has to be something though, right?
so
The
if you
accounting-
remember in the presentation, I have it listed as the interest on, if you go to the presentation that I did, it is listed as interest on the note for the middle school.
Because that goes back to the point where if 2 years ago, whenever we did this, we could have just taken it and floated it into the general fund, then we wouldn't have the capital fund, we could have just.
no, but, I know, Jen, but we actually wanted to put like a shell around it. We didn't want it to just veg out in general fund and we'll mentally account that there's 1.8 million. We actually wanted to put it in a dedicated little bucket because we wanted it
Okay, well,
to be used for,
well, I guess
for
the
debt.
time.
I guess you're, I see
I
what
guess
you're
the
saying.
time is here then,
Yeah.
where we wanted to put in a bucket, and now
to
we're kicking
use-
around going saying, well, let's not use it.
No,
I'm just,
yeah, we all wanna use it. Who doesn't? Well, I speak for myself. I think I wanna use it, Steve wants to use it, I think
you do?
Chris wants to use it, I don't. Yeah, I think everybody wants to use it, I'm just trying to figure out how to do it in a way that's transparent. I don't want this debt service number to go low, only to then go high, cause you're right, then it looks kinda quirky.
Okay, well, I'll try this as I do my day job. What if we split it? We don't say 1.5, we say 800. And then we use the other half out of the capital fund.
So you want to lower this 1.5 to 8?
I'm just looking at options.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
ask.
yeah, I'm looking at options. So
I'm trying
we
to figure out, is that what you want to
yeah,
do?
we pass along 800, don't drop the debt that low, and then the rest of the interest gets paid out of the capital fund. I'm just looking at options.
Then I think the only thing though is that you're still left with 700,000 plus the 300,000, whatever, like $1 million would still be in that capital fund that has some restrictions on it, that I feel like will always be biting us. I'd rather use the whole 1.5 million if I could.
Yeah.
Get rid of it, like you said, get rid of the, get
Then-
rid of stuff that has got restrictions on it.
Then again, I'm just asking, what's the ramification of bringing the debt down this low?
No, that's what maybe I'm not explaining to you. The proposal would be to leave this 2.7 million number as a debt service, which would include the 1.5,
Okay,
okay?
yeah,
And then when it really comes October, Sharon pays the 1.5 out of the capital fund.
right.
So then at the end of fiscal year 26,
I feel like, so you guys are going into this debt service budget saying I'm not gonna use this money. We can't do that.
oh, okay.
Yeah, cause you're going in saying, knowing in your mind that I'm not gonna, that this is gonna come back to surplus. So you're saying, yes, I guess I understand we have.
That's what I was getting at before, is that it would just float back somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
I didn't think that was a problem, cause I thought you said, hey, it's up to us if we wanted to try to do it, so it seemed like that was a viable
it's-
option, but.
So you know I'm not gonna use this money, so
Right.
why put it in the budget? If you don't want me to use this money, then don't leave it in here.
Well, I guess, yeah, it depends what your definition of budget is. If this is the expenses the town's gonna incur, then it is an expense that the town's gonna incur,
It is a true expense, yes.
yeah. So that's why I thought it met the definition of including it in the budget.
Thoughts here, guys? Chris, Jamie, what do you guys think? No strong feelings either way? Oh, that option? Yeah, has anyone else really kicked that, or does that make any sense? No?
So John, if we leave the 1.5 on this page, that means I don't know what the number is in the capital fund. That number stays there, right? That we're just moving that forward. And the
It
whole,
just sits like a savings account.
and the whole point of leaving the 1.5 in here is to normalize what the debt service number is on the ballot.
Well, it's twofold. It's to take care of that interest payment, right, which is gonna come due in October. And it is also to make sure that we maintain, some stability within there, because the big thing we don't wanna do is have any of our buckets or the mill rate look like an EKG. That's my run-on bit.
And Matt's idea is to pay that 1.5 out of the capital fund so that we get the stable number on the debt service. But we still pay the 1.5 of interest, right?
Yeah, and use the capital money that we put aside a couple of years ago.
But the problem becomes, we now got $1.5 million debt service, that's not towards anything.
mean, we've had other expenses come in
We have
under,
$1.5 million
so.
that's not going towards something. Maybe, maybe not. We make the decision on what we're paying in October, out of what fund, correct? We have to make that decision tonight?
Yeah, well, that was what the finance director was saying, is that we can't just,
He's watching the game, sorry.
it's all right, is Florida coming back or what?
I don't wanna tell you, cause it's.
I have no idea if they're up or down, I was just guessing.
I guess my question is, are we making the decision on how to pay that 1.5 million tonight?
That was the reasoning behind trying to get the approval on it, because if it can't be recognized as revenue, that was why I wanted to get the town council's blessing, so that we can have that option, because either way tonight then, because we have to present a number to the public, right? So we either present the debt service with that 1.5 in, or with the 1.5 out. And in my opinion, if we present the 1.5 in, then we're not touching the capital fund, and we're gonna pay for it out of the interest, and when we put the mill rate together, we need to find a way to close the gap, so.
So just to keep it going, and since we're still in discussion mode. Oof, so what if it did come time, and so we just said that, we're gonna fund, and we try to reconcile taxes and everything else we need, that we're just gonna use a bigger block of fund balance? I know we have this 16% thing, but honestly, I take that as a guideline. 2, as long as we have a plan to address it. And the plan's gonna be, we're gonna use the capital fund to cover the difference. So we're actually not gonna be using the general, so we're gonna go right back to that 16%, so we're not gonna be any big issue there. And then in the end, it's gonna make all the see, everything's gonna flow. We're just gonna use more of the general fund. And we're transparent here. We show people there's 1.5 million in debt we're paying, and we have a way we already know we have a way to pay it too.
All right, well, let's at least get the motion on the floor so we can do something with it. Can I have a motion to appropriate $2,780,684 line item 46 debt service?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Okay, look, I just, my whole thing, we're gonna start messing with what requirements we're looking at from what guidance and what we're given by town council and everything else. It's fine, guys. It just, we can pass this along. That works, but when we're sitting here in a month from now, I hope we've got it figured out. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I don't wanna
So-
lose the ability to diffuse this 1.5 with the capital fund project.
Okay.
But I've also seen how much, quite frankly, just, I don't know, it seems like we wanna use the 1.5 million. We could either set this at 0 and then we're using the 1.5 million. I don't see why we can't just leave it in here and then use it, cause it gets to the same end spot. I just don't know why form matters.
Okay,
That's
hold
why I
on.
guess I don't
Hold on.
understand.
Time out. Sharon, if we leave the 1.5 million in here and don't apply it towards anything and say it's not for anything, you're saying that's not possible?
Well, okay, so, it would, technically, we have 1.5 million due in October as of debt. You guys, to me, are debating how we're paying for that one. It is debt. And it is debt of the town. I guess what, you guys are going back and forth, like, so if I'm putting it in here, I'm assuming I'm using that money for the interest on the note.
And how would it be, how can it be directed otherwise? If we left 1.5 million and made some motion that said the interest in October will be paid out of the capital fund, then what happens? Just,
Who's putting this, who said this?
Who said what?
That you can't do what he's saying?
So leave it in here,
Yeah.
and then it rolls back into surplus?
my whole point,
Does it?
That's, to
My-
me, that's, so we're taxing for something that we know we're gonna get, that you're gonna pull back.
that's,
You see what I'm saying?
I guess it just goes back to, because I think that's the reason why we had to put the money aside into a fund, because otherwise we're just passing it through and then it goes from the general fund, and if that were the case, we'd just done that to start with.
So then it comes down to, like he said, why can't we just use it in the manner in which he's saying?
Why are we saying that we know we're gonna pull it back? We don't know we're gonna pull it back until we go to make the payment in October.
So, okay, question for you then. Do you think you would change your mind then and say, the town came to me with, we have an emergency drainage problem. Let's say we came and we said we needed $1 million for an emergency drainage problem. And it's before the October payment. Would you use the capital fund? Or would you go dip into fund balance?
If it qualified, absolutely, because that gets rid of a restricted fund.
Right, and it is infrastructure, so it would qualify.
Okay, but if we had $1 million emergency that didn't qualify in the capital fund, and we're leaving $1 million into something that's more restricted, aren't we handcuffing ourselves even more? That's my, all right, we keep going round and round. So, listen, I guess if we want to keep it in there, okay, and we want to leave the capital fund alone, that's fine.
What are we keeping it in there for?
It is debt. I owe it.
So what are we keeping it in there for? How are you gonna use it?
My intent was to pay the debt, the interest, in October.
Out of the capital fund.
No, she's saying out of the debt
Out of the debt
service.
service fund. It's-
And the capital fund is not touched.
I'm asking about the 1.5,
That's what I just said.
so that's what you wanted.
No, we're getting confused here. Your intention, Sharon, is to pay the interest on the note in October out of the debt service for fiscal year
If I
'26,
budget for it, yes.
okay?
Okay.
I believe, Tony, what
I'm
you're asking
About
about,
the 1.5.
that's in the capital fund.
1.8, but in the
Well,
capital
there's
fund.
really 1.8.
Yeah,
I mean, one of our drainage projects is, shovel-ready. I mean, you have a lot on your plate in the town.
okay. All right, if we've got something we're gonna use it for, fine, we'll pass it along, but,
Don't hold me to this, let me just throw this out. I thought it was put aside for the school initially.
It was?
when we initially made the motion, it was my recollection, we said we're gonna use it towards something for the school.
No?
100%.
But somehow it's in this capital fund that has certain qualifications to it, and that's,
I mean, technically, you could use it for the school when it comes to, my 40 million is down to $8 million right now. I'm not gonna make it till October.
well, that's an interesting bit. We could use it in order to make sure that our bond isn't as large.
Correct, we could pay some expenditures with it for the school.
You're all just,
Okay. All right. I guess I'm in the mindset we'll leave it in.
We'll leave it in, but in the mill rate meeting, I would fully intend to, propose that we use the capital fund to pay for this. And if we're told no, we can't do it, then that would change my mind, so.
I think we're being told no, right? If we put, bottom line, if we leave this number unchanged, the only option you have, Sharon, is to take that $1.5 million and spend it on the interest on the note. Is that correct? Bottom line. If we leave it in, you have to use it for that.
Yes, I can't leave it in good conscience and let you pull it back into surplus. But like I said, I only have $8 million left of my 40.
Listen, then this is, I guess, option number 4. If we say, okay, let's leave the $1.5 million in, pay the interest in October. When we go out to, do the bond, we reduce the bond by $1.8 million. And we use the capital fund to reduce expenses of the middle school, and the bond isn't as large. Is that option number 4?
Yeah.
How would we have to do a separate motion, approval, and everything else to expend those funds that way? Because the town council right now has only told us it's on the interest on the note.
Right, so at that time, we would have to be clear on the use of the 1.8.
What do we think of that?
It reduces the total for the town, sure.
It's gonna, so the 1.8 could potentially reduce our the piece that the town is on the hook for. We are on the hook for, I mean, it's, what is it, 49.64, but that doesn't count unreimbursables.
Okay. If it reduces our bond obligation and it takes care of the restrictions and stuff on it, I mean, does that seem like the right kind of compromise? But again, it's not gonna make our meeting in a month any easier.
It doesn't solve anything
That does
for
not
next
solve our
year's
short term.
tax conversation, mill rate
So,
conversation.
now listen, there are still some other variable and items to look at where I believe there may be something coming fund balance wise now that things may have settled out, but that is a discussion for another day.
Correct, that has been released. I have not moved it back in yet, because I wanna have a conversation.
So, we may have that as a backstop. So, I'm glad I dragged you all through this.
John, you will know that before the mill rate meeting.
What's that?
You will have that information before the
Yeah,
mill rate.
I'm sure. Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand.
Wait, we're voting on.
On the debt service,
On
2
the debt
million.
service as printed on this.
As 2,780,684. Opposed? It's 5-1. Mr. Blanchett opposes. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to item 16, general expense.
So do you wanna go back and revisit cause everything you put on a list?
Correct.
Do you
Now,
wanna move it from the list to,
well, why don't we make sure you and I have the same number? Now, I have taken out the 2 items from the Board of Education that we tabled.
okay, I have not pulled these, I just went and put them on the list, but,
Okay.
so you didn't take anything out of the town,
But we added 10,000.
Right, yeah.
so the, okay.
Yeah.
And, Mr. Chair, I did want to, I don't know what the term is, reconsider the thermal imaging study as well from the schools, if we could.
If you wanna make a motion to take it off the table and consider it, go ahead.
Yep, like to make a motion to reconsider the thermal imaging system for $50,000 for the school CNR.
Second.
Motion made by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. All right, Steve, what do you got?
So, well, couple of things. I know as you said, the tabled item is the protective study, which we're not talking about, but I did look it up. That is a Gordian thing, in case people know. And it's for each school, and it's about electrical, kind of looking at stuff in terms of how the breaker systems work, what other components within the electrical system. Which again, it's like, it was recommended by Gordian. The same way I think this thermal imaging was recommended. I did some studying out there. I talked to a number of different fire departments in the state. No one's really seen this happen at all. They don't use it in their normal service and all. I can't find anyone who's done this. I've read about it. Yeah, there's some value to it. But to me, I'd rather see them buy a piece of equipment, do it operationally. You can buy these pieces of equipment for like $300. Try it for whatever immediate needs they have, and go from there and come back with a better business case some other year, next year, or whatever. For me anyways. For me, I'd like to see us, I think, just squash this one down to 0.
This is not required?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't ascertain, whether this is like a proactive, hey, is there energy loss that you could be more efficient? Or, is there something that's not working correctly and throwing off dangerous amount of heat and is a bellwether for an emergency? I didn't get that.
As the
sense.
breaker gets older and
Yeah.
stuff, it doesn't work as well, it'll get hot.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're saying we can buy a $300 piece of equipment to do this?
I think you can.
Correct.
I mean, obviously.
It was 73 grand.
I think it was 50.
50.
Oh, did I pull the wrong number?
It's 5133.
15,000.
I must have looked at the wrong, my bad. Oh, see, I went below.
So we're buying equipment.
Oh, see, I thought it was the protective
Fire department
coordination
already
study.
have a
Yeah,
thermal
yeah,
imaging
this is
camera?
the thermal imaging we had
They do it
approved,
for
so
post,
he wants to
post
reconsider it.
basically, not for pre. They don't even do that.
Oh,
Okay, post
Yep.
and,
Investigations.
so that's to
investigation.
pull that out in addition.
Yes.
Oh, I'm all
Yeah.
kinds of confused. Okay.
Equipment to go in the buildings.
I thought, yeah, they'd use it to see if there was a lot of smoke or something, they could see down firefighters or victims or something.
I mean, well, I don't know, if we've tabled items, do we have to bring them formal back for a vote before we put them in CNR? If they stay tabled, and they're just not included.
Stay tabled. You table it, it stays tabled if you don't bring it
Is it
up.
cleaner if we just brought him back up and voted no?
Absolutely.
All right, probably just do that then.
And the one that was required was the indoor air quality. That was one we had some debate about. That is a state thing. They
Yeah,
gotta do that, yeah.
Okay, so,
That's what I was gonna say, we're still on the 50,000.
yeah, apparently I got all kinds of confused. I thought this was for the one study that we tabled, so we're actually taking an amount and pulling it back out. So this would be to remove $50,133, is that correct? That we already approved?
50,133.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thermal imaging study, just, again, for my notes, on the grounds that the explanation wasn't very clear about whether this is a preventative maintenance item versus a nice-to-have, or what level of prioritization this has.
It was listed at one, wasn't it?
Right, but so we're, yeah, well,
Everything
all
was
these
a
things
one.
that made the cut were listed as one, but there wasn't much delineation about.
All right, Steve, you
What
feel
one meant.
confident and thorough about your look into it? Okay. All right, so, the motion is to, remove or reconsider, what's the exact motion that we did? To reconsider it? So if, I need 4 of what, up or down to remove it?
To even reconsider it, to be discussed, then we have to go back and, I guess, go through the whole
Okay,
process.
all right, so there's a motion to reconsider it? All those in favor to reconsider it, say aye. Aye, opposed? Okay, it's now reconsidered. So now that's taking it off, right? Can I have a motion to approve $50,133 for this, thermal imaging study on a separate list?
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Was this tabled?
No.
No,
Okay, what do you?
It was
what-
approved, and we're reconsidering it.
I got confused, Tony. I thought this was the study that we
Okay, so this was
tabled.
approved and you're reconsidering it. Then it has to be someone in the majority that made
That-
the motion.
Yes.
Yeah. Did that, Sarah, did we approve that unanimously? Do you know, from the minutes yesterday? Can you tell?
I don't remember anyone opposing.
We put all these things on a list. Until we approve that list, none of these items have been approved, right? All these items are sitting on a list.
right, and so, and we discussed at the meeting on Thursday night that you're putting them on a list, and then we have to go back and individually approve them.
We gotta vote them all again?
Yeah, we talked about this Thursday night.
Oh, we can't approve it as a totality. We can't,
Oh, no, we approve it as a totality.
Did we approve it in totality?
I think we can approve it in totality,
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
we don't do it individually.
not individually, but we haven't approved them because they're, we put them on a list.
Who opposed?
Okay, well, I stick by that. Time.
Okay, so was the motion to reconsider it unanimous? Yes?
Yes, that's-
So it doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so now I'm asking for a motion to approve $50,133 to put on a separate list for thermal imaging study at CHS. We're redoing it all because we just removed it. So I'm asking for a motion if we want to approve it, to consider it.
Yeah, but I don't know, what do you mean separate? That we're taking it off the list that
Yeah,
we're gonna approve tonight?
I'm going back and pretending like we haven't done it at all. So I made the motion to put that on the separate list, and then we would put it back on if it was approved.
I'm confused, I'm sorry. I'm thick.
That's okay. Well, no, that's not
We have
what
a
I'm
list,
asking.
we have a list, we have a list of all the educational items.
Yeah.
All right? We've just taken, we've reconsider one of them, we said, let's reconsider it, we approved reconsider it. I thought now it's taken off the list, not putting it on a separate list.
I think,
Did you vote to approve it?
On Thursday.
Okay, so now you wanna revisit it, is what you do.
Approve.
So you don't put it on a list, it's there already.
Last Thursday, we put everything on the list. We approved everything that we moved to a list. Is that final approval of those projects?
No,
They're sitting on a list.
right,
Now we just said, we just approved the motion to reconsider that item that's sitting on a list.
when we went through it,
yes, we're gonna
when,
reconsider.
when we went through the lighting controls, because we had approved that and then
Tabled
reconsidered
those
it.
items, we never put them on the list.
Well,
The
no,
lighting controls,
I asked to be reconsidered, and then Ed told me, okay, you gotta approve a motion to reconsider, and when you said that, he said, okay, well, so now it's in knowing, and then I just called it off, now we have to vote to approve it. And then he said, let's table the vote whether to approve or reject it. That's been the,
So I think what we're doing is we're tabling this item, right?
let's address it now and either vote it no or vote it yes.
so
Black and white.
the way that it was explained on Thursday when we reconsidered the lighting controls is that basically, but just by voting to reconsider it, it's like we haven't voted on it at all.
Okay.
So now that we just did it with this, we would have to make a motion to put it back on the list.
Okay. So we're just, we can vote this thing down. I understand.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking for, the motion.
It's not like the other two items where we have those things set aside, we're just gonna vote this thing down.
If that's, or if I make the motion and no one even picks it up, then,
Understood.
yeah. So is anyone in favor of the motion? Okay, so that is taken off of the list then. Can I have a motion to bring back to the table an appropriation of $157,994 for WIS interior lighting controls?
Second?
So moved.
Moved
Yeah.
by the vice chair,
Yeah,
second
come
Mr. DeProto. That tabled item is now back before us. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those
My
in,
only discussion would be, as noted by Lou Spina, in the town, CNR, or one of the projects for the lighting for here, none of the invoice listed, anything about switches or controls. It was all seemingly related to the fixtures and installation of the bulbs and units.
and I guess also to add that there's no new information provided. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion fails. Can I have a motion to bring back to the table, $73,041 for CHS Protective Coordination Study? Oh, no, is that the right number?
Yeah.
Yeah, geez, I keep mixing it up with the thermal imaging. Okay, $73,041 for the Protective Coordination Study.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Discussion on that tabled item. Well, now not tabled.
We still have no idea what it is.
Well, again, it was in the Gordian, it's recommended, it's in there
But-
3 years, each of the schools, over a period of time, ECS, WIS, and the high school. But beyond that, it just looks to me, it's all about the electrical system and about, again, whether everything together, because the different systems have controls in them, and how they tie to all the other electrical components. Somehow it's some study to do that. Beyond that, I don't know.
Can I ask we're gonna vote this in a second. Can I ask a small favor?
Sure.
It is very, very possible that Kerma, if we ask them, is gonna have services like this available
That
to
will do
us.
this.
That'll do stuff like this because it's in their best interest to make sure that, I don't know, the buildings they insure don't burn to the ground.
Kinda like when we had the hazard assessment, they came and did a hazard assessment.
So I would potentially check with Kermer to see if they'd be willing to find a way to provide those kind of services for us. Because a lot of times insurance companies will do that in order to protect their own bottom line. So, something to think about. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed?
Oh, wait, what? Sorry, I think I want.
Now you're for it, man?
No, I was so confused. No, I take my hand down.
All right, are we all
Let the
opposed?
record show.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay. All right. Sharon,
What do you have?
I have a CNR number. Are you ready?
For the Board of Ed.
I got it for everything.
Oh, so, okay, I did the Board of Ed, so let me go put that on my total.
Well, first off, did we approve the $35,002 for general expense? Do we have to do that separately?
No, you do the whole budget together.
We do the whole thing in one kit and caboodle? All right.
Yeah, so
Can I throw out the exit signs, these WIS exit signs? I mean, 97 grand, again, there's no information provided. I mean, how many exit signs can there be?
I don't know, they might get stepped too far for me. It's a safety thing.
So the one thing to think
Oh,
about.
the current ones aren't?
Yeah, well, the one thing to think about, is that, and I said this the last time we were Thursday, right, is that I
I don't, forget last year to some degree, but last year, I think you look at it, half the projects put forward ended up not being needed.
Okay.
So part of it is, I think we just don't have the discipline and the practice. I think even when we came through this year, that's why we gotta try to work with Claudia, they'd be better about preparing the stuff. I think when this goes in, like, me, I'd let this go, and then we're gonna find out, like, either it's gonna cost something much different than this. But like to John's point, I think this is something probably you don't wanna let them do these and fix these things, so it's, I mean, exit signs, in a building, I think are important. Yeah, I think what we're missing is we don't have any, how many, what the labor is, what, it's just, it's, I don't know. It sounds like, it looks like a really precise number, right, but, you know, I don't know. So that's just my 2 cents.
Oh, so, okay, so.
You ready?
I have 2,135,852. What do you?
Just for the CNR,
Yes,
2,135,852.
yes.
Even 1115. Well, this isn't for 16, this is just CNR. 2,135,852.
So let me, put that number in the general fund.
You don't have the BOE revised total
No.
off the 1,000,008? Oh, I know I can do that.
I mean, I can,
I'll do
I
that.
can,
It was like 804, it's 804,039,
804,039
yes.
on the BOE. Oh,
all right, and Sharon, it's $35,002 is line 16.
So I have 2,170,854.
Can I have a motion to appropriate $2,170,854 for line item 16, general expense?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Please let there be more discussion. If you got it, go ahead.
I mean, my first thing that jumped out to me is what happened with between the department request and what town council came up with? Why is there such a big difference?
You talking in the CNR fund transfer line?
Yeah.
So the department requests other CNR projects, which was almost $4 million, and then when the town manager reviewed it, he brought it down to 2.4. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what will,
I think if you look in the CNR, sorry, if you look in the CNR list, I think by example, like the, track for 400,000, they're gonna try to seek a grant.
yeah.
There were some
You're
items
right.
from the
You're right.
schools that the town's gonna take
Okay.
on. I don't have to, I can't probably walk that number, but if you look, I think eventually you'd find some of those things in there. We deferred, lights,
2.2 to
like
1.
550,000 for one of the schools in there, so 500 plus the 400,000 for the track, a couple 100,000 the town's doing for, you can sort of get pretty quickly to that number.
Yeah, no,
I mean, it's a
I
great
gotcha.
question,
Yeah.
but that's, I think that's part of the walk. That's how you get there.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries.
Jamie's a late approval.
You're good. Okay, all right, Sharon, we ready for the big number? Let's hope we're on the same page with that.
So I think, Sarah, that they have to approve general government, and then the total with the Board of Ed and debt, all three together. So,
Am I just giving you the one total of everything?
Well, you should do, you should, like she said, you should do them, 3 votes, Board of Ed.
Well, the Board of Ed, we did. We don't have to do it again?
Did you, vote and approve the bottom number?
The Board of Ed, yeah, it was just one vote. It was the
Them,
40,600,000 even,
okay,
right, because they go on as 3 separate questions.
right?
And you've already approved debt service.
so now we just need general fund, general government.
Okay. All right, Sharon, let's see if we can match up here.
Yep.
All right, I'll do it the easy way. Oh, no, I can't do it that way. Equals. Okay, Sharon, I've got 22,848,078.
Yes.
Bang. Okay, can I have a motion to approve $22,848,078 for general government?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Do I need a one bottom line number vote? 66,228,762? Is that what you have?
66,228,762.
That's it. Do we got to vote on that or no?
I don't think so.
No,
No?
because they go on the referendum as three separate items.
Okay. Last question.
I do have a question for you. You know how in the referendum last year, we put the advisory questions? If you voted no for general government, was it too low? Do you want those questions on the ballot again this year?
Who mandated
You
that?
guys are the ones that voted to put it on there.
That motivation came from us?
I thought
Well,
town
no, we
council.
brought it to
council,
you,
I
and you guys agreed that we could put it on the ballot. Do you want me to take it off?
Whose idea was that?
Oh, it came from the town council.
Town
but
council,
We had to
yeah.
get board of,
Because Berlin does it, I think.
Berlin does it, so yeah.
Yeah, sure, leave it on. It'll save a headache later.
Okay, I was just asking.
I'm just,
Why, does anybody remember what the answers were?
everyone thinks they don't pay enough. That's what I remember.
So they were all saying that the budgets were too low.
That is correct. Everybody. Okay. We got through everything tonight, right?
Yeah.
I know, however, there are two items that
Yeah.
seem to be some immediate attention from this body.
I would just do a separate special agenda, so I'm gonna cancel the Thursday night meeting.
Okay?
And then you and I can talk about how you wanna schedule the other items.
Because I'd rather not have to have Thursday because I'm in Rhode Island. It's a whole thing. Obviously, if Steve and
So
stuff
I
needs to
can-
run it, whatever,
I
but
can email you what the two agenda items that they want, and we can schedule like a small special meeting.
Maybe we can do it, earlier in the, instead of 7 o'clock earlier.
you talking Thursday?
No.
Like a
Well, listen, back up. Our normal April meeting. Do we know that the town council meeting on Wednesday is this week, right?
Yeah,
Do they have any items that are gonna need our attention other than these two?
The Board of Ed is bringing the CNR item to that meeting,
Right, it's the
the shed.
the
Yeah.
shed,
he's asking, yes, those two
Yes.
items.
so those are the two items. So what I'm saying is that if we try to create a special meeting for the middle of this month and cancel our April meeting, that's a possibility.
Yes.
Okay, what do you guys think of that?
Is it, we're trying to expedite something, super urgent?
I'm gonna
So
need the
that-
one, yes, I need, my situation is dire.
Okay, we have to notice it, so we can't just do it right now.
Yeah, no, trust me, that was my idea, but.
Well,
We gotta notice that meeting, though, right?
Yeah, the problem is that these are items within the current fiscal year, so we couldn't take it up tonight because the only thing on the agenda was for the next fiscal year.
yeah.
Just, my problem's gonna become, bonkers right now with everything else, so if I'm not here, you guys are more than capable of,
Do you want?
But how far out do we have to notice having the meeting, Tony?
The special meeting is 24 hours.
so.
So do you wanna just do it on the tenth?
If you guys just wanna get here Thursday and do it, like I said, I can't be here, but that does not mean, don't let me hold you up. You guys can,
So I have to do a new agenda anyways. Do you wanna leave it at 7 o'clock?
could the rest of you guys come here Thursday, even if you do it at 5 or whatever, like, go nuts. Like, whatever time you guys wanna do it, and then get out of here.
Yeah, well, let's do it earlier.
Earlier,
So when would when would everybody like?
That's up to these guys, I'm out.
Schedule the meeting, Thursday?
No, wait a minute, your scribe.
Maybe like 5:30.
I can always clerk.
Okay, not gonna get home until 5.
If it's a special meeting, I can just clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time you guys wanna do it?
5 would be nice.
5, 4:30, 5?
I could, yeah.
As long as they have alternates too, not nothing that you.
Yeah, no, if I can't make it, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know, that's the thing. It might be tough getting
Is
here.
the town council meeting is
Town council meeting is Wednesday.
the ninth, oh, tomorrow, 2 days from.
This is your call to duty, gentlemen, I mean, you know.
I could do.
I'm here
I
tonight.
could do, yeah, 5:30 is easier to swallow for me.
So you got 1 at 5:30. Steve, you're 2? 5:30 Thursday?
That's fine, yeah.
Dan,
Yeah, I agree with
you're 3?
I don't care, that's fine.
4? How many do we need, how many quorum? I don't know what
Okay,
Mr. Bailey.
he's sick, he was sick tonight, I don't know if he'll be ready for Thursday, yeah.
You're just a simple majority, I believe.
Yeah, so if we get 4, we're good.
4.
Like I said, I'm out of this thing, so it's up to you guys.
make it, I may not be able to make it that early.
You can always dial in.
Okay.
Oh, that's the case, I'll dial in from the
You
road.
can dial in too, John, right? Right, we have a dial in, yes, no?
Excuse me?
We could dial in, someone could dial in, right?
Do we still do the remote practice, or is that out?
Yes,
We can?
yes.
Alright, if you need me to dial in from the road or whatever, I can try.
I know how to handle one person dialing in.
Well, then don't worry about me, I'm out. Just consider, I'm out.
I do, well, Sharon,
I caused enough pain tonight.
Let me see, I gotta see how that day lines up.
And
Okay.
I might be able to.
Can we get something sent to us ahead of time for it?
Yes, I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
that.
that's your agenda.
Just so we can be
Cancel the
prepared for
other
your
agenda,
time
and
too,
I'll
just so
make
we can
another
go
special
through it.
meeting
Yeah,
agenda.
okay.
Yes, I
Where-
will, and, is everyone acceptable? I will mail it, but because of time.
Yeah, electronic.
I'm probably gonna scan it to John and let him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
11:25, great job, everybody, we got it done.